I am your host Mayank Chaudhary and this is Limelight.
Launch control 0 to 100.
This isn't just about cars and bikes, this is about how you move.
This car makes no sense, yet it makes every sense.
What we are sitting inside is a Joby-powered air taxi. Your friend said, "Ye le le." We said, maybe not. Hi, my name is Siddharth Sharma. I'm your NDTV Automate, your ultimate guide into the world of automobiles and mobility.
When others are warming up, I'm raring to go. The stories that matter, the stories that shape your life.
Hello and welcome to watching Prime 5 with me, Raisha Sehgal. What's happening? How to do?
The show that sets the prime time agenda.
We'll be deep diving into this topic to tell you what's at stake.
Join me, Raisha Sehgal, on Prime 5, only on NDTV 24/7.
Straight from the heart of the newsroom to the core of the stories shaping your world. Join me, Gargi Raut, as I track all the developments as they break. Live from the NDTV newsroom, weekdays at 4 p.m.
India Inc.'s most respected names chose India Inc.'s best and brightest.
These kind of awards and jury lineup, you are truly giving it the right weightage.
The eminent juries who are here and that itself speaks for the commitment towards highlighting the advantage which India is having. What I'm looking for in this is that we should be awarding companies and individuals who have
It's a Tuesday morning, it's 8 a.m. and you are watching The Breakfast Show on NDTV 24/7. I am Parmeshwar Bava. We've got an action-packed bulletin lined up for you this morning. Let's begin with the top headlines. Every year, the same mess, a tragic day. Relentless rain has brought Mumbai and neighboring to a near standstill. 13 people have died in a week. And as the city drowns, major questions arise over the rainfall preparedness of the BMC, while there's a storm over the mayor making reels meanwhile. Maharashtra Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis inaugurated the missing link on the Mumbai-Pune Expressway on the 1st of May this year. But the 7,000 crore rupee project has crumbled just 9 weeks later. A landslide had forced its closure. We are told traffic cleared late last night. The Sri Ram Janmabhoomi Kshetra Trust has accepted the resignations of its General Secretary Champat Rai and Trustee Anil Mishra in the wake of allegations of embezzlement of temple donations and appointed Krishna Mohan as the acting General Secretary. Meanwhile, the Congress slams what they call piecemeal resignations, demanding a Supreme Court-monitored probe. They have also hit out at the Vishwa Hindu Parishad after the VHP wrote to the Ayodhya police over remarks made by opposition leaders on the alleged theft of donations at the Ram Temple. Tamil Nadu Minister Kirtana has come under the scanner yet again after her video from a school inspection has surfaced. In this video, Kirtana reprimands the teachers and children for being poor in English, while also pointing out that the last benchers might be worse. Ronaldo bids adieu to the World Cup after 6 World Cup appearances. The Portuguese legend bows out as Spain knock Portugal out in the round of 16. An emotional Ronaldo says, "It's sad to leave the World Cup. I gave my best." All right, the latest we're tracking this morning, a controversial remark by Karnataka Minister UT Khadar addressing a meeting in Mangaluru. Mr. Khadar said there should be fear among anti-social elements. And he actually referred to the tenure of a former city police commissioner, claiming that criminals were shot in the legs or arms. He also acknowledged that such actions do not fall under the rules of law, but argued that they created a deterrent. Listen in to his full remarks.
ಅವತ್ತು ಸಂದೀಪ್ ಪಾಟೀಲ್ ಇದ್ದಾಗ ಅವ್ರಿಗೆ ಶೂಟೇ ಮಾಡ್ತಿದ್ದು ಮೇ ಬಿ ಔಟ್ ಆಫ್ ಇದು ಏನು ರೂಲ್ಸ್ ಅಂಡ್ ವಿ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಅಂಡರ್ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡ್ ಬಟ್ 4-5 ಆದಾಗ ಐ ವಾಸ್ ಅ ಡಿಸ್ಟ್ರಿಕ್ಟ್ ಮಿನಿಸ್ಟರ್ ಐ ಆಮ್ ಜಸ್ಟ್ ಉದಾಹರಣೆ ಯಾರು ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಹೆಚ್ಚಿ ರೌಡಿಸಮ್ ಡಕೆದೆಲ್ಲ ಮಾಡಿದರೆ ನೇರವಾಗಿ ಶೂಟ್ ಫಾರ್ ದಿ ಲೆಗ್ ಆರ್ ಹ್ಯಾಂಡ್. ನೀವು ನಂಬಲಿಕ್ಕಿಲ್ಲ, ಒಂದು ವಾರ ಎಲ್ಲ ರೌಡಿಗಳು ನಮ್ಮಲ್ಲಿ ಕ್ಯೂ ನಿಂತರು, ಒಂದವ್ರ ತಾಯಿ ಜೊತೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅಥವಾ ಹೆಂಡತಿ ಜೊತೆಯಲ್ಲಿ ಅಥವಾ ಇನ್ನೂ ಮದುವೆ ಆಗೋರ ಜೊತೆಯಲ್ಲಿ. ಒಂದು ಕಮಿಷನರ್ಗೆ ಇಲ್ಲಿ ಇವನೆಲ್ಲ ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾನೆ, ಈಗ ರೌಡಿಸಮ್ ಎಲ್ಲ ಬಿಟ್ಟಿದ್ದಾನೆ, ನಾನೀಗ ಚೆನ್ನಾಗಿದ್ದೆ ಅಂತೇಳಿ ತಾಯಿ ಇನ್ನು ಮುಂದೆ ಆಗುವ ಹೆಂಡತಿ ಬಂದು ಕೂಗುದಿತ್ತು ಅಂದರೆ ಅಷ್ಟು ದೇರ್ ಆ್ಯಂಡ್ ಕೆಲವು. ಸೊ ಆ ರೀತಿ ಒಂದು ಫಿಯರ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ ರೂಲ್ ವಿ ನೀಡ್ ಕಾನೂನು ಕೂಡ ಬೇಕು, ಅದ್ರ ಜೊತೆ ಸ್ವಲ್ಪ ಎಕ್ಸ್ಟ್ರಾ ಫಿಯರ್ ಕೂಡ. ಇಟ್ ಮೇ ಬಿ ನಮ್ಮ ಕೆಲವೊಂದು ರೂಲ್ಸ್ ಅಲ್ಲಿ ನಾಟ್ ಓಪನ್ ಟು ಟೆಲ್ ಆಲ್ಸೋ, ಐ ಕ್ಯಾನ್ ಅಂಡರ್ಸ್ಟ್ಯಾಂಡ್.
Deepak Bopanna is tracking the latest developments for us this morning. He joins us live with further clarity at the moment. Deepak, first, in what context did UT Khader make these remarks? And he has himself acknowledged that such actions don't fall under the rules of law. So has he since clarified or defended his comments?
Well, he himself is saying it, isn't it? That, what he's saying does not fall under the ambit of the law, but he says that it's better to do this. He was, of course, taking part in a meeting, a review meeting of the district. Several officers, including the police commissioner of Mangaluru, was there. And at that point in time, of course, he was asking them about the recent crimes, how many murders, cases of people being, externment of, rowdy sheeters or criminal elements from the district has taken place. And various other the crimes is something that he wanted to know how it has been. Now we should note that as far as Dakshina Kannada, Mangaluru in particular is concerned, there have been a lot of violent crimes in the recent past, communal in nature as well. Now at that, while of course taking stock, he says that during the time of a previous IPS officer Sandeep Patil, there were several people who were shot in the arm and the leg, and he says that this was in a form to deter criminals from actually indulging in criminal activity, to set the fear of the law in them, is what he goes on to say. And he insists that something like this should probably be done, though it's not under the ambit of the law. How activists, former police officers, the opposition here will really look at a statement like this is something that remains to be seen, considering the fact that he himself agrees that this is not under the ambit of the law. But for him to say that this is the only way out, well, does that show, that the police are helpless without using a weapon against, people? And more importantly, has the weapon being used or the gun being used without actually needing it to be used, in many cases, is another question that definitely springs up.
Deepak, as always, thanks so much for joining us with the details and the context. Do stay on with us for the next crucial updates as well. We are tracking a deeply disturbing case from Bengaluru this morning, where what was initially reported as the accidental death of an 11-month-old baby has now become a murder investigation. Police say the child's father first claimed that the infant had fallen from a bed after her mother fell asleep while breastfeeding. But investigators allege that the post-mortem findings, coupled with witness statements and other evidence, did not support that account. In fact, the father has now been arrested while the mother is absconding. Chilling details are coming in. Deepak Bopanna joins us with further clarity at the moment. Deepak, first break down for us what led investigators to move from registering an unnatural death report to filing a murder case against the parents. We are given to understand that the mother is currently absconding while the father has been arrested.
Yes, quite a shocking case to say the least here. 11-month-old child, of course, killed. And at this point in time, the police are saying that initially the incident, of course, was reported on the 9th of June, where they said that the child had fallen off the bed while it was being breastfed by the mother because the mother fell asleep. It was only after the postmortem really came out that the truth here has emerged. Multiple injuries on the body of the child, on the face of the child. Now the police, of course, believe that there is more to it than what meets the eye. They are here, corroborating a lot of evidence, which concludes that on the fateful day, both the parents had an argument. At that point in time, the baby was, thrown to the floor by the mother, and then eventually the father as well, hit the child, and which succumbed. And after which they staged this entire incident to be, something that happened by mistake. And eventually, the postmortem, of course, revealed that there were multiple injury marks which couldn't have been possible by falling off a bed, and especially the bed as well, when they investigated it. He's just about 2 feet, and the kind of injuries that the child had clearly showed that it was impossible. And now the father has been arrested. The mother is on the run, is what the police are telling us. And very soon we could expect, another arrest as well. But the cops, of course, are saying that more evidence needs to be collected in the matter.
All right. We'll, of course, keep tracking how this probe progresses with you, Deepak. Thanks so much. We have another update coming in, Deepak. In fact, a dashcam video that has now gone viral appears to show a family, including children and an elderly woman, being stopped and allegedly assaulted on the Bengaluru-Mysuru expressway near Mandir. This incident it unfolded in full public view, actually, with passing traffic on the highway, as you can see. This clip has emerged from the 5th of July. This dashcam video is now viral. At the moment, this video shows the family being stopped on the busy national highway, following which they are allegedly assaulted in full public view. Deepak joins us with more on this as well. Deepak, what have police confirmed about this incident so far, and have they identified the people seen in this video?
Well, we should note that as far as this viral video is concerned, as of now, the cops, of course, haven't really commented upon it, because the exact reason for the assault is unknown, whether it was a case of a road rage or they had a personal enmity which led them to, of course, go ahead and do something like this is something that we are still awaiting details about. But the video is from a dash cam from a car that was driving right behind, and that has, of course, shown the brutality with which the family was attacked. And this is something that the police will definitely take note of, and investigation could finally reveal what exactly transpired.
All right, we'll of course track this investigation with you as well. As always, Deepak, thanks so much for joining us with all the latest developments this morning. All right, moving on to other big stories we're tracking. A political row has erupted in Tamil Nadu over a video of TVK leader and Minister Kirtana interacting with government school students. The remarks have triggered sharp criticism from the DMK because in that video, Kirtana is seen asking the student questions in English, to which the minister claims that she was unable to answer it. Kirtana said the exchange highlights the poor learning standards in government schools, and the DMK has hit back strongly, accusing Kirtana of humiliating students instead of encouraging them. The DMK has also accused the TVK of making reels for political mileage. Kirtana, though, defended her remarks, saying politics cannot hide the truth about the condition of government schools, and she has accused the DMK government of neglecting public education.
இப்போ இவங்கள்ட்டேமே நான் டைரெக்டாக ஒரு கேள்வி கேட்குறேன். அவங்களால சிம்பிளான இதுமா அவங்க அப்பா என்ன பண்ணுறாங்கன்னா நம்ம கேட்கலாம். அதுவுமே வந்து ஆன்சர் பண்ண முடியும். ரைட்டாக சொல்லுடா, உனக்கு தெரிஞ்சதை சொல்லு. அடிஸ்வர் ஃபாதர் கேட்குறாங்க. நீங்கள் ஒரு கான்வர்சேஷன் இங்கிலீஷில் கிளியரான சென்டென்ஸ் கேட்டால் சொல்லலாம் இல்லைடா. ஃபாதர் என்ன பண்ணுறாங்க? ப்ரொஃபஷன். இது நீங்கள் லாஸ்ட் பெஞ்சில் கேட்கணும்.
Vijay Gopal Muralidharan tracking the latest details joins us live at the moment. Vijay, we've just seen in this video, Kirtana reprimands the teachers and kids for being poor in English, while also pointing out that the last benchers might be worse. Take us through the DMK's detailed response and any other further political reactions coming in this morning.
Parameshwar, that's right. Kirtana inspected a government school in Brihanmumbai district on July 2nd, which had created a huge controversy. Now, the video went viral, and DMK leaders have trained guns against Minister Kirtana, especially the LOP leader, leader of opposition, Udayanidhi Stalin, has called the Minister Kirtana inspection as insensitive. Even former education minister, state education minister, school education minister Anbil Magesh also strongly had criticized the Minister Kirtana inspection, calling it as one should give confidence to students but not rather make the students to feel inferior. The intention behind Minister Kirtana inspection could be like we heard what Kirtana is saying. She said to students, she said to teachers, saying that students should learn English, which will help them giving confidence in future. English is must to get jobs and all. But however, the way she inspected had created huge controversy. DMK and even on social media, many criticism against Minister Kirtana. But however, she defends a move saying that DMK is unnecessarily politicizing the video by sharing the viral video. She also mentioned that the politics is not about hiding the truth. Government schools across Tamil Nadu lacks basic facilities. TVK government will bring real change. But in past 5 years, DMK government didn't do anything for government schools.
All right. Vijay, we have another update coming in this morning. Do stay on with us as I take our viewers through the latest details. After this video of her school inspection sparked criticism on social media, the minister has now issued a second clarification. Take a look at the image that the minister has shared as well. Rejecting allegations that she mocked a government school student, Kirtana has said she herself studied in a government school with Tamil as the medium of instruction. She also responded to criticism of her English, saying she struggled after entering the corporate world, learned the language over time, and continues to do so. In fact, the minister has also questioned her political critics, asking how many of them have enrolled their own children in government schools. Vijay Gopal Muralidharan joins us with further clarity at the moment. Vijay, what's prompted the minister to issue a second clarification?
Parameshwar, from last evening, the video went so viral. Even we saw supporters of TVK themselves question Minister Kirtana, saying that Minister Kirtana's unnecessary inspection bringing bad name to TVK Chief and Chief Minister C. Joseph Vijay. So this had forced Minister Kirtana to come up with a second statement, even after leader of opposition Udayanidhi Stalin calls the Minister Kirtana inspection as insensitive. So she come up with a second statement where she had shared a picture, like viewers able to view that on our screen right now, where she is getting some prize from our teacher, saying that she herself studied in a government school. Even her medium of instruction was, of course, Tamil. And she said when she entered corporate world, she struggled to speak in English, but however, she made mistakes and she learned, and still she continues to learn. She also mentioned there is no shame in learning, in continuing learning with the English language. She also mentioned that she also questioned the critics, saying that how many children of politicians who are criticizing me right now studying in government schools. And even she mentioned that the viral video was not shot by her, as opposition parties calling this as the real politics, real politician. She said, she clarified that was shot by members of media crew members, but not by her. But this is being setting a false narrative being used by opposition parties to create unnecessary controversy. She never mocked any students. She is like she is pointing out the learning gap between government schools and private schools. So she is insisting that government schools should be improved under TVK government, and they will the TVK government will ensure the development of government school and students. Parameshwar.
Which, as always, thank you so much for taking us through the latest details. All right, let's switch tracks now from Maharashtra to Himachal Pradesh and from Jammu and Kashmir to Odisha. Relentless rainfall has disrupted daily life. It's claimed lives and strained transport networks too. In Maharashtra, exceptionally heavy rain has triggered landslides, disrupted rail services between Mumbai and Pune. It's affected flights and forced the closure of key highways as well. Schools and colleges in Mumbai, they will remain shut today after the IMD has issued an orange alert for heavy rain and gusty winds. Amid the heavy downpour, though, a concrete slab collapsed in Mumbai's Borivali, and take a look at the dramatic visuals coming in. While another tree had also collapsed, injuring a pregnant woman in Andheri. The toll of tree collapses in the city has been alarming, with over 1,100 trees collapsing in 6 days. That amounts to nearly 29% more than the previous years in 2025. We know extreme rainfall undoubtedly puts enormous pressure on urban infrastructure. But when similar incidents recur every monsoon, questions inevitably arise about preventive maintenance, about tree audits, structural inspections too, and disaster preparedness. My colleagues Abhishek Avasthi and Tejshi Purandare are tracking the latest details for us. Abhishek joins us live this morning at the moment. Abhishek, to begin with, what is the latest on the situation across Mumbai this morning and which parts of the city remain the most affected?
Definitely for today, orange alert has been announced by the IMD department, and as we speak, since past few hours, rains have halted and smooth operations is visible as we for rail, roads as well as air traffic seems to be normal, and also the prominent hotspots like Dadar, Hindmata, Gandhi Market, King Circle and Andheri subway, which are not waterlogged at this given point of time. So as we speak, the latest forecast that has come at around 7 a.m., which will be there till 3 hours, is of orange warning for Maharashtra, western coast and Mumbai, including Palghar, Thane and nearby areas. But precautionary measures have been taken by the local administration here. BMC, private schools and colleges have been declared holiday today. In fact, private offices have been asked for work from home, and preparedness is there on ground. BMC is on alert mode, and what is predicted is orange alert with strong and heavy winds for today. But as we speak, currently rains have halted from past few hours. Back to you.
That's a sigh of relief, Abhishek. We'll of course track the situation on ground zero with you. Tejshi Purandare also joins us live from Nashik at the moment. Tejshi, take us through the latest weather outlook from the IMD and which regions remain at the highest risk over the next 24 hours.
Well, absolutely. As we continue to report from Nashik, Trambakeshwar remains to be absolutely on high alert, and there are some parts of Nashik as well that they remain to be on high alert as well. And in fact, the downpour has just begun, and what we expect is that the next few hours are going to be really crucial. And the visuals also we'll be showing you. We are on our way to Trambakeshwar, and you can see that the drizzling has just begun. Also, in fact, talking about what the authorities are saying, the authorities actually want to take no chance with the preparedness, and that is why they are completely prepared. They are on a high alert. Yesterday, if we talk about, then the State Minister Girish Mahajan also monitored the situation on ground. The DM was also there on ground, and in fact, remember that the darshan there at Trambakeshwar temple has also been completely suspended. The health department, the NDRF, the SDRF, everybody is on an alert mode, keeping in mind the ground situation. As of now, if we talk about, then yes, since yesterday night, in fact, from 10 p.m. to approximately around 3 a.m. in the morning today, yes, there was a heavy downpour, and then the weather was clear. But now again, we are just observing that the downpour has just begun, and now the heavy rains are expected in Nashik and in the nearby areas as well, especially Trambakeshwar. And these are the visuals that we are giving you from the Nashik city. Now remains to be seen that what actually the preparedness is, but in the visuals you can see actually that the roads, the situation remains to be similar in Nashik as well. We have been questioning the constructions, the roads and the condition like waterlogging happening there in this city, in the financial capital Mumbai. But here also the situation remains to be the same. People have been struggling with poor infrastructure, and of course it will be coming to light, it will be exposed when as and when the heavy downpours will continue. Back to you.
All right, Tejshri and Abhishek, we will of course just revert to you for regular updates. Meanwhile, I must also update our viewers. You remember when Maharashtra Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis inaugurated the missing link on the Mumbai-Pune Expressway? It was back on the 1st of May this year. During the inauguration, we saw the Chief Minister with his deputy Eknath Shinde in the passenger seat. They were seen driving that Mercedes AMG G63. That same 7,000 crore rupee project has crumbled just 9 weeks later. It was actually on the 6th of July, as in yesterday, when a tunnel on the Pune-Mumbai Expressway collapsed, forcing the closure of one lane. In fact, images after that show significant damage at the site. Visuals showed how debris from the collapsed tunnel choked the Pune-Mumbai Expressway. The 6,695 crore rupee project, to be precise, which opened just weeks ago, faced major disruption after that one lane closed, as you can imagine. The 19-kilometer Mumbai-Pune Expressway link was built to bypass the accident-prone Kandhala Ghat and improve safety. Ironically, though, this section of this new corridor collapsed just weeks after opening. This has, of course, now raised major questions for the Maharashtra government. And in the latest, we learned that the Mumbai-bound carriageway of the Mumbai-Pune Expressway missing link section has reopened for traffic. This happened late last night at around 10:30 p.m. Abhishek Avasthi continues to track the latest in Mumbai for us. Teji Purandare joins us live from Nashik. Abhishek, to you first. We're given to understand that this missing link, it reopened late last night at around 10:30. Traffic resumed then. But many say that this Mumbai-Pune Expressway 7,000 crore missing link has actually failed the first monsoon test.
Definitely, and this is one of the important center where we can see the political slugfest yesterday. Mahavikas Aghadi entirely, collectively, Congress, NCP of Sharad Pawar and Sena UBT attacked and targeted the infra man, Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis, and also alleged him and named him as a disaster man after this landslide that completely blocked the newly inaugurated. It's just 9 weeks from the inauguration. It was inaugurated on 1st of May, and this massive landslide that took place has blocked this entire new missing link, or you can say the connecting link. But you know, clearing work was done across the day at a war footing level, and at around 10:30 it was cleared. But still, MSRDC, which is responsible for the maintenance and making of this entire missing connecting link, has advised that people should avoid travel if not necessary from Mumbai to Pune and Pune to Mumbai amid the weather alert of orange alert in this specific region. But definitely the one who faced the heat was the commuters yesterday. Huge traffic jam. But finally at around 10:30, but now monsoon is still there for next 2 to 3 months, and we will have to wait and watch out for how much more test this connecting link, which is said to be an engineering marvel, will face in coming monsoon. Back to you.
Absolutely, Abhishek. We'll continue to track the latest with you as always. Teji continues to be with us from Nashik at the moment. Teji, as Abhishek has briefly pointed out, opposition leaders are continuing to question how a project worth nearly 7,000 crore rupees could face such disruption during its very first monsoon. As we have highlighted, it opened just 9 weeks ago, right?
Willis Parmeshwar, you see, this was a litmus test for the NDA in the state of Maharashtra, particularly if we talk about Mumbai and BMC for that matter as well, which in fact is now with the BJP. So now questions will definitely be raised that when thousands of crores of budget was
in fact,
allotted
we have
to
other
the
crucial
BMC,
updates coming in. We're just going to revert to you in a few moments. I sincerely apologize for that disruption. Let's just turn our attention to the latest as far as the Ram Mandir theft case is concerned. Well, as far as the Ram Temple embezzlement case is concerned, the probe is widening and major revelations have come to light during this current probe. As per our sources, 6 out of the 8 accused began stealing currency within 2 to 3 months of joining. The accused initially stole a couple of 500 rupee notes, concealed them in their clothes and left the temple after their duties. The accused have revealed that they had stolen approximately 2 to 3 crore rupees so far. Meanwhile, the trust accepted the resignations of General Secretary Champat Rai and the trustee Anil Mishra, appointed Krishna Mohan as the interim General Secretary and announced the appointment of a Chief Executive Officer. The trust has also made the interim SIT report public, you must note, and that report fixes supervisory accountability on former trustee Anil Mishra, alleging that he failed to ensure the effective implementation of security protocols.
मैं चंपता जी के बारे में बोल सकता हूं। माननीय चंपता जी को मैं 32 वर्षों से जानता हूं और उनकी भूल यही है कि उन्होंने अपने समीप के लोगों पर अति विश्वास किया। उनका चरित्र, उनका जीवन, उनका त्याग, उनकी तपस्या, राम जन्मभूमि का आंदोलन कभी कोई नहीं जानता था। तब से यहाँ पर बैठ करके उन्होंने इस काम को गति दी है। इसलिए उनके त्यागपूर्ण जीवन का हम लोग कभी भी अनादर नहीं करते हैं। इस बात को ध्यान में लीजिएगा। हम तो उनके लिए अत्यंत आदर की भावना रखते हैं। उन्होंने स्वयं इस बात को हमें मूल क्लॉजेस को पढ़ करके दिखा करके समझाया कि यू हैव गॉट नो चॉइस। जब ये त्यागपत्र दे दिया है तो आपको उसको स्वीकार करना अस्वीकार करना ये बात आपके हाथ में नहीं है। अब उसको हम लोगों को मान ही लेना चाहिए। ऐसी स्थिति में और हम लोगों ने उसका स्वीकार भी कर लिया। उस समय हमने चंपता जी के द्वारा की गई सेवा का अभिनंदन भी किया। ऐसा निश्चित हुआ है कि न्यासी मंडल तो पूर्ण होगा, लेकिन 3 लोगों की हमने नियुक्ति की है जो हम लोगों को 3 नाम प्रस्तुत करेंगे। ये न्यायमूर्ति प्रदीप कोहली जो सेवानिवृत्त है, लेफ्टिनेंट जनरल विष्णुकांत चतुर्वेदी जो सेवानिवृत्त है और जिन्होंने 10 वर्षों तक शिरडी का संस्थान पूरा सफलता के साथ चलाया, ऐसे सुरेश जी हावरे। इन तीनों की कमेटी हम निश्चित कर चुके हैं और ये तीनों अलग अलग लोगों के इंटरव्यू लेकर के और हम लोगों के पास नाम देंगे। उन 3 नामों में से हम उसका चयन करेंगे। यह काम कोई एक व्यक्ति नहीं करेगा, ये अनुभवी लोगों की कमेटी ये काम करेगी।
ऐसी वाली थी, सब इसी वाली थी, तो स्वीकार हो गया। सोना चांदी मामा बताए थे, वो सोना चांदी सब साबित होगा, सब है, सुनिश्चित है।
My colleague Ajay Dubey is tracking the latest developments for us. He joins us live from Lucknow this morning. Ajay, the SIT flags security lapses. We've seen around 70 suspicious incidents. But it also found no prima facie evidence to support claims circulating on social media that silver bricks or other valuable offerings were missing. Take us through the key takeaways at the moment.
See, definitely that was the reason when Govind Dev Giri was doing his press conference, he was showing all the important metal related evidences. There was a paduka, there was other jewelries also, and they are also claiming that if anyone is having this confusion or any such thought in their mind that their jewelry is stolen, they should come and check with the trust members. So this is what happened, and regarding the metals, things are fine. That is what Govind Dev Giri informed that gold and silver is totally safe. What donation they have received, they have given the record or regarding to that donation. So jewelries are totally safe. And regarding the cash, what we have been informed for the SIT that it is related with the 6 individuals. They took money from the process, and later on it is now closer to approximately 2 to 3 crore rupees. That is what we are being informed by the trustee sources.
All right, we'll continue to track the finer developments. Do stay on with us to take us through the latest political reactions as well, Ajay. Meanwhile, a big political storm has broken out over the Shri Ram Janmabhoomi Tirth Kshetra Trust, barely hours after it accepted the resignations of Champat Rai and Anil Mishra. Calling them piecemeal resignations, Pawan Khera of the Congress demanded that every member of the trust be probed. Mr. Khera further said that responsibility must be fixed right up to Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Meanwhile, the Uttar Pradesh Congress chief Ajay Rai is naming names, demanding action against Treasurer Govind Giri and Gopal Rao as well. And the Samajwadi Party has also joined in, with leaders asking who will ultimately be held accountable for the trust's functioning. The BJP, however, said that the trust decision is its own, insisting this is a matter of faith that shouldn't be politicized.
ये निश्चित तौर से हम सब की जीत है, देशवासियों की जीत है, सनातनियों की जीत है, क्योंकि ऐसे चोर लोग जो भगवान का चढ़ावा का पैसा खा रहे थे, और इसमें 2 ही नहीं, अभी बाकी हैं इसमें गोविंद गिरी जो उसके कोषाध्यक्ष है, बिना ट्रेजरार की जानकारी में पैसा कैसे चोरी होगा? गोविंद गिरी का इसमें इनके ऊपर मुकदमा होना चाहिए, इनको बर्खास्त करना चाहिए। और जो उसमें राव है, वो गोपाल राव, उनके ऊपर कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए और निपेंद्र मिश्रा को तत्काल इस्तीफा देना चाहिए, उनके खिलाफ जांच बैठनी चाहिए। और मैं इतना ही कहना चाहूंगा कि ये निश्चित तौर से आज जो हम लोगों ने इस मुद्दे को उठाया है, हम लोगों की जीत है।
So all those people who are defending the actions of Champat Rai and the trust, will they admit that this acceptance of their resignation is an admission of guilt? The fact that there was dacoity in the trust stands proved today, endorsed today by these resignations. But the fact of the matter is that people who are replacing these people do not have a very clean track record.
करोड़ों उन मूल निवासी हिंदुस्तानियों की जो भारत से अपना रिश्ता जोड़ते हैं, दुनिया के किसी हिस्से में रहते हैं, किसी भी दुनिया के हिस्से में रहते हैं, उनकी आत्मा को, उनके जज्बात, उनकी भावनाओं को जो ठेस और सदमा पहुंचा है उसकी तलाफी, उसकी भरपाई का होना मुश्किल है।
बड़े पैमाने पे सोना चोरी हो गया है, चांदी चोरी हो गए, लोगों ने इतने बड़े पैमाने में चढ़ावा जो किया है वो सब गया कहाँ? उसका पहले जांच तो करो ना। उसका ठीक जांच ही नहीं होगा, सब मिली जुली भगत है। ऐसा मैं एक आपको उदाहरण देता हूँ कि सोमनाथ का मंदिर कितने लूटा आपको मालूम है? सोमनाथ का मंदिर गजनवी ने लूटा। गजनवी कौन था? राजा था। और राजा लूटने के लिए नहीं गया, उसके सैनिक गए होंगे, उसके लोग गए होंगे। अभी इस देश का राजा कौन है? मोदी जी इसकी जिम्मेदारी लेनी चाहिए ना।
आज ट्रस्ट की बैठक में कुछ महत्वपूर्ण निर्णय लिए गए, लेकिन ये बड़ी सुखद बात है कि जितने भी निर्णय लिए गए वो सर्वसम्मति से लिए गए। चंपत जी और अनिल जी का त्यागपत्र स्वीकार कर लिया गया और ये कहा गया कि उनके ऊपर व्यक्तिगत आरोप न होते हुए भी उन्होंने नैतिकता का ध्यान रखते हुए त्यागपत्र दिया है। कोई ये ना कह सके कि वो जांच को प्रभावित करना चाहते हैं, इसलिए हम उनका त्यागपत्र स्वीकार कर रहे हैं। और इसी से जुड़ा हुआ दूसरा महत्वपूर्ण निर्णय लिया, एक अन्य ट्रस्टी श्री कृष्ण मोहन जी को यह कहा गया कि आप कार्यवाहक महामंत्री के रूप में काम करें।
देखिए, समाजवादी पार्टी समझती है कि जिस ट्रस्ट को पहले ही कार्रवाई करनी चाहिए थी वो कार्रवाई नहीं हुई और ये सब कुछ चलता रहा और उसके बाद भी कोई कार्रवाई हुई नहीं। आदरणीय राष्ट्रीय अध्यक्ष समाजवादी पार्टी ने जब इस मुद्दे को उठाया, जो करोड़ों करोड़ों सनातन धर्म के मानने वालों की आस्था से जुड़ा हुआ मुद्दा था, तो समाजवादी पार्टी समझती कि ये इस्तीफे पहले हो जाने चाहिए थे और कमेटी को ही इस पर कार्रवाई कर लेनी चाहिए थी। लेकिन इंतजार किया गया, इस्तीफे मांगे गए, फिर इस्तीफे होते हैं, लेकिन क्या कार्रवाई होगी, ये बड़ा सवाल है। और कार्रवाई कौन करेगा, ये भी बड़ा सवाल है।
मैं समझता हूँ ये श्रद्धा का केंद्र है, इसको राजनीति से दूर रखना चाहिए। मैंने कहा ना कि गणना संबंधी जो भी विसंगति है, त्रुटि है, गड़बड़ी है, कठोर नहीं, कठोर से भी कठोर दंड मिलना चाहिए।
Right. Ajay Dubey joins us with the latest on the latest political reactions coming in as well. Ajay, the Samajwadi Party questioning who will ultimately be held accountable for the trust functioning, while the Congress saying these are only piecemeal resignations, demanding a wider Supreme Court monitored probe.
See, from the very first day, this political discussion regarding the issue started when Akhilesh Yadav took this issue. He posted first on social media, later on in his press conference also, and then the trust decided to ask Chief Minister for the SIT investigation. And continuously, this issue is a challenge for BJP. Opposition is targeting BJP related with this issue. Each and every day, Akhilesh Yadav is continuously posting on X, on Facebook, on other platforms, in his press conferences also, targeting BJP for this thing. And one more big information we have given that they will do investigation on this issue.
Ajay, as always, we'll continue to track the latest with you. Thanks so much for joining us. On that note, let's turn our attention now to the latest updates coming in from Punjab. The ongoing rift in the Punjab Congress seems to have widened as several senior leaders, including Gurdaspur MP Sukhjinder Singh Randhawa, former Chief Minister Charanjit Singh Channi, Pargat Singh and Sangat Singh closed ranks at a meeting in Mohali to oppose the continuation of Amrinder Singh Raja Varing as the Punjab Pradesh Congress Committee Chief. Now seen as yet another move to strengthen their position against Varing, this meeting, which is said to be a secret meeting, took place hours before the AICC General Secretary in charge of Punjab, Bhupesh Baghel, landed in Chandigarh to diffuse the growing factionalism over the PPCC reshuffle. But now, the Punjab LOP is denying any sort of infighting, saying that there is dissatisfaction over new appointments, but that they are working as brothers, they are working in unity. We have a crucial reaction lined up for you. Listen in to what Amrinder Singh Raja Varing has to say, followed by Pratap Singh Bajwa's reaction, and then we'll get an update from Mohammad Ghazali.
देखो बार बार तुसी एक ही गल नूं मैं बहुत बारी एक गल कहती, हर व्यक्ति नूं हक है अगर कोई 4 व्यक्ति इकट्ठे होंदे है किते या 10 व्यक्ति इकट्ठे होंदे है अपनी कोई मीटिंग करदे आ तां इहदे च कोई गलत गल नहीं है। दूसरी गल ਇਹ ਆਮ ਆਦਮੀ ਪਾਰਟੀ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ, ਇਹ ਵਿਚਾਰਧਾਰਾ ਦੀ ਪਾਰਟੀ ਹੈ। ਕਾਂਗਰਸ ਪਾਰਟੀ ਦਾ ਇੱਕ ਵੀ ਵਿਅਕਤੀ, ਇੱਕ ਵੀ ਬਸ਼ਿੰਦਾ ਪਾਰਟੀ ਛੱਡ ਕੇ ਨਹੀਂ ਗਿਆ ਹੈ। ਇੱਥੇ ਉਹ ਪਾਰਟੀਆਂ ਨੇ, ਆਮ ਆਦਮੀ ਪਾਰਟੀ, ਜਿਨ੍ਹਾਂ ਦੇ 6-6 ਰਾਜਾ ਸਾਹਿਬਾ ਮੈਂਬਰ ਚਲੇ ਗਏ ਨੇ।
There is a bit of dissatisfaction among some of the leaders. They were expecting something else, and something else came out of whatever has happened. I was asked to step aside in favor of Captain Amarinder Singh. I did that because I felt we had lost twice in a row. 2007 to 12 and 12 to 17, we were out of power. I felt if our differences still existed, Congress will not stand a chance the third term too. So I stepped aside and Captain came in and the Congress came in. I appealed to my brothers, my colleagues is, for God's sake, we need to save the state, we need to save the party. And whatever the party high commanders said, if there are minor differences, we'll get them ironed out. It's nothing it's not something which cannot be sorted out. So my plea and I urge all my colleagues to let's get together. See, I am the senior most congressman in the state. I'm the senior most.
My colleague Mohammad Ghazali is tracking all that's unfolding behind the scenes. He joins us with all the details we need to know. Ghazali, what do we know about this meeting in Mohali, first of all? And Raja Vading denying any infighting, while Pratap Singh Bajwa has acknowledged dissatisfaction. So how should we read these seemingly different public positions?
See, there is clearly two camps in Punjab Congress, and that has always existed for the last many decades. But in the last 5 years, there has been resentment among the Punjab Congress leaders who were to replace the Punjab president, the Congress president, Mr. Amarinder Singh Raja Vading. But when the new appointment list came out just a couple of days ago, Raja Vading prevailed. He continued to be the state president, and after that, Mr. Channi and many other sitting MLAs and ex-MLAs and ex-ministers, they all sat down, held multiple round of meetings. And yesterday's meeting was very crucial because that was a kind of a show of his strength from Mr. Channi. He appears to be one of the key anchor of that meeting because he was expecting that he would be appointed the state president, but that didn't happen. He was appointed the chairman of the campaign committee and all. But why yesterday's meeting was important, because Mr. Baghel, the Punjab affairs in charge, was rushed to Punjab to do some firefighting, and hours before his arrival, this meeting was held. And after that, be it Mr. Channi, be it Mr. Raja Vading or Mr. Baghel, they all gave different statements saying that we will end our differences. LOP, Mr. Pratap Bajwa, who happens to be the senior most Congress leader in Punjab, in the Punjab Assembly as well as in the team, he said that there is dissatisfaction among the members of the Congress. He said that I am the most senior member of the Congress party here, and it is my duty, or I have taken upon myself to bridge the gap between the two parties. But it will have to be seen that whether this becomes a big challenge for the Punjab Congress before the upcoming elections, or whether they will be able to bridge this gap. But that certainly shows that Congress is going on its own suicidal path, like what they did back in 2021, 5 years ago, when they had appointed Mr. Navjot Singh Sidhu as Congress president, and how Mr. Channi was appointed as a chief minister by replacing Mr. Captain Amarinder Singh. So it's a kind of a deja vu for Congress, but we'll have to see whether this time around the results will be different or not.
Well, indeed, and we'll track all the finer developments with you, Ghazali. Thanks so much as always. Well, 3 days of public mourning, meanwhile, in Tehran for its slain supreme leader ended with a major political spectacle the men now in charge wanted the world to see. Thousands of mourners gathered in the capital for days-long ceremony. In fact, Ayatollah Khomeini's coffin was transported through the capital as part of 6 days of official mourning ceremonies. The events will conclude with Khomeini's burial in his hometown of Mashhad on Thursday. But you have to note that many have also stayed away, hurting from 2 wars in less than a year, inflation spiraling at around 80%, and the pain of January's anti-government protests.
Mourning turned to fury on the streets of Tehran on Monday as Iran staged the largest day yet of a 6-day state funeral for its slain supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. Weeping crowds packed Islamic Revolution Square and lined the procession route as truck carried Khamenei's flag-draped coffin alongside those of family members killed in the February 28 airstrike that ignited the war with Israel and the United States.
که می‌خوایم نشون بدیم خونش راهش ادامه داره و همه این مردم تک تک این مردم با مشت گره کرده راهش رو ادامه میدن و انتقامش رو هم به زودی حتما از آمریکا و اسرائیل خواهیم گرفت.
Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian was seen at the funeral procession for late Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei on Monday. Anger at Washington was also on open display. Banners threatening President Trump, an effigy of him being hanged along the procession route, and chants of death to America and death to Israel echoing through the square.
اسرائیل و آمریکا هر کسی که کوچکترین چشمی به این کشور داره بدانه که ما از بچه تا پیرمرد تا سالمند همه پای این نظام هستیم. نمیتونه نگاه چپ به این کشور بکنه. ما تا پای جانمون تا آخرین قطره خونمون برای این کشور هستیم و میجنگیم و نمیذاریم کوچکتر یک وجب از این خاک کم بشه.
The procession will continue to Qom on Tuesday, then travel to Najaf and Karbala in Iraq, before Khamenei is laid to rest on Thursday in his hometown of Mashhad. Bureau Report, NDTV World.
Well, Ali Khamenei's coffin, draped in the Iranian flag and topped with a black turban, was placed alongside the coffins of 4 relatives who were also killed in the February strikes. Among them was an infant granddaughter. My colleague Nazir Masoodi is reporting from Ground Zero. Take a look at this report he sent across.
Well, this historic funeral redefines Iran and reimagines Iran. It also reimagines the institution of Ayatollah. And it also shows how, despite wars and all the adversities, challenges, how Iran has managed to be one its people. And here, millions of people are participating in the funeral, in the procession of Ayatollah Sayyid Ali Khamenei. This is the track which is carrying the coffin of Ayatollah Sayyid Ali Khamenei. Yesterday, his Janaza Namaz funeral prayers were held at Musalla Grand Musalla. Today, it is the procession and millions of people. No one can actually count how many. Actually, the Ayatollah Khamenei, he has redefined Iran. He has given it military, he has given it a society, he has given it a religious identity. They are so proud of, and that unites them. At the time when they faced the onslaught on February 28, when Ayatollah Sayyid Ali Khamenei was killed, it appeared perhaps everything is finishing. Iran is finished. But 4 months on, we have seen things have changed, and Iran is actually reimagining itself, asserting its authority in the Middle East, and effectively controlling Hormuz. So this funeral procession and the journey between Ayatollah Khamenei's death and his funeral procession redefines Iran, or defines Iran. And Iran is clearly showing it through the participation of millions here in Tehran and other parts of Iran, but also the way representatives from more than 100 countries came to Tehran and paid homage to Ayatollah Sayyid Ali Khamenei.
Meanwhile, as the death and historic funeral of Ayatollah Khamenei redefines Iran, Nazir Masoodi continues to track the ground sentiment and what's unfolding on Ground Zero. Here's another report of Tehran's grand funeral procession. Take a look.
Well, Ayatollah Sayyid Ali Khamenei's funeral procession is going on here in Tehran. Right now, it has reached Azadi Square of Tehran. Millions of people are marching with this funeral for the former supreme leader. It clearly shows it's not just a leader. It has a huge reverence among the people, and we can see it here. Millions of people are marching with this procession, paying homage to their leader, to their late leader who they loved the most. And it is a procession. Let me show you the truck which is carrying actually the coffin of Ayatollah Sayyid Ali Khamenei and his family. Look at this is the truck. Let me keep it. This is the truck. And it has already crossed like 20 kilometers in Tehran. There are massive security around, not just on the ground, but also their aerial surveillance constantly. A number of helicopters and drones are maintaining aerial surveillance of this area. Remember, when you have such a massive crowd and you have such a massive event, look at this, and people crying, seeing their leader, but at the same time, while they are crying, while they are mourning, they actually are talking also about revenge. Intikam, everywhere. Look at this is, again, let me show. This is Ayatollah Sayyid Ali Khamenei's funeral procession, which is taking...
1 second. All right, let's turn our attention to visuals just coming in of the Prime Minister in Indonesia at the moment. Let's take a look at the visuals coming in live currently. The Prime Minister's Indonesia visit is expected to strengthen bilateral ties, as we have been reporting, with progress anticipated on the BrahMos missile deal and cooperation in defense, trade and critical minerals. This is Prime Minister Modi's 4th visit to Indonesia, his first state visit since the year 2018, signaling the growing relevance of the relationship actually to India. This is going to be an action-packed schedule for our Prime Minister. It's a 6-day visit to Indonesia, Australia and New Zealand until the 11th of this month, and it's best viewed together rather than as 3 separate bilateral visits, as many geopolitical analysts will tell you. But let's just listen in to what's happening on ground zero. Well, as you have just seen, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has been accorded a ceremonial welcome in Jakarta as he begins the first leg of a three-nation tour that will also take him to Australia and New Zealand. Rishabh Pratap Singh is tracking the latest details for us. He joins us live at the moment. Rishabh, along with the plan of action for the day, also take us through the tangible deliverables as far as this touchdown is concerned. We know Indonesia is not merely an ASEAN partner, but a pivotal Indo-Pacific state.
Well, see, Parmeshwar, if we talk about Indonesia, Indonesia is a very, very important partner that India have in the region. And importance can be seen, if you remember, in 2023, just hours ahead of G20 summit that India was hosting, where you had the who's and who among the world leaders descending to New Delhi. Prime Minister decided that he will go even for hours to Indonesia and attend the ASEAN summit, the East Asia ASEAN summit hosted by Indonesia. That showcases the importance India accords to Indonesia. This is the fourth visit for the Prime Minister, and this is the first time Prime Minister is visiting Indonesia in a bilateral setup after elevating the ties to strategic partnership. Now, what's on the table? India and Indonesia are talking about maritime security. India and Indonesia are talking about defense. India and Indonesia are also talking about BrahMos. BrahMos, again, is one weapon that India has shown the mantle with. During Operation Sindoor, the BrahMos head actually brought the adversaries on their knees, and now the world recognizes the potency of BrahMos, and that's why on the table, Indonesia is very much interested in purchasing BrahMos from India, so that will also be on the table. Apart from that, if we talk about other such issues, be it the DPI, be it if we talk about outreach in the region, Myanmar, all these issues would be discussed once the leaders meet for the bilateral setup.
And we'll track all the finer details with you, Rishabh. For now, we're slipping into a very quick break. We're back in a moment with the latest on what's unfolding in Jakarta, in our country and around the world.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
हिंदुस्तान मिले हिंदुस्तान से
देश का टायर जेके टायर
where the software engineer meets the gifted content writer to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University.
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा क्या स्वाद है? अरे मेरे राजा सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
Literally go from the man on the outside looking in now to the man on the inside looking out.
I think that was one of my biggest drivers to become an astronaut.
Iron Man, Kokoro, how does that prepare the body for something with no finish line?
I would say it prepares the mind more than it prepares the body. I live right next to NDTV in Greater Kailash in New Delhi.
What would the young man in India say if he could see you right now?
I'll be up there soon with you.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
India Inc.'s most respected names chose India Inc.'s best and brightest.
These kind of awards and jury lineup, you are truly giving it the right weightage.
I think it's heartening to see talent that there is across India Inc.
We should be awarding companies and individuals who have focused not only on growth but also on bringing good governance.
Be part of jury and vote on the people, the men, the women, the companies in India who have the right stuff is a great opportunity for us.
For us, the biggest thing is trust. That's what we provide.
We need leaders in India that can help take India being a global superpower.
We've got a fantastic jury, and we've left all decisions to the wisdom of the jury.
Who will earn India's top business honors? Find out at the NDTV Profit Business Leadership Awards.
मीठा या नमकीन, चाहे जैसे खाओ, 100% सूजी से बनी आर प्योर वर्मिसेली, स्वादिष्ट, सेहतमंद, हर रोज.
Where the software engineer meets the cool UI UX designer to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University.
This is the show where we bring you all the hot and happenings from the world of entertainment and lifestyle.
Really?
Fashion that made you gag. Films that made you fangirl. Art that made it to the gram, and trends that kept us with the program. Hello and welcome to a brand new show. I am your host Mayank Chaudhary and this is Limelight.
Launch control 0 to 100.
This isn't just about cars and bikes. This is about how you move.
This car makes no sense, yet it makes every sense.
What we are sitting inside is a Joby-powered air taxi. Your friend said, "Ye le le." We said, maybe not. Hi, my name is Siddharth Sharma. I'm your NDTV Automate, your ultimate guide into the world of automobiles and mobility.
When others are warming up, I'm raring to go. The stories that matter, the stories that shape your life.
Hello and welcome to Watching Prime 5 with me, Raisha Sehgal. What's happening? How to?
The show that sets the prime time agenda.
We'll be deep diving into this topic to tell you what's at stake.
Join me, Raisha Sehgal, on Prime 5, only on NDTV 24/7.
Straight from the heart of the newsroom to the core of the stories shaping your world. Join me, Gargi Raut, as I track all the developments as they break. Live from the NDTV newsroom, weekdays at 4 p.m.
India Inc.'s most respected names chose India Inc.'s best and brightest.
These kind of awards and jury lineup, you are truly giving it the right weightage.
The eminent juries who are here, and that itself speaks for the commitment towards highlighting the advantage which India is having. What I'm looking for in this is that we should be awarding companies and individuals who have focused not only on growth but also on bringing good governance.
Be part of the jury and vote on.
Well, Prime Minister Narendra Modi has been accorded a ceremonial welcome in Jakarta as he begins the first leg of a three-nation tour that will also take him to Australia and New Zealand. But you know, this visit to Indonesia is expected to go well beyond ceremonial and diplomacy. Talks are likely to focus on strengthening cooperation in defense, maritime security, trade, critical minerals and supply chains, all areas that have acquired greater strategic importance in the Indo-Pacific. Several agreements are expected to be signed as well, and negotiations on Indonesia's proposed acquisition of the BrahMos missile system are understood to be at an advanced stage. These are the visuals coming in live from Jakarta at the moment. You must also note that the timing of this visit is very significant. Indonesia sits astride some of the world's busiest sea lanes, making it a key maritime partner for India. And as strategic competition in the Indo-Pacific intensifies, New Delhi is seeking to deepen partnerships with countries that are central to regional stability and, of course, economic connectivity. A ceremonial welcome for our Prime Minister in Jakarta during this three-nation tour that will also take him to Australia and New Zealand. My colleague Aditya Raj Kaul has been tracking the latest developments for us. He joins us live this morning with the clarity we need. Aditya, to begin with, Walk us through today's program. Beyond the ceremonial welcome we are seeing, what are the key engagements lined up between Prime Minister Modi and the Indonesian leadership?
Well, what we are witnessing, Parmeshwar, right now is a massive, unprecedented welcome of Prime Minister Narendra Modi. This is a ceremonial welcome that is taking place. You can see the Army, the Navy and the Air Force of Indonesia in massive numbers welcoming. This is the official welcome, but this is unprecedented in many ways. Normally and usually such a massive welcome does not take place. You're seeing the President of Indonesia along with Prime Minister. There are and the Indonesia president is with the Prime Minister. He was yesterday at the airport also as a special gesture with 4 other cabinet ministers. Now, after the ceremonial welcome, there will be a bilateral meeting between the president and the Prime Minister. The review of the bilateral ties will take place from trade to defense to technology, artificial intelligence, and some very key issues like critical minerals. Digital public infrastructure will be discussed in detail. But you spoke about the schedule. I'll briefly tell you that today is a busy day. It's the very first day of the 3-nation tour where Prime Minister, apart from the bilateral ties, will be also addressing the Parliament of Indonesia. And after addressing the Parliament, he will be addressing the Indian diaspora, the Indian community in Indonesia. And tomorrow is the day when Prime Minister will be, visiting a very important and critical temple town of Indonesia, that is Yogyakarta. So clearly, it's a very busy schedule over the next 2 days for the Prime Minister, after which he heads to Australia and New Zealand. Right. But Indonesia and India are very important, partners when it comes to maritime security, when it comes to the Indo-Pacific strategy, but also ASEAN as well as G20.
Well, Aditya, defense cooperation, we are given to understand, is expected to be high on the agenda. But tell us, how close are India and Indonesia to finalizing the proposed BrahMos missile deal?
Well, yes, BrahMos is a very important component of the defense partnership, and it will not be only BrahMos, but it will be BrahMos Plus. This is the exact word that we heard from Sandeep Chakrabarti, who spoke exclusively to NDTV yesterday, that is the Indian ambassador to Jakarta. And Sandeep Chakrabarti said that in the defense modernization of Indonesia, India will play a very critical role. Apart from that, digital public infrastructure, Open Indonesia Network is something that India will be playing key role in as well. Apart from that, the UPI, which is a success story of India, could possibly see an integration in the coming months and years in Indonesia. India is already at an advanced stage of talks, not just in terms of the defense deals, BrahMos Plus, as well as the digital public infrastructure and the UPI. When we speak about the defense ties, of course, as I said, there is the key element of the Malacca Straits, of course, and apart from that, on the BrahMos Plus, because BrahMos was a significant success in India's Operation Sindoor against Pakistan, and that's why there are several countries that are eager to explore the possibility of getting the BrahMos deal with India as soon as possible. So yes, there will be BrahMos that will be discussed, but apart from BrahMos, there could be more element of defense modernization where India will be playing a key role. There could be some surprises in store as well. That's what Sandeep Chakrabarti also mentioned. Some surprise announcements post the bilateral meeting that will be taking place in a few minutes from now. There's a big handshake and hugs taking place with the entire cabinet of Indonesia right now. Prime Minister interacting with the cabinet members at this moment in Jakarta, and soon the bilateral talks will be beginning officially. There's a large component of the Indian government also there, along with the Prime Minister, to discuss this and also pave the next level of the strategic partnership with Indonesia.
Well, it seems like quite the jovial morning in Jakarta. As Aditya's reporting, India's ambassador to Indonesia, you must note, Sandeep Chakrabarti, said negotiations on Indonesia's acquisition of the BrahMos missile system have reached an advanced stage, and expressed optimism as well that the Prime Minister's visit would bring good news on the matter. Aditya, for a moment here, I want to focus on maritime security. Well, maritime security has become an increasingly important pillar of this relationship. But as far as practical cooperation is concerned, what are the two sides looking at, particularly in the Indo-Pacific and around key sea lanes?
Well, Parmeshwar, what we have witnessed over the last few months is the blockage of the Strait of Hormuz, and that is a disturbing development for anybody who's been speaking about resilient supply chains, about stabilizing energy prices, etc. Now, India has certainly played a very critical role when it comes to stabilizing the energy prices globally. US had also asked India to, buy oil from Russia, to stabilize these prices. Now, Indian Ambassador Sandeep Chakravarti also mentioned that India is mindful of the fact, Indonesia is also mindful of the fact that what happened at the Strait of Hormuz and do not want a similar situation to happen in Southeast Asia, in South Asia. And that's why we continue to reaffirm about the resilient supply chains, about connectivity, about energy sourcing, etc., as well as critical minerals. Remember, India, Australia, several other countries are also part of the Pax Silica. And that's why in this part of the world, when it comes to the Indo-Pacific strategy, both India and Indonesia are going to reaffirm their commitment to open, sea lanes, to free navigation for any kind of commercial shipping that will continue. Also, what we have witnessed recently is that US has also changed the name of the Indo-Pacific to Pacific.
Correct.
And that's why many are questioning whether Quad is as relevant as it was earlier. But Indonesia becomes a very important partner, has been a very important partner when it comes to the Indo-Pacific strategy, maritime security, and that's what would be reaffirmed in many ways, and that commitment will continue to another level. For the security and the defense of Indonesia, India is very much committed and will be helping Indonesia as much as possible to modernize their defense forces, and that's why this meeting is very critical. And there is a step-by-step increase in the development of the relationship that is clearly taking place. So this also reflects India's Act East policy, which is very much vibrant at this particular stage, apart from the Indo-Pacific strategy. And Indonesia is a very, very key component when it comes to ASEAN and G20 as well.
Correct.
Remember, lastly, it was in Indonesia just a few years ago that Prime Minister at the G20 had mentioned that this is not an era of war. And that is something that has resonated globally, even though the Russia-Ukraine war continues right now. There's no permanent solution or a ceasefire that's been arrived at. But globally, countries are increasingly realizing that this is certainly not an era of war. Solutions cannot be found in the battlefield. There should be only dialogue and diplomacy. So I think Indonesia is a very important strategic partner when it comes to Southeast Asia, and this relationship is only going to blossom further.
Speaking of this relationship blossoming further, we also have to address the fact that China is Indonesia's largest trading partner. So Aditya, while India is seeking to expand our strategic footprint, how does Jakarta balance those competing realities?
Well, even as we get these warm visuals of Prime Minister hugging the Indonesian president, and that says a lot in many ways. And the kind of mammoth reception that Prime Minister Modi received in Jakarta this morning at the ceremonial welcome clearly is indicative of the fact how India and Indonesia relationship is growing step by step. But as I said, there could be some surprises in store. You are very much right in putting that question on China. But increasingly, countries are also apprehensive about the relationship with China, about de-risking, about the way China has up the debt crisis that many countries have arrived at because of the Chinese investment. And that's why India arrives on the map as a trusted partner. In the last 1 year, ever since Trump imposed tariffs and there has been an economic turbulence, many countries, many groupings have looked towards India. For instance, the United Kingdom, the New Zealand, also European Union, Oman. There are other countries like Canada and Israel also inching towards a trade pact, towards an FTA with India. That's not only because India, can provide scale and the zeal and the kind of environment for manufacturing, also because India is trusted. It has a democracy, and Indian leadership and the Indian people be trusted. Similarly, there are business opportunities. The people of India are a great talent pool when it comes to technology, etc. And India has a lot to offer. And that's why countries like India would prefer to partner with India when it comes to trade, when it comes to technology, but mostly when it comes to security and defense, because that seems to be the top priority at this moment when there's a global turbulence, when the Strait of Hormuz continues to be blocked in many ways, and also there's no permanent solution to the West Asia crisis or the Russia-Ukraine war. So in terms of this part of the world, Indonesia is very critical to India's Act East policy, to India's Indo-Pacific strategy.
Of course.
And as of now, Indonesia and India look, on critical issues on the same page. Critical minerals, in fact, is a very important, vast area. Indonesia is full of critical minerals, and that's why there could be a possibility of signing of some agreements or some understanding on critical minerals as well.
Right. And also, Aditya, supply chains become a geopolitical issue. Break down for our viewers, where do India and Indonesia complement each other?
Well, on several issues, as I said, there's hardly any issue or any major domain area where both these countries are not on the same page. It's just about expanding their vision for their respective people, and that's why India will play a critical role in Indonesia. There's already a trade, that is undergoing a massive change, a massive increase. Apart from that, defense and technology, also artificial intelligence, digital public infrastructure, UPI are big stories that could be reflected in Indonesia also, where India, Indian companies, Indian government will play a very, very critical role. Also, there is soft power, which shouldn't be forgotten.
All right, we're just going to get in touch with Aditya once again. We sincerely apologize for losing that connection. But this is the first stop of a three-nation tour that also includes Australia and New Zealand. Our Prime Minister has an action-packed schedule for the day. But you have to note that Prime Minister Modi's visit to Indonesia comes at a moment when the Indo-Pacific is being shaped as much by economics as by security. India and Indonesia already share a comprehensive strategic partnership. But this visit that you see unfolding, warm visuals coming in as well, that highlights that this relationship is being prioritized. And in fact, I must also inform you that this visit is expected to push the relationship into more operational territory. Defense cooperation, maritime security, critical minerals, resilient supply chains, and connectivity are all expected to feature prominently in these discussions. In fact, Aditya Raj Kaul had spoken to Sandeep Chakravarti, India's ambassador to Jakarta, about the deliverables of this visit and what we can expect in tangible terms too. Listen in to what he told NDTV earlier.
One of the high points in the last few years, and something that the common people have been really interested in, is the BrahMos deal. And there is the next level of the BrahMos deal that has been talked about. Do you think, at least, not asking you to spill the beans, but at least there would be some talks on the next level of the partnership when it comes to BrahMos, especially after BrahMos was so successful during Operation Sindoor?
It will be BrahMos Plus. That is what I can tell you. And there will be a great deal of discussion. And you see, the Indonesian defense industry is also, or their equipment is also more or less what India used to be. They have systems from many countries, and there are issues of systems integration like we had. But Indian example of building a robust defense industry, and now we have become a significant exporter of defense items. I think that lesson is very relevant for Indonesia, and Indonesia is trying to partner with companies and countries around the globe that they make machines or equipment in Indonesia. And I think India can be a very valuable partner in that.
All right, on that note, let's turn our attention to breaking news we're tracking this morning. A fresh development in the centre's engagement with Meta over WhatsApp's proposed username feature. Now, sources are telling NDTV that the central government has granted Meta an extension of 3 more days to submit its response. As per our sources, Meta has also assured the government that it will not roll out the proposed username feature until it has provided a satisfactory response to the concerns raised by the centre. Now, you have to note, while the specifics of those concerns have not been made public, the issue has drawn attention because any change to how users are identified or contacted on one of India's most widely used messaging platforms of course has implications for privacy, user safety and digital regulation. For now, as we speak, the rollout remains on hold as these discussions continue. But the latest we're tracking, a fresh development in the centre's engagement with Meta over WhatsApp's proposed username feature, with our sources telling us that the central government has granted Meta an extension of 3 more days to submit its response. Meta has also assured the government, we're told as per our sources, that it will not roll out the proposed username feature until it has provided a satisfactory response to the concerns raised by the centre. Now, the specifics of those concerns have not been made public yet. But this issue, as we have been covering, has drawn attention because any change to how users are contacted, how they are identified on one of our country's most widely used messaging platforms, it of course has implications for user safety, for digital regulation, and for privacy. So for now, the rollout remains on hold as these discussions continue. Sources have said Meta has been given 3 more days. Aishwarya Jain is tracking the latest details for us. He joins us live at the moment. Aishwarya, what details can you disclose currently, and do we know about any specific questions or concerns the government wants addressed in these 3 days?
Well, earlier, remember, MeitY had issued summons to the Meta related to the username queries that this can have misused by certain people who can take over the username of people who are of high influence in the country, and therefore the reason how to safeguard their interest is something that the center had asked. They have immediately asked Meta to not to roll over the feature of username in India. Certainly 3 days time were earlier given to Meta. The response from the Meta was that they wanted to give a detailed reply, as this feature, according to them is very secure and nobody can misuse it. So certainly it is the 3 days extension that the Meta asked from the center, which has been granted. Now after 3 days, the Meta has been stating that the report is in a final stage and they will be submitting to the center. They have also reiterated the fact that there will be no misuse of the username feature in the country, and they are taking care of each and every cyber security rules as per their feature is concerned. So yes, of course, 3 days extension has been given. The Meta has been constantly saying that after 3 days they will be submitting its final report to the center.
Well, we look forward to that final report, and we'll be tracking all the details in the run-up to that submission as well. Aishwarya, thanks so much. All right, let's switch tracks now from Maharashtra to Himachal Pradesh, from Jammu and Kashmir to Odisha. Relentless rainfall has disrupted daily life, it's claimed lives, and it's also strained transport networks. The devastating effect of the monsoon season is being felt in Mumbai on a daily basis, but perhaps more so over the civic mess in the city, which has seen over 13 deaths in a week. And amid the heavy downpour, a concrete slab also collapsed in Mumbai's Borivali, while another tree collapsed, injuring a pregnant woman in Andheri. You know, as far as the toll of tree collapses is concerned in Mumbai, it's been alarming this time, with over 1,100 trees collapsing in 6 days, amounting to nearly 29% more than 2025, as in the year. So in comparison to last year, there's been a 29% increase in the number of tree collapses. The focus is on the BMC's civic preparedness, on what officials are doing, as the IMD has issued an orange alert for Mumbai and neighbouring areas, with gusty winds on the forecast as well. As far as Mumbai is concerned, this morning there was a slight situation of relief, as Abhishek Awasthi was reporting from Ground Zero, because it wasn't pelting, but at the same time, BMC officials are keeping a watch round the clock on all the details that, and on all the reports that they are actually getting of any sort of tree collapses or trees that need to be pruned as well. Abhishek Awasthi joins us with the latest forecast and the situation on Ground Zero. He's live with us from Mumbai at the moment. Abhishek, I mean, after days I'm seeing you without an umbrella. Take us through the situation on Ground Zero and the latest forecast by the IMD. The last time we spoke, you mentioned there's an orange alert in place.
Definitely the orange alert continues for the next 3 hours as the latest forecast by IMD department, and in the wake of that administration has taken precautions and advisories has also been issued. Schools and colleges are declared a holiday today. At the same time, private offices have been asked to do work from home. But as we are reporting since morning, today is a quite respite for Mumbaikas because since morning the rains have halted, but the warning of orange alert still continues, and an expected high tide is also predicted in the afternoon at around 4:30. So definitely strong winds will also blow is the prediction of IMD department. But as we speak, since past few hours, rains have halted, and that is some sort of respite for Mumbaikas. But at the same time, BMC is on high alert as per the warning issued by the weather department, and necessary arrangements are in place, including 1916 emergency number, and volunteers, workers are on ground, and especially all areas where there are incidences reported of tree collapses, or we have seen how in the past a tree collapse. In fact, the 2+3 structure in Mankud, where 6 loss of lives have taken place. But as we speak, currently the weather is good, and we'll have to wait and watch out for how does the day pans out, because orange alert for the next 3 hours continues. But more concerning is the western part of Maharashtra and central part, that is Nasik, where red alert is prevailing at this given point of time.
Right.
But for the city of Mumbai, quite respite since morning for Mumbaikas.
Well, slight respite in Mumbai, as Abhishek Awasthi is reporting. Speaking of a red alert in Nashik, my colleague Tejshri Purandare joins us live from Nashik this morning. Tejshri, we are given to understand the IMD has issued a red alert for Nashik and surrounding areas. Tell us, what is the situation on ground zero this morning? How bad is it?
Willis Parmeshwar, the heavy downpour has just begun here in Nashik from Trambakeshwar, but let us also show the visuals from where we are reporting right now, and this is the entire way as we move towards Trambakeshwar. It's expected that if we talk about the rainfall, then it's expected to be 300 millimeter, and definitely it is a concerning situation for the next few hours. Remember that Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Devendra Fadnavis, has already stated that all the areas are on a high alert, say it be Nashik or say it be Trambakeshwar, because this area, if we talk about, is actually a low pressure belt. It has a deep depression, and that is why the rainfall could significantly impact not just the rural areas but also the Nashik city and the entire district as well. And perhaps that is why Nashik and Trambakeshwar, both of these zones have been identified as a high alert zone for today, and people have also been asked to stay on alert. The district administration is already prepared considering the possibility of a major cloudburst. And remember that yesterday the Chief Minister himself yesterday stated that there is a possibility of a cloudburst spell here in Nashik, and that is why the entire administration is on high alert as of now. Remains to be seen that what happens next. The teams of SDRF and NDRF are all on high alert. The schools are shut completely, and the offices are also advised to have work from home. And apart from that, the colleges, the universities, everything is shut, keeping in mind the current ongoing situation. And now the next 4 to few hours, Parmeshwar, as we speak, remains to be very much important. In the visuals also you can see that the water level on the roads is also continuously rising up, and here not the situation from where we are reporting right now is like this, but in several areas as well the situation remains to be the same as the downpour continues, because if we talk about the downpour in just 3 hours, then it was noted around 21 millimeter, and that is why it was very much concerning. Now remains to be seen that what actually happens in the next 3 to 4 hours, and will there be a cloudburst like situation here in the Nashik district.
Tejshri, as always, thanks so much for joining us with the latest from Nashik. Well, extreme rainfall undoubtedly puts enormous pressure on urban infrastructure. We'll continue to track the latest for you across the state of Maharashtra with my colleagues Abhishek Awasthi and Tejshri Purandare. You must also note, meanwhile, as far as the traffic on the Mumbai-bound carriageway of the Mumbai-Pune Expressway's missing link bypass is concerned, that resumed late last evening at 10:30 p.m. after remaining closed for more than 18 hours due to a landslide that was triggered by heavy overnight rain. The carriageway had been shut after a landslide had struck near the exit of Tunnel 2, which is the longest tunnel on the missing link section, which passes through the Sahyadri Mountains as well. But that 19-kilometer Mumbai-Pune expressway link was built to bypass the accident-prone Kandhala Ghat and improve safety. But ironically, a section of this new 6,695 crore rupee corridor collapsed just 9 weeks after opening. We had seen visuals on the 1st of May of Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis along with Eknath Shinde riding in a Mercedes. And now, 9 weeks later, that same route had been closed, which has now opened late last night at 10:30 p.m. On that note, let's turn our attention to breaking news coming in from Maharashtra. Well, the political spotlight is back on Maharashtra, where Uddhav Thackeray has convened a crucial meeting of Shiv Sena UBT MLAs at Matoshri this evening at 7 p.m. This meeting, of course, comes at a sensitive moment for his party. It follows the recent rebellion by some members of parliament and comes soon after Sachin Ahir's exit as well, fueling speculation about whether the unrest could spread to the party's legislative wing. But at this stage, no confirmation that any MLA is planning to leave the party. But the timing of today's meeting suggests that the leadership is looking to assess the mood, at least within their own camp, within their tribe, reinforce unity, and also prevent further erosion of its ranks. My colleague Abhishek is tracking the latest details for us and all that we need to know about this crucial evening meeting at Matoshri. Abhishek, what is the stated agenda for this evening's meeting, and has the party officially explained why it's been called at short notice?
Definitely, we will have to understand, amid the speculations that are brewing in the state of Maharashtra, that Operation Tiger 3.0 is already into action after Sachin Ahir switching from Uddhav to Eknath Shinde, and he is an MLC. So what we understand, and several statements consistently been made by Eknath Shinde's leaders that, many MLAs are in touch, or you can say more than 12 MLAs will be switching in near future. These kind of statements are coming, and amid this entire speculation and the recent switch of Sachin Ahir, it has become crucial for the party leadership to take stock of the situation and at least have one-on-one meeting with its MLAs. And that is perhaps the reason, what we understand through sources, that a crucial meeting of MLAs and MLCs called by Uddhav Thackeray today evening at Matoshri. And definitely discussion will take place amid the situation in the backdrop that 6 MPs have already switched. Then Sachin Ahir. Now what next for the party? Is this a time to introspect, at the same time to have one-on-one conversation with the MLAs and keep them intact in future to avoid any such big blow further by Eknath Shinde? Is something that will be discussed, what we understand from our sources. But at the same time, officially it is termed as a regular meeting that any of the party leadership has with its MLA is what is being termed for this meeting. And as the monsoon assembly session continues, it is also holds a crucial importance to how issues are being raised by Sena UBT MLAs in the House will also be discussed in this important meet that has been called by Uddhav Thackeray today evening. Back to you.
Well, all eyes are on that meeting that's supposed to take place at 7 p.m. Abhishek, we'll track all the finer developments as always. Thanks so much for joining us with the lowdown. All right, further breaking news we're tracking this morning. Fresh signs that the AIADMK is beginning an internal stock-taking exercise after its setback in the recent elections. Party General Edapadi Palanisamy has been holding a series of meetings with functionaries to assess what went wrong and also chart the way forward. And in fact, during one such interaction, we're told some party functionaries, they are learned to have suggested that TTV Dinakaran be brought back into the AIADMK fold. Sources say Edapadi Palanisamy listened to the suggestion but pointed out that Dinakaran is the General Secretary of another political party, raising questions over how such an induction could be possible. So at this stage, this discussion itself is politically significant. Vijay Gopal Muralidharan joins us with further clarity at the moment. Vijay, tell us, in what context was the suggestion to bring back TTV Dinakaran actually made?
election results, many ADMK senior leaders have left the ADMK and joined the Tamalaga Vettri Kalagam party. So Amit Palnisamy has been holding series of with consultative with party functionaries. From one such meeting, a party functionary from Southern District made the suggestion saying that on the southern Tamil Nadu, TTD Tunakara Namma Makkal Munetra Kalagam General Secretary TTD should be indexed into the party by one of the party. Even the party functionary himself just saying that Edappadi K. Palnisamy listened the suggestion very carefully, but however he made remarks saying that TTD Telegram himself is he is having one party on his own, and he is the general secretary of one specific party. How can we elect again into the party? This was the question asked by TTD by Edappadi K. Palnisamy. However, this suggestion is seen as a significant after many senior leaders, C. Vijay Vaskar, M.R. Vijay Vaskar left the party, and even still SP Vedumani, C.D. Shanmugam are disappointed with Edappadi K. Palnisamy leadership. Remember, even just before 2026 election, survey suggested by Sengotayan to bring all the ADMK, expelled ADMK leaders back to ADMK, including Korappur Paneerselvam, Sasikala and TTV Dinakaran. So then only there was a difference of opinion between Sengotayan and Edappadi K. Palnisamy. Then Sengotayan left the party. So yet again, after 2026 defeat, this suggestion has been made by one of the ADMK functionaries, but we have to wait and see how this is going to get developed, because after 2026 election result, even NDTV spoke to TTV Dinakaran asked a similar question. Is there any possibility for to join Amma Makkal Munetra Kalagam to join with ADMK? But however, TTV Dinakaran responded saying that there is no possibility for this as of now. So now the party functionary has made the suggestion. We have to wait and see what could be the response from TTV Dinakaran and how ADMK is planning to revive the party after a series of leaders left the party.
We'll of course be tracking all those details with you, Vijay, as always. Thanks so much. All right, in other news, a political row has erupted in Tamil Nadu over a video of Minister Kirthana interacting with government school students. The minister has hit back at the DMK and said that she herself is a student of a government school and her medium was Tamil. She even clarified that she was not mocking students and the video was not recorded by her when she was seen reprimanding a few students and teachers too at this government premise. Earlier, Kirthana was seen asking the students questions in English, to which the minister claims that she was unable to answer it. Kirthana said the exchange highlights the poor learning standards as far as government schools are concerned. But the DMK has accused the minister of humiliating students instead of encouraging them. The DMK has also accused the TVK of making reels for political mileage and only being concerned with optics.
Your conversation English. What is your name? Sentence what is your father? My father is father என்ன பண்றாங்க? What is your father's profession? Profession. Then நீங்க last bench ல இருக்கீங்க.
Well, the investigation into the alleged embezzlement donation case as far as the Ram Temple is concerned is only widening. This probe has now thrown up major revelations. As per our sources, 6 out of the 8 accused began stealing currency just within 2 to 3 months of joining. Believe it or not, the accused initially stole a couple of 500 rupee notes, concealed them in their clothes, and left the temple after their duties. But the accused have further revealed that they had stolen approximately 2 to 3 crore rupees so far. As per our sources, you must note, Tinu Yadav is considered a key player in the donation theft case. This investigation has revealed that Tinu Yadav was initially associated with the temple as a driver for Champath Rai, and later he also rented his personal vehicle to the trust. We're told major revelations coming to the fore. We will obviously get you all the reactions from the trustees as well. Meanwhile, listen in to these reactions.
मैं चंपतराय जी के बारे में बोल सकता हूं। माननीय चंपतराय जी को मैं 32 वर्षों से जानता हूं और उनकी भूल यही है कि उन्होंने अपने समीप के लोगों पर अति विश्वास किया। उनका चरित्र, उनका जीवन, उनका त्याग, उनकी तपस्या, राम जन्मभूमि का आंदोलन कभी कोई नहीं जानता था, तब से यहाँ पर बैठ करके उन्होंने इस काम को गति दी है। इसलिए उनके त्यागपूर्ण जीवन का हम लोग कभी भी अनादर नहीं करते हैं। इस बात को ध्यान में लीजिएगा। हम तो उनके लिए अत्यंत आदर की भावना रखते हैं। उन्होंने स्वयं इस बात को हमें मूल क्लॉजेस को पढ़ करके दिखा करके समझाया कि यू हैव गॉट नो चॉइस। जब ये त्यागपत्र दे दिया है तो आपको उसको स्वीकार करना अस्वीकार करना ये बात आपके हाथ में नहीं है। अब उसको हम लोगों को मान ही लेना चाहिए। ऐसी स्थिति में और हम लोगों ने उसका स्वीकार भी कर लिया। उस समय हमने चंपतराय जी के द्वारा की गई सेवा का अभिनंदन भी किया।
And the political storm is only intensifying as far as the Sri Ram Janmabhoomi Tirth Kshetra Trust is concerned, because barely hours after it accepted the resignations of Champat Rai and Anil Mishra, we had some stern political reactions coming in. Pawan Khera of the Congress, calling them piecemeal resignations, demanded that every member of the trust be probed and investigated thoroughly. In fact, Pawan Khera further said that responsibility must be fixed right up to Prime Minister Narendra Modi. Meanwhile, Uttar Pradesh Congress chief Ajay Rai is naming names, demanding action against people like the treasurer Govind Giri and Gopal Rao as well. And the Samajwadi Party has also joined in, with leaders asking who will ultimately be held accountable for the trust's functioning. Meanwhile, the BJP says that the trust's decision is its own, insisting that this is a matter of faith that should not be politicized.
ये निश्चित तौर से हम सबकी जीत है, देशवासियों की जीत है, सनातनियों की जीत है, क्योंकि ऐसे चोर लोग जो भगवान का चढ़ावा का पैसा खा रहे थे, और इसमें दो ही नहीं, अभी बाकी हैं इसमें गोविंद गिरी जो उसके कोषाध्यक्ष है, बिना ट्रेजरार की जानकारी में पैसा कैसे चोरी होगा? गोविंद गिरी का इसमें इनके ऊपर मुकदमा होना चाहिए, इनको बर्खास्त करना चाहिए। और जो उसमें राव है, वो गोपाल राव, उनके ऊपर कार्रवाई होनी चाहिए और निपेंद्र मिश्रा को तत्काल इस्तीफा देना चाहिए, उनके खिलाफ जांच बैठनी चाहिए। और मैं इतना ही कहना चाहूंगा कि ये निश्चित तौर से आज जो हम लोगों ने इस मुद्दे को उठाया है, हम लोगों की जीत है।
अरे इस्तीफा क्यों, जेल में क्यों नहीं डाल रहे? इंटरोगेट करो पहले तो, जैसे पुलिस रिमांड लेती, रिमांड लो, जांच करके ये पता लगाओ कि चंपत राय या दूसरे लोग, इनके तार कहाँ जुड़े। कहीं दिल्ली से तो तार नहीं जुड़े, पैसा कहाँ जा रहा था वो क्या अपने घर में छुपा के रखेंगे? कहीं तो जा रहा होगा, किन से जुड़े? कहीं ऐसा तो नहीं है कि भारतीय जनता पार्टी RSS इस पूरे खेल के पीछे हो?
All those people who are defending the actions of Champat Rai and the trust, will they admit that this acceptance of their resignation is an admission of guilt? The fact that there was dacoity in the trust stands proved today, endorsed today by these resignations. But the fact of the matter is that people who are replacing these people do not have a very clean track record.
बड़े पैमाने पर सोना चोरी हो गया है, चांदी चोरी हो गए, लोगों ने इतने बड़े पैमाने में चढ़ावा जो किया है वो सब गया कहाँ? उसका पहले जांच तो करो ना, उसका ठीक जांच ही नहीं होगा, सब मिली जुली भगत है। ऐसा मैं एक आपको उदाहरण देता हूँ कि सोमनाथ का मंदिर कितने लूटा आपको मालूम है? सोमनाथ का मंदिर गजनवी ने लूटा। गजनवी कौन था? राजा था। और राजा लूटने के लिए नहीं गया, उसके सैनिक गए होंगे, उसके लोग गए होंगे। अभी इस देश का राजा कौन है? मोदी जी इसकी जिम्मेदारी लेनी चाहिए ना।
मैं समझता हूँ ये श्रद्धा का केंद्र है, इसको राजनीति से दूर रखना चाहिए। मैंने कहा ना कि गणना संबंधी जो भी विसंगति है, त्रुटि है, गड़बड़ी है, कठोर नहीं, कठोर से भी कठोर दंड मिलना चाहिए।
Let's turn our attention to news just coming in. At least 3 people were injured in a crude bomb explosion during a National Citizen Party rally last night in Bangladesh, with 3 of them undergoing surgery at Inam Medical College Hospital. As per the latest, we are told that this explosion that you are seeing in Dhaka, it occurred at around 9:45 p.m. last night while a post-march rally was underway. Rishabh joins us with the latest details. Rishabh, dramatic visuals coming in from last evening from Dhaka. What really transpired on Ground Zero?
Well, what we are given to understand that explosion was reported in Savar near Dhaka. This is the place near Dhaka, and it was during a rally that was organized by the newly formed National Citizens Party. The blast has left at least 3 injured, is what we are given to understand. And, if you remember, the National Citizens Party was led by the students who were opposing Sheikh Hasina back in 2024 and the July Revolution. Remember, it is July, this happened on July 6th, the time when this whole July Revolution was at its peak back in 2024, and this rally was to commemorate the anniversary of the July Revolution. Now what we are given to understand that the terrorists detonated a bomb at the post-march rally venue of the NCP, leaving at least 3 injured, is what we are given to understand. This happened at around 9:45 p.m. local in Savar area near Dhaka.
Rishabh, thanks so much for joining us with the latest details as far as Dhaka is concerned. We'll of course track the latest for Bangladesh with you. All right, on that note, we're slipping into a very quick break. News and updates continue on NDTV 24/7, as always.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
हिंदुस्तान मिले हिंदुस्तान से,
देश का टायर जेके टायर।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा आर्थिक मसाला।
Literally go from the man on the outside looking in now to the man on the inside looking out.
I think that was one of my biggest drivers to become an astronaut.
Ironman, Kokoro, how does that prepare the body for something with no finish line?
I would say it prepares the mind more than it prepares the body. I live right next to NDTV in Greater Kailash in New Delhi.
What would the young man in India say if he could see you right now?
I'll be up there soon with you.
Our Pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day. India Inc.'s most respected names chose India Inc.'s best and brightest.
These kind of awards and jury lineup, you are truly giving it the right weightage.
I think it's heartening to see talent that there is across India Inc. We should be awarding companies and individuals who have focused not only on growth but also on bringing good governance.
Be part of jury and vote on the people, the men, the women, the companies in India who have the right stuff is a great opportunity for us.
For us, the biggest thing is trust. That's what we provide.
We need leaders in India that can help take India being a global superpower.
We've got a fantastic jury and we've left all decisions to the wisdom of the jury.
Who will earn India's top business honors? Find out at the NDTV Profit Business Leadership Awards. मीठा या नमकीन, चाहे जैसे खाओ, 100% सूजी से बनी आर प्योर वर्मिसेली, स्वादिष्ट, सेहतमंद, हर रोज।
Where the software engineer meets the talented photographer to create the big dream. The world comes together at Sharda University.
literally go from the man on the outside looking in now to the man on the inside looking out.
I think that was one of my biggest drivers to become an astronaut.
Ironman, Kokoro, how does that prepare the body for something with no finish line?
I would say it prepares the mind more than it prepares the body. I live right next to NDTV in Greater Kailash in New Delhi.
What would that young man in India say if he could see you right now?
I'll be up there soon with you.
Well, some big breaking news coming in at this. Welcome back. Well, after all the controversy, here comes the great American fall from grace. Following the wackiest of all lead-ups to a World Cup knockout match, one statement outdoing the next, an aggrieved Belgium outfit firmly made their statement on the pitch to knock the United States out of the World Cup last evening. Rika Roy is tracking the latest for us. She joins us live this morning. Rika, sometimes though sports, many say, has its own way of providing poetic justice. And as Karen Jackson of The Independent put it, in the Seattle heat, it was a dish best served cold?
Well, you can say that, a dish best served cold, but you know, Belgium was a dominant team this morning, and the US team went out like a whimper. It was the most sedate and inane performance that we have seen in this entire World Cup from the US team. Perhaps they got a little bit distracted by all the drama around the reversal of that red card. Balogun looked like a pale shadow of what he was in the earlier part of the tournament. He was also substituted later, and when the final goal happened, final goal was struck by Romelu Lukaku. He was waiting on the sideline to see the end of US in this World Cup. Remember, there has been a lot of criticism after Donald Trump asked FIFA to reverse that red card of Forlan Balogun, because he's been the leading goal scorer of US in the tournament. 3 goals earlier, none tonight. In fact, there was only 1 goal for the US as the Belgian side thumped them 4-1. It was a very, very dominant display of football by Belgium, and US really had no answer. Belgium created places, kept pushing them, and the US side looked like they were just not prepared for this game.
Rika, as always, thank you so much for taking us through the highlights and the latest. We'll, of course, revert to you for regular updates. Many are saying that's what you call bad karma, Mr. President. But the US President Donald Trump has revealed that he spoke to FIFA's president about the controversial red card shown to the American forward Folarin Balogun, and Trump said that he questioned whether the dismissal was justified after the incident sparked widespread debate. But Balogun's red card was later overturned on appeal, allowing him to start the United States round of 16 clash against Belgium. However, the reprieve wasn't enough, as the US suffered a 4-1 defeat, ending their World Cup campaign while Belgium advanced to the quarterfinals. Here are all the details.
The single biggest flashpoint that could blow this FIFA World Cup wide open is not an incident that took place on the field. Rather, it was because of what followed, a high-profile political interference. USA's star marksman Folarin Balogun was sent off against Bosnia and Herzegovina during their round of 32 clash, a high boot tackle crashing into the opponent's knee. And as FIFA rules dictate, the player who receives a red card is thereafter suspended from playing their team's next encounter. However, ahead of their crucial round of 16 clash with Belgium, FIFA have now junked the suspension, but surprisingly, they haven't reversed the red card. This came after an intervention from US President Donald Trump, who admitted to having a chat with the FIFA chief.
So I saw the play, and I'm a person that loves sports and was a good athlete. And I understand sports really well, really well. And that wasn't a foul. That wasn't even an infraction. That was two guys running full speed that happened to crash into each other.
The backlash to this incident has been heavy. It starts with UEFA, the governing body for European football. UEFA launched a scathing attack against FIFA and Trump, calling the move a violation of the red line. They slammed FIFA for not following their own rules, for subjecting the laws to exceptions, and alleged that the integrity of the game itself was being put in the harm's way. The criticism doesn't end there. Even former FIFA chief Sepp Blatter had his feelings known. Blatter hit out at FIFA, calling out the political power at play. In his social media post, he questioned FIFA and indeed Donald Trump over the role of political phone calls and asked where this precedent was heading. As of now, the decision remains reversed. Balogun is set to start for the US men's national team, while the whole world of football wonders what other shocks are at play in the remainder of the tournament. Bureau Report, NDTV.
Meanwhile, one of football's greatest careers has ended without the one trophy that always eluded Cristiano Ronaldo. Portugal's World Cup dream is over after a heartbreaking 1-0 round of 16 defeat to Spain, bringing the curtain down on Ronaldo's final appearance at football's biggest stage.
As the final whistle echoed around Dallas, Cristiano Ronaldo stood motionless before breaking down. His World Cup journey ended in the cruelest fashion, with Mikel Merino's injury time winner sending Spain into the quarterfinals.
Bueno, fue un partido muy equilibrado, podía dar para cualquier uno, en mi opinión. España ha tenido esa puntita de suerte, marcar ahí ya en los momentos finales, pero es el fútbol. Yo creo que en el general fue un partido bien disputado.
The numbers leave behind a legacy few will ever match. 5 Ballon d'Ors, 5 Champions League titles, a European champion with Portugal, a world record 976 career goals, the only player to score at 6 different FIFA World Cups. Yet the World Cup remained out of his reach. Portugal came closest in 2006, reaching the semi-finals in Ronaldo's first tournament. 20 years later, his final World Cup ends in the round of 16. Ronaldo had already confirmed that this would be his last World Cup. After the defeat, there was no regret, only acceptance.
Ha dado todo, pues ha dado mi mejor y salgo de conciencia tranquila. No, este es el fútbol, esta es la vida de un futbolista. A veces se gana, a veces se pierde y hay que seguir. La verdad que fue mi último mundial.
The debate over Ronaldo's place in Portugal's starting 11 has followed him through his final tournaments. He remains men's football's all-time leading scorer with 146 goals, but questions over his influence have grown louder. Portugal coach Roberto Martinez never shared those doubts.
When you are a team that you need a goal, you cannot take Cristiano off.
Against Spain, Ronaldo managed just 12 touches in the first half, the fewest of any Portuguese outfield player. Frustration was visible, chances were scarce, and the goal never came. Then came the final whistle, one last walk, one final ovation. As Cristiano Ronaldo disappeared down the tunnel with tears in his eyes, football bid farewell to one of its greatest World Cup stories, even if it never got the ending he wanted. Rika Roy for NDTV.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
हिंदुस्तान मिले हिंदुस्तान से देश हो विदेश हो जय जय हो
देश का टायर जेके टायर
थोड़े में में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा, सबका राजा और मसाला।
Literally go from the man on the outside looking in now to the man on the inside looking out.
I think that was one of my biggest drivers to become an astronaut.
Iron Man, Kokoro, how does that prepare the body for something with no finish line?
I would say it prepares the mind more than it prepares the body. I live right next to NDTV in Greater Kailash in New Delhi.
What would that young man in India say if he could see you right now?
I'll be up there soon with you.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day.
India Inc.'s most respected names chose India Inc.'s best and brightest.
These kind of awards and jury lineup, you are truly giving it the right weightage.
I think it's heartening to see talent that there is across India Inc.
We should be awarding companies and individuals who have focused not only on growth but also on bringing good governance.
Be part of jury and vote on the people, the men, the women, the companies in India who have the right stuff is a great opportunity for us.
For us, the biggest thing is trust. That's what we provide.
We need leaders in India that can help take India being a global superpower.
We've got a fantastic jury and we've left all decisions to the wisdom of the jury.
Who will earn India's top business honors? Find out at the NDTV Profit Business Leadership Awards.
मीठा या नमकीन, चाहे जैसे खाओ, 100% सूजी से बनी आर प्योर वर्मिसली, स्वादिष्ट, सेहतमंद, हर रोज।
Literally go from the man on the outside looking in now to the man on the inside looking out.
I think that was one of my biggest drivers to
It's 10 a.m. You are watching the latest on NDTV 24/7. I am Parmeshwar Bava. We've got an action-packed bulletin lined up for you this morning with news from across the country and around the world. Let's begin with the top headlines you need to know currently. Relentless rain has brought Mumbai and neighbouring districts to a near standstill. 13 people have died within a week. And as the city drowns, major questions arise over the rainfall preparedness of the BMC, while there's a storm over the mayor making reels meanwhile. Maharashtra Chief Minister Devendra Fadnavis inaugurated the missing link on the Mumbai-Pune Expressway on the 1st of May. But the 7,000 crore rupee project has already crumbled just 9 weeks later. A landslide had forced its closure, but traffic resumed late last night at 10:30 p.m. The Shri Ram Janmabhoomi Tirth Kshetra Trust has accepted the resignations of its General Secretary Champat Rai and Trustee Anil Mishra in the wake of allegations of embezzlement of temple donations, and appointed Krishna Mohan as the acting General Secretary. Meanwhile, the Congress slams what they call piecemeal resignations, demanding a Supreme Court-monitored probe as far as the Ram Temple donation embezzlement case is concerned. They have also hit out at the Vishwa Hindu Parishad after the VHP wrote to the Ayodhya police remarks made by opposition leaders on the alleged theft of donations at the Ram Temple. Tamil Nadu Minister Kirtana has come under the scanner yet again after her video from a school inspection has surfaced. In this video, Kirtana reprimands the teachers and kids for being poor in English, while also pointing out that the last benches might be worse. Indonesia rolls out the red carpet for Prime Minister Narendra Modi and hosts a ceremonial welcome. The Prime Minister has met the Indonesian President and he's holding key bilateral meetings as well. The duo was seen in a jovial mood in Jakarta. Ronaldo's final World Cup ended with a Spanish sting in the tail. An emotional Ronaldo says, "It's sad to leave the World Cup. I gave my best." Well, we begin the 10 a.m. bulletin with the latest we're tracking regarding Prime Minister Modi's touchdown in Indonesia. Prime Minister Modi's visit to Indonesia is expected to deliver a series of strategic outcomes that could significantly deepen the India-Indonesia partnership across defense, tech, as well as economic cooperation. You must note, as per our sources, India and Indonesia are expected to expand collaboration in several key areas. These include India's support for the development of an Indonesia-specific EVM framework, an electronic voting machine framework. Enhanced defense cooperation with Indonesia is expected to procure additional Indian defense systems as well, and greater collaboration on critical minerals and manufacturing. My colleague Shiv Arur has been tracking the finer details and the likely deliverables. He joins us with further clarity over the phone line this morning. Shiv, take us through the expected outcomes. What are they likely to be, and how many of them remain under discussion as we speak?
Good morning. These are excellent outcomes that have been articulated by our sources in the Prime Minister's team. But the biggest two of these that I'm looking at right now, Parmeshwar, are Indonesia choosing to buy Indian Astra air-to-air missiles, making Indonesia the first foreign customer of a fully Indian-developed, air-to-air weapon, which is no small feat because Indonesia has a reasonably developed military, and it has chosen this on the basis of the availability of such missiles all over the world, but it has chosen Indian air-to-air missiles for its Sukhoi 30 fighters. Secondly, Indonesia choosing Indonesia-specific EVMs developed by India for them is a huge endorsement of Indian EVM technology for their elections. That is hugely important. A massive Indian investment in critical minerals in Indonesia is by far one of the most significant items on this development joint agenda, considering that Indonesia is actually a huge global powerhouse of minerals, especially things like nickel and coal. But mineral technology, where India is going to be investing there, is very, very big. The two countries are going to jointly build the Sabang port, which overlooks the Strait of Malacca, which is a choke point in the Indian Ocean, means that India gets a very strategic outpost in those entry points into the Indian Ocean, which have been sensitive for a very long time. Obviously, I'm talking about China as well. Indonesia is also expanding its purchase of BrahMos missiles, which is a huge deal. So the fact that Indonesia becomes more than just a diplomatic partner, but a deeply strategic partner using Indian weapons, using Indian investment in critical technologies, makes this perhaps the most important India-Indonesia handshake in many decades, Parmeshwar. That's how I would categorize it.
Right, Shiv, just speaking of the defense cooperation for a moment here, that appears to be expanding rapidly beyond the reported BrahMos deal as well. But tell us about the BrahMos and Astra developments.
A huge two critical weapons that were used extensively by India during Operation Sindoor. There had been some doubt about whether the Astra... I'll tell you about the BrahMos first. The BrahMos deal between India and Indonesia has been on the anvil for quite a while now, and it has finally taken place. I imagine that the two sides have been waiting for the Prime Minister to arrive in Jakarta for the actual signing to happen. But beyond that, the Astra is a bit of a surprise. It's very, very good news for India's defense ecosystem because the Astra has not been exported yet. The BrahMos already has been to Vietnam and Philippines, and Indonesia becomes the third customer of the BrahMos. But as far as the Astra air-to-air missile, which is a highly capable 100% Indian-developed weapon system capable of hitting, aircraft 70 kilometers away. Is a very, very prized weapon system that India has chosen to make available to its close friends. And for Indonesia to become the first export customer of the Astra is not only a major achievement for India, but also huge for Indonesia, because this is a very competitive global arms market, and choosing an Indian weapon is a huge stamp of approval and endorsement on Indian defense technology. So that's one part of it. The second part of it is the fact that Indonesia appears to have chosen the Astra and the BrahMos on the back of their performance during Operation Sindoor, which means a real war scenario where these weapons were proven to devastating effect against Pakistani targets, is what Indonesia has looked at very closely while choosing these weapons. So the BrahMos, the BrahMos missiles are basically coastal battery systems, which means these are land-based BrahMos units which will be used to deter against ships passing through the South China Sea and through the Indonesian Straits, which is basically China-specific. China has been an aggressor in this area, and therefore Indian BrahMos missiles supplied to countries like Indonesia, Vietnam, and Philippines, sends out its own message really. But air-to-air missiles is a separate paradigm entirely. The fact that the Astra missile, which I rightly said, is a completely Indian-developed system, is being exported for the first time, opens many, many doors. And it also, creates a new chapter in India-Indonesia cooperation. This has been a close relationship in the past. It has had diplomatic ups and downs in the past as well. But, apart from investment, joint building of ports and the traditional commerce that exists between two countries and the people-to-people connect, defense cooperation is a very sensitive area, Parmeshwar. It's not easy to nail. It's not easy to get right. When it happens and when deals like this happen, like the BrahMos and the Astra missile deals happen, it means that a new level of engagement has been achieved between the two sides. And I think that pretty much radiates out from those images you're seeing of the Indian and the Indonesian leaders.
Shiv, as always, thanks so much for joining us with the lowdown and what to expect in terms of tangible deliverables. Aditya Raj Kaul continues to be with us too, as sources also say Indonesia is expected to expand its inventory of the BrahMos missile system, while India could support the country with additional missile batteries too. Another significant area of cooperation is likely to be the Sabang port, located near the Strait of Malacca, as Shiv is highlighting. It's a maritime choke point of immense strategic importance. Sources say both our countries are expected to deepen cooperation there alongside India's own Great Nicobar infrastructure project as well. Speaking of the Sabang port, though, Aditya, and Greater Nicobar together, that could reshape India's maritime posture near the Malacca Strait, right? Tell us, how important is that geography in the wider Indo-Pacific balance?
Well, firstly, it's a big development coming at this hour. Top sources in the Prime Minister's office and the Indian government are telling NDTV that there are multiple big headlines and achievements that have been achieved already before the bilateral could possibly begin. In many ways, the bilaterals are symbolic. The diplomats and the bureaucrats between the countries do the talking, and the agenda is fixed in many ways. So the big headlines that we could expect in the joint statement that could come in a couple of hours from now is one, on the BrahMos batteries. There's already a BrahMos deal. BrahMos has been used and exported to Indonesia, but more batteries, additional batteries will be supplied by India to Indonesia. Apart from that, the Astra Mk1 is another air-to-air missile, very significant because this has been developed by India's DRDO and will be given to Indonesia. It's very, very critical and significant because both Astra and BrahMos were used by India in Operation Sindoor last year in May against Pakistan, and the outcomes are very much clear. The destruction, the devastation in Pakistani command control centers, Pakistani airfields, Air Force centers, and army headquarters was very much clear to the people. The videos were out, and that's why Indonesia was very keen that apart from the additional BrahMos batteries, there should be, in fact, Astra as well, developed by India indigenously completely, that will be given to Indonesia now. This is a massive, massive development because this is Indian and Indonesia ties going to another level, but also as part of the Indo-Pacific strategy, this is a very critical development. Apart from that, the development of the Malacca the port, the Sabang port around the Malacca Strait is very critical. That gives India, a complete view of that complete area. There will be, a co-development that will take place there. And apart from that, there are two major other headlines that are coming in. One is, of course, on the EVMs. The electronic voting machines that have been used by India for years together, they have a proven track record. The same EVMs will be used by Indonesia in their election systems, and their democracy will see more use of Indian technology. The Indian EVMs will be used in the democratic process in the elections in Indonesia. And apart from that, the big story which has been talked about in the last 1 year is about the critical minerals. Now, India is a part of the Pax Silica. There's a lot of diversification in terms of critical minerals that is globally happening, and Indonesia is rich with minerals as well. Nickel, coal, to speak about some of them, and that critical minerals partnership will be developed and announced in this meeting between Prime Minister Modi and the President of Indonesia. So multiple big headlines. In many ways, the common people would be viewing this as just another visit, but strategically, it's a very, very critical visit coming of Prime Minister Narendra Modi towards the Act East policy, the larger ASEAN and G20, the three-nation tour beginning with Indonesia, then going to Australia and New Zealand. I'm pretty sure there would be very key strategic outcomes in Australia as well as New Zealand as well. But this morning, from Indonesia, big development coming in. India will be giving additional, BrahMos batteries to Indonesia, apart from the Astra, indigenously developed air-to-air missile that Indonesia will have. This is certainly to counter any kind of provocation that might come against Indonesia or across the Indo-Pacific. So the Indo-Pacific strategy, as per New Delhi, as per Jakarta, is very much strong, and the bilateral ties really looking at another level. So kind of a diplomatic win-win situation between India and Indonesia. We are waiting for that joint statement to happen. At this moment, there are bilateral talks between the two leaders that are underway, delegation level talks, and in a few minutes from now, we'll have the big joint statement where the key development that we are breaking here for the first time here on NDTV will be spoken about.
We'll of course wait for the official joint statement, but the Astra and BrahMos developments point to a growing confidence in Indian defense manufacturing. There's no denying that. We were speaking of critical minerals, Aditya, briefly. They are increasingly viewed as a strategic asset, as we know, rather than simply a commercial commodity. Break down for our viewers, how important is Indonesia to India's long-term industrial and tech security?
Well, when it comes to technology, when it comes to critical minerals, this is a very important and growing partnership. In fact, the entire breaking that we are putting out today was confirmed by India's ambassador Sandeep Chakravarti to us yesterday, where he said that the deal will not be restricted to BrahMos, but it will be BrahMos Plus. He did not spell out what that really means, but that was a big headline that clearly, when it comes to defense modernization of Indonesia, India is going to play a critical role. And now, top sources within the Indian government confirming this development, that it will be additional BrahMos batteries, and apart from that, Astra air-to-air missiles as well. Apart from that, the big talking point, the critical minerals. Now, in the terms of global turbulence, economic turbulence, supply chains being impacted, critical minerals are very, very essential to production of a lot of technology, a lot of equipment as well. And that's why a lot of diversification is visible. Recently, earlier this year, India became a part of the Pax Silica. There were multiple meetings that were held in New Delhi and Washington, D.C. to do the same. There are several other countries, including Australia, that are part of the Pax Silica as well. And that means diversification of critical minerals in many ways. And India trying to increase its portfolio also in many ways. So as of now, the critical minerals agreement will be happening with Indonesia as well, and that would be significant in many ways because, as I said, Indonesia is rich with its own, bag of minerals, nickel, coal, etc., and that would really be supplied to India in many ways, will boost India's manufacturing and India's technology and the development of some very critical equipment, including chips that are now being developed here in India. And of course, the port that we have been talking about is strategically and critically very important to the overall overarching theme of the Indo-Pacific strategy that has also seen a lot of twists over the last couple of years, especially in the last 1 year. So a lot of big headlines coming from Indonesia ahead of the Modi Prabhado meeting where both these leaders will be discussing these strategic outcomes. And in a couple of hours now, the joint statement will spell out what we are breaking here on NDTV.
While we wait for the joint statement, Vishnu Shom also joins us, Aditya, at the moment. Vishnu, looking at all these expected announcements collectively, what is the bigger strategic picture? Is this primarily about defense exports, or is India building a broader Indo-Pacific architecture with Indonesia?
Well, I think that the sale of Astra air-to-air missiles from India to Indonesia, in addition to more units of the BrahMos anti-ship cruise missile or land attack cruise missile, it can be used in those two roles, is very significant. This marks the first export of the Astra 1 missile to the best of our knowledge. The Astra 1 is built for the Sukhoi 30 fighter. Indonesia operates 16 Sukhoi 30 fighters, which it acquired from Russia. India would obviously be integrating the Astra Mark 1 missile with the Sukhoi 30 fighter. The Astra Mark 1 has a range of 110 kilometers. Surface-to-air missiles are an area where Russian, Western, and of late Chinese air-to-air missiles have dominated the export market. The fact that India is in on this gives you an idea of the maturity of certain technologies, not least of all the Astra missile. As significantly, perhaps even more, is Indonesia's decision to continue talking to India and acquire more units of the BrahMos missile. This is the mainstay of the Indian Navy. It serves the Indian Navy, Air Force, and the Army. There's a land attack version of that. There's an air-launched version of this. And there's a ship-launched version of this missile, which flies at close to Mach 3 or 3 times the speed of sound, Mach 2.8 to be precise, to hit targets several hundred kilometers away with precision. The BrahMos did exceedingly well during Operation Sindoor. But what you see on your screen is images from an Indian Air Force Sukhoi 30 launching the Astra air-to-air missile. That has now been inducted, or it continues to be in the process of being inducted into the Indian Air Force's arsenal, and it's going to be part of the Indonesian Air Force's arsenal as well. We expect a formal announcement in the declaration or the exchange of documents, which will be taking place within the hour.
Right. While we wait for that, Vishnu, we also have to acknowledge the fact that China is Indonesia's largest trading partner. So while we are seeking to expand our strategic footprint, tell us, how does Jakarta actually balance these competing realities?
Well, I think Jakarta has got a fairly independent foreign policy. Obviously, they've got interests in acquiring Chinese weapon systems. I'm not aware off the top of my head of the extent of trade between Indonesia and China, but the fact that you've got India now selling BrahMos missiles to the Philippines, to Vietnam, and to Indonesia means that the crucially sensitive South China Sea, which has seen the presence of China in building up islands or reefs, as part of the Spratly chain, is something which can be contested effectively using Indian weapon systems. It also comes at a time when China has been exporting weapons across the region to Bangladesh, to Myanmar, to Thailand, to many of the countries in the ASEAN belt as well. And therefore, the fact that you've got Indonesia, India, involved in this process is very significant. We already have a very robust military partnership with some of these countries. For example, Vietnam, who we are reported to have sold BrahMos missiles to, but also warships to. We have been able to sell submarines, a submarine to Myanmar. But the fact that you've got the BrahMos now in service with the Philippines already operationally deployed, it is believed that Indonesia already has some BrahMos. We're looking at getting more of them. They don't want to get into the numbers, and that's understandable. And Astra air-to-air missiles, which you see on the top left-hand side of your screen, the BrahMos on the bottom right-hand side, these are all very important because it's sort of, it's an extension of Atmanirbharta. It's more now about not just about building in India, certain weapon systems, not all, but India now building in India and exporting to the world, principally our closest strategic partners. Indonesia is a hugely important nation for India. I mean, the diplomatic relationship between the two countries goes back decades. There have been outstanding links. There are cultural links over here, strategic links, all of that, shared waterways. So this is a very important development. The Indonesian leader received the Prime Minister at the airport when he was there for this very important visit. The Prime Minister will next be going to Australia and New Zealand. So that's what you have right now. And we expect this very important announcement to actually take place of these key weapon systems. That's what we know so far.
Speaking of waterways, though, Vishnu, Sabang Port has featured in India-Indonesia discussions for several years now. But what concrete progress is expected during this touchdown, and how would it complement India's infrastructure development as far as Great Nicobar is concerned too?
Well, India and Indonesia, according to sources, may be jointly developing Sabang, and that overlooks the Strait of Malacca. It's about 100 miles away from India's Great Nicobar Port project. So the Malacca Strait's of great strategic importance. That is important in terms of being one of the most busy waterways on Earth, carrying the energy supplies from, for example, West Asia onto China and to all the other ASEAN, Southeast Asian nations, to Japan as well. But Indonesia is interested in jointly developing its port of Sabang. We have an interest in developing Great Nicobar Island, which is not too far from the Malacca Straits as well. So if you have these massive infrastructure projects in this region, it gives you an idea of the future of South and Southeast Asia and the development of infrastructure. The fact that Indonesia and India have historic relations, the fact that this is being reinforced with this military aspect that I'm talking about, the sale of Astra air-to-air missiles and BrahMos, anti-ship or anti-land attack cruise missiles, that adds to the closeness of the two nations. And obviously the economic basis of the relationship, which you've referred to, is very, very important. There are other things as well. Aditya mentioned a few of them. Critical mineral supply, that's something that India is looking at. India could be investing in steel, nickel, rare earths, permanent magnets, in Indonesia, right, to invest in manufacturing. So we could potentially get into manufacturing at that level. Many other important sort of aspects of this as well, as we try and build that relationship. There'll be more very interesting aspects of the bilateral agreements which sort of come into focus in the next little while or so. So we'll keep an eye out for that. But I am very enthused about the defense aspect of this relationship.
I can imagine, Vishnu, and as always, thanks so much. We'll, of course, revert to you for regular updates. Indonesia has traditionally maintained a carefully balanced foreign policy, as my colleague Vishnu Shom has highlighted as well. Aditya's with us now. Aditya, does deeper cooperation with India then indicate a shift in Jakarta's strategic thinking, or is it simply broadening its partnerships?
Well, it's a continuity in many ways, and it is a broadening of the relationship. Already, we've seen a comprehensive partnership that was announced between both these countries in 2018. And even though both these leaders have met at least on 3 occasions in the past, and there have been significant meetings, and there is collaboration on ASEAN, on G20 as well. But this is the first bilateral visit that is taking place ever since 2018, which is quite significant. We have to remember that last year, the president of Indonesia was the guest for the Republic Day ceremony. That was a big, honor that was bestowed upon Indonesia. And ever since, there's been an increase in the portfolio of the bilateral ties in every segment and every domain that we can think of, from trade to defense to technology to the digital public infrastructure that India would be immensely contributing to. There are several other sectors also. The big headlines that we have put out is, of course, about BrahMos, about Astra, about the EVMs and critical minerals, apart from the joint development of the Sabang port, which is significantly, critically, and strategically very, very important. But apart from that, there are other key issues that would be discussed between the two leaders and possibly would be announced within the next couple of hours. There is a huge soft power that is also at play between India and Indonesia. What I'm being told is that Rabindranath Tagore would be celebrated in Indonesia as a very, very significant and special, honor given to the national poet. And apart from that, we will have, a very important soft power display when Prime Minister Narendra Modi visits Yogyakarta, which is the temple town of Indonesia, and Prime Minister will be visiting a very important key temple there tomorrow. So these are very important initiatives, the backbone and the foundation of the relationship that is in people-to-people contact and the soft power collaboration and the history and tradition between India and Indonesia. That is being increased, that is being broadened to another level now. This is the next phase of the strategic cooperation that we are witnessing, and there could be possibly much more surprises in store when the joint announcement and the joint statement comes in a couple of hours. The bilateral meeting is underway right now, but this is a significant boost to the Indo-Pacific strategy, of which India and Indonesia are both important part, and also have reaffirmed their commitment to free and open Indo-Pacific. This also comes at a time of the blocking of the Strait of Hormuz, and that's why both these countries are very much sure that the resilient supply chains and the energy crisis should be met with both these countries being strategically on the same page.
All right. Gentlemen, as always, we'll continue to track all the regular updates with you, Vishnu and Aditya. Thanks so much. Quick break for now. Back in a moment.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
हिंदुस्तान मिले हिंदुस्तान से
देश का टायर जेके टायर
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा
सबका राजा और मसाला।
Literally go from the man on the outside looking in now to the man on the inside looking out.
I think that was one of my biggest drivers to become an astronaut.
Iron Man, Kokoro, how does that prepare the body for something with no finish line?
I would say it prepares the mind more than it prepares the body. I live right next to NDTV in Greater Kailash in New Delhi.
What would the young man in India say if he could see you right now?
I'll be up there soon with you.
India Inc.'s most respected names chose India Inc.'s best and brightest.
These kind of awards and jury lineup, you are truly giving it the right weightage.
I think it's heartening to see talent that there is across India Inc.
We should be awarding companies and individuals who have focused not only on growth but also on bringing good governance.
Be part of jury and vote on the people, the men, the women, the companies in India who have the right stuff is a great opportunity for us.
For us, the biggest thing is trust. That's what we provide.
We need leaders in India that can help take India being a global superpower.
We've got a fantastic jury and we've left all decisions to the wisdom of the jury.
Who will earn India's top business honors? Find out at the NDTV Profit Business Leadership Awards.
Literally go from the man on the outside looking in now to the man on the inside looking out.
I think that was one of my biggest drivers to become an astronaut.
Iron Man, Kokoro, how does that prepare the body for something with no finish line?
I would say it prepares the mind more than it prepares the body. I live right next to NDTV in Greater Kailash in New Delhi.
What would the young man in India say if he could see you right now?
I'll be up there soon with you.
Well, some big breaking news coming in at this hour. Let's take you through it. Now, the financial capital of Mumbai is now bracing for more rain. That's right, the IMD has sounded an orange alert in Mumbai. Overnight showers have taken place, but there has not been any major waterlogging that isn't reported so far. Road and railway services and air services remain unhampered as Mumbai sees a fresh spell of rain. The IMD has also sounded the orange alert in the financial capital. All right, I sincerely apologize for that. Police believe Ketan Agarwal's fiancée, Sia Goel, along with her alleged accomplice Chetan Chaudhary, carefully planned the killing and attempted to create a convincing alibi. Investigators are also examining whether the accused drew lessons from the widely reported Sonam Raghuvanshi murder case, in which Sonam Raghuvanshi has been accused of conspiring to kill her husband Raja. Police say the Pune case appears to reflect more extensive planning, including online research and efforts to avoid investigative pitfalls too. Saurabh Gupta is tracking the latest for us. Let's go across to him at the moment. Saurabh, what evidence has led investigators to believe that Sia Goel may have drawn lessons from the Raja Raghuvanshi, Sonam Raghuvanshi case?
Well, several searches on her devices is something that the police have managed to sort of, lay their hands upon. And of course, this will be part of digital evidence. However, the evidence is being verified. Whether it makes it to the charge sheet or not will, of course, depend on how the police verify the evidence and how much, dependence they have on it. But at this point, what we're being given to understand is that the police are almost certain that, yes, the Sonam Raghuvanshi case, the Raja Raghuvanshi murder case was definitely what came up in their search histories as far as the police are concerned. And they say that, they did several searches, including Sia Goel searched for things like, are women roughed up in custody, or, what kind of rights does a woman prisoner have, or, the searches of, the height of forts and the depth of the gorges, tourist footfalls, CCTV camera, all of these things were part of the search, which clearly indicates a sinister plot and, intention to kill. That's something that the police are focusing on the investigation. Remember, the digital part of the investigation is critical because it kind of, gives the police the motive of the crime and also the planning and the conspiracy part it proves. Now, obviously, there is much more evidence that the police have laid their hands upon, which they will not, of course, disclose to the public. But at this point, we can say that the search histories of Sia Goel, something that the police have managed to access, does indicate that there was, a lot of research, including reading up on the Raja Raghuvanshi murder case, which has, similar sort of surroundings and similar sort of planning. So that's something that the police sources have confirmed. But however, they've not made any on-record statement on the evidence, which is understandable given that it's an ongoing investigation.
Right. Well, police believe Ketan Agarwal's fiancée, Sia Goel, along with her alleged accomplice Chetan Chaudhary, carefully planned the killing and attempted to create a convincing alibi. This is what police has said. Investigators are also examining whether the accused drew lessons from the widely reported Raja Raghuvanshi murder case, in which Sonam Raghuvanshi has been accused of conspiring to kill her husband. You must note that the police have said that the Pune case appears to reflect more extensive planning, including online research and efforts to avoid investigative pitfalls. Saurabh Gupta has taken us through the evidence that has led investigators to believe that Sia Goel may have drawn lessons from the Raja Raghuvanshi case. There are similarities between the two cases that have attracted attention. But Saurabh, from an investigative standpoint, are police treating these as genuinely connected in terms of modus operandi, or are the parallels largely circumstantial?
Well, at this point, it's difficult to pinpoint that. But yes, I mean, this case, of course, is something that the police are still investigating. Remember, what the police say is that Sia Goel and Chetan Chaudhary planned this. They planned this well. And they took their lessons from whatever research they could do. And it is unlikely that they did not chance upon the Sonam Raghuvanshi case because the details are similar. Now, obviously, the outcome is also similar, but there may have been changes in the modus operandi on how to escape, how to create an alibi, because remember, those are things that perhaps they could have improvised on after having researched on this, but it's absolutely certain that there is no chance that they would not have at least come across certain articles on this Raja Raghuvanshi case, which perhaps gave them a better idea and, of course, an idea to create a better alibi. That's something that the police are definitely investigating at this point.
We'll, of course, track all the finer developments with you, Saurabh. Thanks so much. We'll leave it there. On that note, let's turn our attention to further breaking news coming in this morning. A football match that should have ended in celebration has instead ended in tragedy. A 17-year-old boy identified as Prasanjit Biswas was allegedly murdered in West Bengal's Baruipur. Police say the attack appears to have stemmed from a rivalry linked to a local football match, though the exact motive remains under investigation. The 3 accused have been arrested. Hrithik Mondal is tracking all the finer developments and he joins us with the clarity we need at the moment. Hrithik, we're given to understand that investigators suspect that the motive is linked to a football match. What have the police officially confirmed about the sequence of events that led to Prasanjit Biswas' death?
Well, another shocking incident emerges from South Sobishwara, Baruipur, days after the horrific, chilling murder and alleged gang rape and murder case incident happened in Baruipur. This is another case that what we were given to understand last night. A young budding footballer was, killed by, slitting his throat by his own fellow teammates. And what we do understand that there was a match take place recently, and following this match, this young footballer was called in a location by 3 others, and they allegedly killed him. And following this thing, what we are given to understand, police immediately arrested the 3 suspects, and they were taken for medical inquiry yesterday at a local hospital in Baruipur, and where locals and relatives of the victim boy, they also rushed to the spot and they created ruckus. They vandalized that police outpost inside the hospital, and visuals are emerging. The 3 main accused, they tried to hide under a bed inside that hospital. Situation is under control, but it was simmering. Additional forces were rushed. Top cops were also rushed to the spot. Remember, today Chief Minister Shubhendu Adhikari is scheduled to visit Baruipur following this horrific incident in which a 11-year-old minor girl was subjected to crime. And following this thing, another shocking incident emerges from Baruipur area. And with regard to this particular case, 3 people have been arrested so far. Back to you.
3 people have been arrested so far. We'll of course track all the nitty-gritties as this probe progresses with you, Hrithik. Thanks so much. All right, we have latest information coming in regarding the removal of Satluj. The controversy over the removal of Satluj, earlier titled Punjab 95 from Z5 in India, is now drawing responses from within the BJP as well. Punjab BJP chief Keval Singh Dhillon has said that he will take up the issue with the party's central leadership and seek clarity on why the film was taken down. In fact, he has said the state unit is trying to ascertain the reasons behind the decision and will raise the matter with the central government too. Now, why is this development so significant? Because until now, this debate had largely been driven by filmmakers, by opposition parties, on social media regarding the streaming platform. A senior BJP leader in Punjab is now publicly seeking an explanation that suggests that the questions over the film's removal are extending beyond party lines. We have a reaction lined up for you from Rajvinder Singh Bains. Listen in.
मुझे तो अफसोस ही हुआ कि हमारे में इतनी मैच्योर गवर्नमेंट नहीं है कि छोटी सी एक पिक्चर से क्या डर है, वो भी जिसकी कहानी कम से कम 30 साल पुरानी हो, और फिर वो एक रीजन का अगर हीरो मानते हैं तो मानते हैं. People love Jaswant Singh Khalra.
My colleague Mohammad Ghazali is tracking the latest details for us. He joins us with further clarity. Ghazali, break down for us, how significant is Keval Singh Dhillon's statement politically? And is this actually the first public call from within the BJP seeking an explanation for the film's removal?
Oh yes, the first major comment from the BJP, and it comes just days before the Prime Minister is also scheduled to visit Punjab and make certain announcements as well as Railways Department is concerned. But regardless of that, this is the first public opinion, or to say a public comment by the BJP chief, Mr. Keval Dhillon, who said that he will speak to his top bosses in Delhi to seek a review of the decision to pull out the movie from OTT. But it is damning at a time when his own party colleague, Mr. Navneet Singh Bittu, who happens to be Union Minister of State for the Railways, his grandfather is shown in a very poor light in that particular movie, where Bain Singh, at that time back in 90s, when he was heading the Congress government in Punjab, that is when Mr. Khalra was abducted and reportedly killed by Punjab police in a fake encounter. So this is something which has divided the BJP as well, because sources also suggest that it was Mr. Bittu who insisted the government or the party high command within the BJP to stay with this decision to not let the movie air either to get a proper smooth release or even on OTT, and perhaps he would not like this movie to get into the public domain. So we'll have to see that what decision the BJP takes. But frankly, Parmeshwar, what is happening in Punjab is though all the parties, the Kisan unions, the political parties, the Sikh outfits, they are all saying unanimously that movies should be released. It is our democracy or a freedom of expression or internal security even is not so fragile that a movie can damage that. But beyond that, most of the political parties in poll-bound Punjab are also assessing that which political party will take a kind of damage if the movie is released in Punjab.
Rizali, as always, thank you so much for joining us with the lowdown. All right, on that note, let's turn our attention to dramatic footage coming in from Coorg. This is a rescue that was caught on cam. Stranded college students were rescued. And these are the visuals coming in from Karnataka at the moment. A group of college students were stranded in a dangerous section of the Malali Falls in Kodagu district. They were rescued in this dramatic operation by firefighters and local residents just yesterday. As I mentioned, the incident occurred at Malali Falls in Komarpet Taluk, that's the district, after the students allegedly crossed the safety barricade and ventured into a restricted area near the middle of the waterfall. As the water flow suddenly intensified, the students were unable to return and they took shelter on a rock in the middle of the falls, leaving them trapped in a precarious situation. Once alerted by locals, we're told there were personnel from the Fire and Emergency Services Department, the local department that rushed to the spot. Deepak Bopanna has sent us these dramatic visuals. He joins us with all the details we need at the moment. Deepak, walk us through what we're seeing in these visuals coming in from Coorg.
This was quite a shocking incident, considering the fact that these young students managed to get right in the middle of the gushing waters. This is the waterfall in Somarpet Taluk of Coorg. This is the Malali Falls, and a bunch of students had gone there as a part of their trip. But unfortunately, though barricades were put up, they decided to, of course, make their way inside and eventually got trapped in those gushing waters. You could see them get stuck there. People who were right on top managed to get that on video as well. Eventually, Department of Fire and also the forest officials managed to rescue them. But it was, of course, a Herculean task. And also, this could have resulted in loss of lives. So police at this point in time are also looking at whether they should also book them under any sort of charges. But at this point in time, fortunately for them, they've been rescued without any major injuries.
Deepak, as always, thanks so much for taking us through the latest details. All right, let's switch tracks now. From Maharashtra to Himachal Pradesh and from Jammu and Kashmir all the way to Odisha, relentless rainfall has disrupted daily life, it's claimed lives, and it's strained transport networks too. Let's begin with Maharashtra first. Exceptionally heavy rain has triggered landslides, disrupted rail services between Mumbai and Pune, affected flights, forced the closure of key highways. And as far as the schools and colleges are concerned, they will remain shut for the day in Mumbai after the IMD has issued an orange alert for heavy rain and gusty winds. You know, amid this heavy downpour, though, a concrete slab had collapsed in Mumbai's Borivali while another tree had collapsed, injuring a pregnant woman in Andheri. As far as the toll of the tree collapses in the city is concerned, it's been absolutely alarming, especially when we compare it to the same period, same period last year. 1,100 trees have collapsed in 6 days. That amounts to nearly 29% more than the same period in the year 2025. We know extreme rainfall undoubtedly puts enormous pressure as far as urban infrastructure is concerned. But when similar incidents, they occur every monsoon, questions inevitably arise about preventive maintenance, about tree audits, about structural inspections, and disaster preparedness too.
Well, this is not some river from where I'm reporting right now, but that's the highway that connects Nashik to Tramkeshwar And these are the pictures, these are the visuals that you can see on your television screens right now of Nashik-Trambakeshwar highway, of the waterlogging, and it clearly also highlights the current concerning situation in Nashik and Trambakeshwar as well. The situation remains to be very critical for the next few hours because already it's been more than 4 to 5 hours. The red alert continues, the downpour continues, and for the next 4 to 5 hours the situation is going to be the same. In the visuals also you can see that what kind of waterlogging is witnessed in this entire area, and now the high speed winds are also being witnessed over here. And in fact in the visuals also you can see that the commuters are facing huge trouble to cross the roads as well. And this is a similar kind of situation that we have been witnessing, you know, in every part. And there are high winds that are being witnessed over here in this part. And not just this, but the entire area here in Trambakeshwar remains to be like this as well. And if we talk about the red alert, then red alert has been issued, yes. And of course, the IMD has stated that for the next 24 hours, you know, the situation is continuously very much tense, because in all likelihood the rainfall could be 300 millimeter. And in fact the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Devendra Fadnavis, has also in fact stated that in the coming time or in the given situation there could be cloudburst as well. So remains to be seen that what happens. And in the visuals as well you can see that how the roads are, how the condition is, and how the downpour continuously is happening over here. And the high-speed winds over here are also escalating the ongoing situation. We'll be bringing you all the ground reports from Trambakeshwar and Nashik so as to understand about how the situation here is on the ground.
Meanwhile, traffic on the Mumbai-bound carriageway of the Mumbai-Pune Expressway's missing link bypass that resumed after remaining closed for more than 18 hours due to a landslide triggered by heavy overnight rain. In fact, traffic resumed at around 10:30 p.m. last evening, and the carriageway had been shut after a landslide had struck near the exit of Tunnel 2, which is actually the longest tunnel on the missing link section, which passes through the Sahyadri Mountains as well. The 19-kilometer Mumbai-Pune Expressway link, though, was built to bypass the accident-prone Khandala Ghat and improve safety. But ironically, take a look at the visuals that are about to play out on your screens. A section of this new 6,695 crore rupee corridor, it collapsed just weeks after opening, 9 weeks to be precise. This has now raised major questions for the Maharashtra government under Devendra Fadnavis. And we'll, of course, continue to track all the latest details and the advisories put in place across the state of Maharashtra. But for now, let's turn our attention to breaking news coming in from Rajasthan this morning. A tragic road accident has claimed the lives of 3 children in Rajasthan's Jaipur, raising yet again serious questions about road safety and reckless driving. As per the police, a speeding truck allegedly rammed multiple vehicles on the Ajmer bypass in the Hirapura area before crashing into a family selling balloons and other items by the road. 3 children have died in this tragic accident in Jaipur, while 2 others have been injured. Police are treating this case as a hit and run, we're told, and an investigation is underway. My colleague Harsha Kumari Singh has sent us all these details. He joins us with further clarity as well. Harsha, what have the police confirmed so far about how this accident unfolded?
You know, the CCTV footage is very much available for the police, and we also have a version of it which we will be playing out very soon. Now, this trawler which was coming from the other side, you know, it's a very large vehicle, coming from the other side, appears to have lost control because it suddenly went onto the railing. Being a heavy vehicle, it knocked the railing over, and these people were standing on the side, on the curb. They were not even on the road. So this trawler has sort of veered off the road, knocked the railing over, and crushed these people. 4 of them, unfortunately, very, very sadly, are young children. 2 others are seriously injured, and it's caused a huge traffic jam on this road, which is actually the road which leads from Jaipur to Ajmer and then onwards to Ahmedabad, a very important national highway. So traffic has to be diverted there, and the spin-offs of this, the domino effect of this, will be felt for a few hours till the traffic is cleared on this area and everything is back on track. But you know, these kind of accidents on the highways in Rajasthan are definitely a cause of concern about the safety audit that should be taking place of the highways.
Harsha, as always, thank you so much for joining us with the latest details. We'll, of course, revert to you for regular updates. From Rajasthan, let's turn our attention now to Punjab, where the internal fault lines within the Punjab Congress are no longer confined to closed-door meetings. They are now playing out in public, it seems. And the latest flashpoint came after former Chief Minister Charanjit Singh Channi shared a photograph with leaders who attended a recent meeting of the dissident camp, reinforcing the perception that the pushback against the current state leadership is gathering momentum. Punjab Congress Chief Amrinder Singh Raja Vading has sought to downplay these developments, though, saying every leader has the right to hold meetings and insisting that the party remains united. But Leader of Opposition Pratap Singh Bajwa has offered a different assessment. While calling for unity, Mr. Bajwa acknowledged that there is dissatisfaction among leaders following the recent Punjab Congress Committee reshuffle. He expressed confidence that the differences would be resolved within 10 days. But you cannot ignore the fact that the contrast in these public statements is politically significant. Here are the reactions you have to listen to.
देखो बार बार तुसी एक ही गल नूं मैं बहुत बारी एक गल कहती हर व्यक्ति नूं हक है अगर कोई 4 व्यक्ति इकट्ठे होंदे किते या 10 व्यक्ति इकट्ठे होंदे है अपनी कोई मीटिंग करदे आ तां इहदे च कोई गलत गल नहीं है। दूसरी गल ये आम आदमी पार्टी नहीं है, ये विचारधारा दी पार्टी है। कांग्रेस पार्टी दा एक भी व्यक्ति एक भी बशिंदा पार्टी छड़ के नहीं गया है। इत्थे वो पार्टियां ने आम आदमी पार्टी जिन्हां दे 6-6 राज्य सभा मैंबर चले गए ने।
There is a bit of dissatisfaction among some of the leaders. They were expecting something else, and something else came out of whatever has happened. I was asked to step aside in favor of Captain Amrinder Singh. I did that because I felt we had lost twice in a row. 2007 to 12 and 12 to 17, we were out of power. I felt if our differences still existed, Congress will not stand a chance the third term too. So I stepped aside and Captain came in and the Congress came in. I appeal to my brothers, my colleagues is, for God's sake, we need to save the state, we need to save the party. And whatever the party high commander said, if there are minor differences, we'll get them ironed out. It's nothing it's not something which cannot be sorted out. So my plea and I urge all my colleagues to let's get together. See, I am the senior most congressman in the state. I am the senior most.
ਵਿੱਚ ਕਾਂਗਰਸ ਹਾਈ ਕਮਾਂਡ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦੇ ਪ੍ਰਤੀ ਬਹੁਤ ਗੰਭੀਰ ਹੈ ਔਰ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਬੀਜੇਪੀ ਔਰ ਬੀਜੇਪੀ ਦੀ ਵੀ ਟੀਮ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਨੂੰ ਬਹੁਤ ਵੱਡਾ ਨੁਕਸਾਨ ਕਰ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। ਇਸ ਕਰਕੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਇਹ ਇੰਟਰਨਲ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਮੀਟਿੰਗਸ ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਇਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਆਪਾਂ ਕਹੀਏ ਕੋਈ ਧੜੇ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਹੈ ਕੋਈ ਧੜੇ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ ਇਹ ਤਾਂ ਪਿਓਰਲੀ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦੀ ਔਰ ਕਾਂਗਰਸ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਹੈ ਔਰ ਅਸੀਂ ਉਹਦੇ ਲਈ ਹਮੇਸ਼ਾ ਕੰਮ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਔਰ ਕੰਮ ਕਰਦੇ ਰਹਿਣਾ। ਸੋ ਇਸ ਕਰਕੇ ਇਹ ਬੇਸਿਕਲੀ ਜੇ ਕਿਤੇ ਇਹ ਦਿਖਾਇਆ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਹੈਗਾ ਕਿ ਹਾਂ ਵੀ ਪਤਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਇਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕੀ ਧੜੇ ਆ ਸਿਰਫ ਕਾਂਗਰਸ ਇੱਕ ਧੜਾ ਆ ਔਰ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਇੱਕ ਸਟੇਟ ਹੈ। ਮੈਨੂੰ ਨਹੀਂ ਪਤਾ ਇਹ ਤਾਂ ਚੰਨੀ ਜੀ ਨੂੰ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਪੁੱਛ ਸਕਦੇ ਆ ਪਰ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਇਦਾਂ ਦੀ ਕੋਈ ਗੱਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਲੱਗਦੀ। ਥੋੜੀ ਬਹੁਤੀ ਕੋਈ ਮਨਮਟਾਵ ਜੇ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਵੀ ਆ ਸੋ ਮੇਰਾ ਖਿਆਲ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਇੱਕ ਪਰਿਵਾਰ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜੇ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਤੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਬਹਿ ਕੇ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਹਮੇਸ਼ਾ ਸੋਲਵ ਕਰਨ ਦੀ ਕੋਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਕਰਦੇ ਆ।
And on that note, we're slipping into a very quick break, but as always, the news and updates continue right here on NDTV 24/7. In a moment with my colleague Radhika Ramaswamy, who joins you live from Bombay.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा
सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
Literally go from the man on the outside looking in now to the man on the inside looking out.
I think that was one of my biggest drivers to become an astronaut.
Ironman, Kokoro, how does that prepare the body for something with no finish line?
I would say it prepares the mind more than it prepares the body. I live right next to NDTV in Greater Kailash in New Delhi.
What would the young man in India say if he could see you right now?
I'll be up there soon with you.
India Inc.'s most respected names chose India Inc.'s best and brightest.
These kind of awards and jury lineup, you are truly giving it the right weightage.
I think it's heartening to see talent that there is across India Inc.
We should be awarding companies and individuals who have focused not only on growth but also on bringing good governance.
Be part of jury and vote on the people, the men, the women, the companies in India who have the right stuff is a great opportunity for us.
For us, the biggest thing is trust. That's what we provide.
We need leaders in India that can help take India being a global superpower.
We've got a fantastic jury and we've left all decisions to the wisdom of the jury.
Who will earn India's top business honors? Find out at the NDTV Profit Business Leadership Awards.
Literally go from the man on the outside looking in now to the man on the inside looking out.
I think that was one of my biggest drivers to become an astronaut.
Iron Man, Kokoro, how does that prepare the body for something with no finish line?
I would say it prepares the mind more than it prepares the body. I live right next to NDTV in Greater Kailash in New Delhi.
What would the young man in India say if he could see you right now?
I'll be up there soon with you.
Well, recent big breaking news coming in at this hour. Let's take you through it. Now, the financial capital of Mumbai is now bracing for more rain. That's right, the IMD has sounded an orange alert in Mumbai. Overnight showers have taken place, but there has not been any major waterlogging that hasn't reported so far. Road and railway services and air services remain unhampered as Mumbai sees a fresh spell of rain. The IMD has also sounded the orange alert in the financial capital. We're also being told that there were overnight showers in Mumbai, but no cases of waterlogging have been reported so far. Road and rail services as well as air services remain unhampered in the financial capital. Well, my colleagues Abhishek and Teshri join us on the broadcast. Abhishek, coming to you first, help us understand what exactly is it looking like in Mumbai today?
The orange alert has been predicted by the IMD department.
All right, it seems as though we're having some problem connecting with my colleague there. My colleague Teshri is also with us on the broadcast. Teshri, the rain in the past couple of days have not just, exposed in some ways what the monsoon has in store for the financial capital, but also the kind of civic mess that it's created. Help us understand what exactly is it looking like in the financial capital early this morning.
Well, absolutely. We have been seeing that how in the past few days the financial capital, that is Mumbai, in fact, has been facing a lot of problem in terms of the monsoon is concerned. We have been seeing that how back to back the lack of administration and the kind of
Good morning. You're watching NDTV 24/7. I'm Radhika Ramaswamy. Big outcomes during Prime Minister Modi's Indonesia visit. India to support development of Indonesian EVMs and also export Astra missiles. And in monsoon news, Mumbai is witnessing a slight respite from heavy downpour. This after a series of rain-related tragedies and widespread disruption witnessed across the city. We'll get to all the details, but first the headlines. Major boost to India-Indonesia defense ties. Indonesia is set to expand its arsenal with Indian capabilities, including Astra air-to-air missiles and additional BrahMos missile systems. Mumbai reels under deadly monsoon, 10 deaths in 7 days just in the city of Mumbai. Questions arise over BMC's preparedness. Mayor faces heat for making reels as rain batters Mumbai. Congress versus Congress erupts in Punjab. Power struggle ahead of 2027 polls. Congress faces internal turmoil, warring leadership under challenge. Channi camp races dissent. Tamil Nadu Minister Kirtana faces backlash over judging students' English skills. The minister issues a clarification, but the DMK has now been training its guns on her for mocking students over their English. Shocking twist to Keith and murder probe. CR studied Sonam Raghuvanshi's case details, analysed police action and evidence, learnt from previous investigation gaps, avoided repeating Sonam's mistakes. Cristiano Ronaldo's final World Cup ended with a Spanish sting in the tail. An emotional Ronaldo says, "It's sad to leave the World Cup. I gave my best." First up, breaking updates as far as Prime Minister Modi's visit to Indonesia is concerned. Indonesia President Prabowo Subianto announces that Indonesia has conferred its highest honor, Bintang Adipurna of the Republic of Indonesia, Medal of Honor, upon Prime Minister Modi. So that's the big breaking update that we are getting as Prime Minister Modi is in Indonesia on a two-day visit. We're joined by Aditya Raj Kaul on this. Aditya, before that, let's go across to Prime Minister Modi's address in Indonesia.
सबसे पहले मैं इस गर्मजोशी भरे स्वागत के लिए अपने मित्र प्रेसिडेंट प्रबोवो को उनका हृदय से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। पिछले वर्ष भारत के गणतंत्र दिवस के मुख्य अतिथि के रूप में हमें उनका स्वागत करने का अवसर मिला और आज उनके आत्मीयता भरे निमंत्रण पर इंडोनेशिया की यात्रा करते हुए मुझे बहुत खुशी हो रही है। आज सुबह मुझे बहुत स्नेह के साथ, आदर के साथ इंडोनेशिया का सर्वोच्च सम्मान दिया गया है। ये सम्मान कोटि कोटि भारतवासियों का है। इंडोनेशिया के लोगों की भावनाओं का है। भारत और इंडोनेशिया के ऐतिहासिक और आत्मीय संबंधों का है। मैं प्रेसिडेंट प्रबोवो जी, इंडोनेशिया की सरकार और यहां की जनता का हृदय से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। फ्रेंड्स, बीते वर्षों में भारत और इंडोनेशिया के संबंधों में एक नई ऊर्जा, एक नया विश्वास और एक नई गहराई आई है। 2018 में बनी हमारी कॉम्प्रिहेंसिव स्ट्रेटेजिक पार्टनरशिप आज एक नई उड़ान ले रही है। हम डेवलपमेंट, सिक्योरिटी, टेक्नोलॉजी, कल्चर और एजुकेशन हर क्षेत्र में महत्वपूर्ण कदम बढ़ा रहे हैं। मुझे विश्वास है आज से भारत इंडोनेशिया साझेदारी का एक सुनहरा अध्याय शुरू होगा और इस सुनहरे अध्याय का बहुत बड़ा सकारात्मक प्रभाव 21वीं सदी की दुनिया पर होगा, पूरी मानवता पर होगा। फ्रेंड्स, हमारे देशों के बीच बढ़ता विश्वास हमारी रक्षा, सुरक्षा और मैरीटाइम सहयोग को मजबूत कर रहा है। आज हमने डिफेंस एक्सचेंज, डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट और इंडस्ट्रियल सहयोग बढ़ाने पर सहमति बनाई। अब हम दोनों देशों के कोस्ट गार्ड हिंद महासागर में मैरीटाइम सेफ्टी और सिक्योरिटी के लिए मिलकर काम करेंगे। दो करीबी मैरीटाइम देश होने के नाते हमने ब्लू इकोनॉमी, पोर्ट डेवलपमेंट और मैरीटाइम ट्रेड में आपसी सहयोग बढ़ाने का भी निर्णय लिया है। फ्रेंड्स, भारत और इंडोनेशिया के लिए गरीबी को परास्त करना और अपने नागरिकों तक कल्याणकारी योजनाओं का लाभ पहुंचाना सर्वोच्च प्राथमिकता है। हमने इंडोनेशिया के साथ अपनी मिड डे मील स्कीम और पब्लिक डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन सिस्टम के सॉल्यूशंस साझा किए हैं। अब हम इस सहयोग को नेक्स्ट लेवल पर लेकर जा रहे हैं। हमारा हेल्थ कोऑपरेशन दोनों देशों में क्वालिटी हेल्थ सर्विस सुनिश्चित करने में अहम योगदान देगा। आज हुए एग्रीमेंट से भारत की हाई क्वालिटी और किफायती दवाइयां इंडोनेशिया के नागरिकों को और सहजता से उपलब्ध होगी। हम इंडोनेशिया के डॉक्टर्स और हेल्थ केयर वर्कर्स की कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग में भी योगदान देंगे। भारत में डेवलप किए गए गेहूं के बीज की सप्लाई से इंडोनेशिया की फूड सिक्योरिटी और मजबूत होगी। हम एक दूसरे के साथ सस्टेनेबल फार्मिंग और एग्रो टेक्नोलॉजी में बेस्ट प्रैक्टिसेस भी साझा करेंगे। फ्रेंड्स, 21st सेंचुरी टेक्नोलॉजी ड्रिवन सेंचुरी है। भारत और इंडोनेशिया दोनों ही युवा ऊर्जा से भरे हुए। हमारे युवाओं में टेक्नोलॉजी के प्रति स्वाभाविक रुझान है। हमें अपने युवाओं के बीच एआई, टेलीकॉम, डिजिटल पब्लिक इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर जैसे क्षेत्रों में टेक्नोलॉजी सहयोग बढ़ाने के लिए आज एक अहम एग्रीमेंट किया है। हम दोनों देशों के बीच स्टार्टअप सहयोग को और गहरा करने पर भी सहमत हुए हैं। हम इंडोनेशिया में भारत के प्रतिष्ठित मैनेजमेंट इंस्टीट्यूट IIM बेंगलुरु को उसका कैंपस खोलने के जा रहे हैं। इससे पूरे आसियान क्षेत्र के युवाओं को बहुत लाभ होगा। स्पेस सेक्टर में भी हमारे बीच दशकों पुराना विश्वसनीय सहयोग रहा है। इसे आगे बढ़ाते हुए आज स्पेस सेक्टर में ज्वाइंट रिसर्च, टेक्नोलॉजी शेयरिंग और कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग से जुड़े अहम निर्णय लिए गए हैं। फ्रेंड्स, आज के युग में टेक्नोलॉजी की सप्लाई चेन रेजिलियंस बहुत मायने रखती है। क्रिटिकल मिनरल्स और स्टील के क्षेत्र में सप्लाई चेन को अधिक मजबूती देने के लिए भी अहम समझौता हुआ है। हमारी कंपनीज के बीच स्टेनलेस स्टील और रेयर अर्थ मैग्नेट को लेकर साझेदारी की नई शुरुआत हो रही है। फ्रेंड्स, पीपल टू पीपल टाइज हमारे संबंधों की सबसे बड़ी शक्ति है। हमें बहुत खुशी है कि भारत की यूपीआई इंडोनेशिया के पेमेंट सिस्टम के साथ इंटीग्रेट होने जा रही है। इससे ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस और ईज ऑफ ट्रैवल दोनों को ही बल मिलेगा। फ्रेंड्स, कल राष्ट्रपति प्रबोवो के साथ मुझे योग्याकार्ता में प्रमानन मंदिर के कंजर्वेशन प्रोजेक्ट को लॉन्च करने का सौभाग्य मिलेगा। 1000 वर्ष से भी अधिक पुराना प्रमानन मंदिर भारत और इंडोनेशिया की साझा सांस्कृतिक विरासत का प्रतीक है। हम दोनों देश गुरुदेव रविन्द्रनाथ टैगोर की ऐतिहासिक इंडोनेशिया यात्रा का शताब्दी वर्ष धूमधाम से मनाएंगे। इंडोनेशिया की विकास यात्रा में महान शिक्षाविद और यहां के पहले शिक्षा मंत्री देवांतरा जी का अहम योगदान रहा है। शिक्षा को लेकर उनके विचारों पर गुरुदेव टैगोर की सोच का गहरा प्रभाव था। इसलिए भारत इंडोनेशिया इस शताब्दी वर्ष को टैगोर और देवांतरा ईयर ऑफ कल्चरल एंड एजुकेशन डिप्लोमेसी के रूप में मनाएगा। फ्रेंड, लोकतांत्रिक मूल्य और विविधता में एकता भारत और इंडोनेशिया की साझी ताकत रही है। दोनों देशों के इलेक्शन कमीशंस के बीच एमओयू से हम डेमोक्रेटिक सहयोग को और मजबूत करने जा रहे हैं। फ्रेंड्स, वैश्विक मुद्दों पर भी भारत और इंडोनेशिया का सहयोग निरंतर बढ़ रहा है। इंडो पैसिफिक के प्रति हमारे आउटलुक में भी सिनर्जी है। भारत ने हमेशा आसियान सेंट्रलिटी को विशेष महत्व दिया है। वैश्विक उथल पुथल के इस दौर में भारत का मानना है कि डायलॉग और डिप्लोमेसी की भूमिका पहले से कहीं अधिक महत्वपूर्ण हो गई है। पैलेस्टाइन के विषय पर हम 2 स्टेट सॉल्यूशन और लॉन्ग टर्म पीस का समर्थन करते हैं। फ्रेंड्स, एक सुनहरा दौर हम दोनों देशों के सामने दस्तक दे रहा है। हमारे इतिहास में साझा संस्कृति है, हमारे वर्तमान में साझा विश्वास है और हमारे भविष्य में साझा समृद्धि है। मुझे भरोसा है हम साथ मिलकर इंडोनेशिया एमास और विकसित भारत का संकल्प साकार करेंगे। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
All right, so Prime Minister Modi there in Indonesia saying the visit reflects the growing strategic partnership between the two Indo-Pacific democracies, how the bond between the two countries has in fact strengthened. In fact, Indonesia President announcing the highest honor for Prime Minister Modi, which is Bintang Adipurna of the Republic of Indonesia, Medal of Honor upon Prime Minister. Prime Minister there addressing the nation, in fact, saying that this visit only reflects the growing strategic partnership and how the bond between the two countries has only strengthened over the years, and also highlighting deep ties between two nations across areas in which cooperation has been achieved, from defense, maritime, education and health. Cooperation has been achieved between the two countries. Let me go straight across to Vishnu Shom as well as Aditya Raj Kaul, who's joining us. Vishnu, to you first. Prime Minister Modi there highlighting deep ties between the two nations and areas in which cooperation has been achieved, spanning several areas from defense, maritime, education and health. If you can walk us through the key highlights from his speech there.
Well, besides the highlights, which Aditya and I'll get to in a moment, he's been honored with the Bintang Adipurna. This is the Medal of Honor, the highest honor of the Republic of Indonesia. This gives you an idea of how close the relationship is between both the sides. The statement of the Prime Minister, the speech of the Prime Minister right now, was important because it established the time-honored equation between India and Indonesia. We'll be celebrating Rabindranath Tagore jointly. It's a year of of cultural similarity between both sides. There is economic partnerships. There is India's UPI interface, which is very useful. The midday meal scheme of India, which has worked in our country, is going to be potentially rolled out in Indonesia as well. But what we expect more, and I think the key point was the Prime Minister expressing the significance of the centrality of ASEAN, the Association of Southeast Asian Nations, of which Indonesia is a key part, expressing how the strategy of India and Indonesia on Asia Pacific, on the Asia Pacific region, was central to India's belief. In the next little while, as the two sides sign official documents, we expect two major defense deals to be announced. One for Astra Mark 1 air-to-air missiles. This would be the first sale of the Astra Mark 1 air-to-air missile from India to any country. It would equip Indonesia's Sukhoi 30 fighters, and more sales of the BrahMos anti-ship and land attack cruise missile, which, as I understand it, Indonesia is already in the process of inducting. So two critical defense relationships and the broader context of the relationships which really define Jakarta and New Delhi's engagement.
Right, and Aditya, as Vishnu was pointing out, I'd like to ask you about the significance of Bintang Adipurna Award. How is this honor being viewed in the context of the growing India-Indonesia strategic partnership?
Well, this does indicate how much significance Indonesia gives to India, but also Prime Minister Narendra Modi, his leadership, his diplomatic prowess and power push, that Bintang Adipurna, the highest medal of honor from Indonesia, has been bestowed upon Prime Minister Narendra Modi. If I'm not wrong, this is the 33rd global honor that Prime Minister Modi has received by a country. In the past also, in fact, earlier this year, several other countries did also bestow their top honors only because they want to signify their bilateral strategic cooperation with India. They want to do more trade, more defense ties, more partnership on technology, AI, and other sectors also. As Vishnu was also pointing out, when it comes to maritime security, Indonesia is a key partner of India, reaffirming their commitment to free and open Indo-Pacific. Of course, the kind of announcements that we have seen today, and there are likely more in the lineup in the next few hours. One, of course, is the defense agreements between India and Indonesia, the Astra deal air-to-air missile, and the BrahMos batteries additionally that will be provided to Indonesia. That clearly indicates the kind of significance that both these countries have, how much they have achieved. This also indicates the prowess of the BrahMos and Astra when it comes to Operation Sindoor, and that's why several countries, including Philippines, Vietnam, and now Indonesia, are eager to buy weapons indigenously built completely by India. Apart from that, there are big announcements coming with the integration of India's successful model of UPI that will happen in Indonesia. On digital public infrastructure also, India will play a very critical role when it comes to Indonesia Open Network. And of course, the joint development of the Sabang port that will happen, that will be critically important when it comes to the Strait of Malacca. So we've spoken to Sandeep Chakravarti, also Indian ambassador to Indonesia yesterday, who briefed us about how Indonesia is also mindful of the fact of how the global supply chains have been disrupted at the Strait of Hormuz over the last many months. And that's why India and Indonesia are coming together, not only reaffirming their commitment to resilient supply chains, but also taking their trade, defense pacts, and other important supply chains to another level. What we'll also see is joint agreements on critical minerals. India will be investing in Indonesia when it comes to permanent magnets, on coal, nickel, and other important critical minerals as well. So overall, strategically, the three-nation tour beginning with Jakarta is significantly very, very important. Strategically speaking, common people may view this as a small country or perhaps just another visit by Prime Minister Modi. But strategically, when it comes to Indo-Pacific, ASEAN, G20, and more so the bilateral cooperation, I think it's been a win-win situation and strategically very, very significant and important.
All right. And also, Vishnu, India and Indonesia have shared strong historical and cultural ties for centuries. Now, if you analyze what happened today, how are both countries really transforming these, traditional connections into a modern strategic partnership which is capable of perhaps addressing, the 21st century challenge as far as Indonesia's strategic partnership is concerned?
Well, it's a very broad-based equation between both sides. So when one talks about culture, they've been talking about Rabindranath Tagore and how both sides will be honoring Rabindranath Tagore later on this year. But I think apart from that, and the fact that this is a relationship which we've worked on for decades now, right from the time of Nehru onwards, we've had successive leaders in Indonesia have a very close connect with India. But right now, India's equation with Indonesia spans many areas. Firstly, political, the centrality of ASEAN, which the Prime Minister spoke about. Economic, for example, India will be investing in the manufacture of steel, nickel, and rare earths, and possibly permanent magnets. It'll be defense related as well, to important deals. One for Astra air-to-air missiles and one for BrahMos missiles will be announced officially in a little while from now. We'll be looking at the Sebang port. Again, it's a huge economic project, an infrastructure project. It overlooks the Strait of Malacca, about 100 miles away from Great Nicobar, where India wants to develop our own facility. So you need to look at the relationship, sort of comprehensively. It's a key engagement of Look East. That's been a policy of India. Look East became Act East, which is what you're now doing. So it's not just a question of India for the last couple of decades focusing on the Asia-Pacific region, but also now enhancing that relationship through economic investments, diplomatic investments, things like midday meal schemes and sharing, how that's worked for India, the backbone of UPI, which governs so much of how we live in our country, and of course, the edge, which is the defense relationship with very robust sales of weaponry. That's not something India has been known about in the past. That is happening now, and it is a military enabler, but also a sign of India's greater global geostrategic presence.
All right, thank you, Vishnu and Aditya Raj Kaul. Stay on with us. Let's also look at the big outcomes as far as this meeting is concerned. India to help develop Indonesia-specific EVMs. That's one of the outcomes that have come after the meeting between the two countries. Indonesia endorses India's election model. Indonesia to import India's Astra missiles. Operation Sindoor boosts interest in India defense systems. Indonesia to expand BrahMos inventory as well. India to supply more BrahMos batteries. India to invest in critical minerals, be it steel, nickel, and magnet manufacturing. India-Indonesia to also develop Sabang Port. Sabang Port, in fact, overlooks the Strait of Malacca. It is 100 miles from Great Nicobar project. Let me go back to Aditya on this. Aditya, of course, big outcomes as far as this meeting is concerned. India to help develop Indonesia-specific EVM. So electoral management there. And besides that, of course, as far as defense deals are concerned, we're talking about India's Astra missiles and also to expand BrahMos inventory of Indonesia as well.
Well, that's right. A lot of significant announcements have been made by both the Prime Minister and the President in their joint statement. But also what we are picking up from our sources within the Indian government clearly indicate a win-win situation in this bilateral cooperation. In 2018, there was a comprehensive partnership that was announced between Indonesia and India. And ever since that, this is the first bilateral visit that is happening, even though Prime Minister has visited in the past 3 times Indonesia for the G20 as well. And there have been, on the sidelines of several multilaterals meetings between the both leaders that have been taking place. But since last year, ever since the President of Indonesia was invited as the chief guest for the Republic Day, the entire gamut of the relationship has seen an upswing. And this is not in 1 or 2 areas. Significantly, we speak about trade and defense ties, but this spans several other domain areas, EVMs being one, India's election model being vindicated with Indonesia now applying the Indian EVMs in their electoral system, in their democratic system. So India's, tech supremacy when it comes to EVMs being reflected in Indonesia. And in the next few months and next couple of years, those EVMs will be visible in the elections process in Indonesia as well. As far as the Sabang port is concerned, there will be a co-development of the Sabang port, which is critically important when it comes to Indo-Pacific, the Malacca Strait, and also 100 miles away from the Great Nicobar project of India. Apart from that, when it comes to ASEAN and G20 and other local multilaterals as well, India and Indonesia are on the same page in maximum issues. So, this clearly indicates how close India and Indonesia have come. It's not a small visit by any stretch of imagination. There have been several important pillars that have been discussed and now will be integrated, one being the UPI, which is again a very successful model being reflected in several other countries as well. I was in Nepal just a few weeks ago and I could pay from the UPI, and similarly, I can do the same in UAE and in several other countries. Now, Indonesia has multiple, digital platforms, and that's what will be integrated now with the UPI. So it's another India success story being reflected and implemented in Indonesia. Apart from that, several other important critical issues, including the critical minerals, where India would be investing significantly. And critical minerals are important because of the supply chains that have been disrupted and how important critical minerals really is for production of some very critical components also. In the last 1 year, we've seen, again, India becoming a member of the Pax Silica. Australia and many other countries are also part of it. So the next leg of the visit of the Prime Minister would be significantly important when he goes to Australia and New Zealand. Apart from the FTA in New Zealand that's already being announced and signed, there would be several other key aspects of trade, people-to-people contact, and defense ties that will be made more robust.
All right, so the two leaders, they're holding wide-ranging talks aimed at deepening cooperation across areas, be it defense, maritime, education, health, trade, critical minerals. Thank you, Vishnu, as well as Aditiraj Kaul, for bringing us up to speed with all those details. With that, we'll slip in a short break. More updates on the other side. Stay tuned.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है, अरे मेरे राजा।
सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
Literally go from the man on the outside looking in now to the man on the inside looking out.
I think that was one of my biggest drivers to become an astronaut.
Iron Man, Kokoro, how does that prepare the body for something with no finish line?
I would say it prepares the mind more than it prepares the body. I live right next to NDTV in Greater Kailash in New Delhi.
What would the young man in India say if he could see you right now?
I'll be up there soon with you.
India Inc.'s most respected names chose India Inc.'s best and brightest.
These kind of awards and jury lineup, you are truly giving it the right weightage. I think it's heartening to see talent that there is across India Inc.
We should be awarding companies and individuals who have focused not only on growth but also on bringing good governance.
Be part of jury and vote on the people, the men, the women, the companies in India who have the right stuff is a great opportunity for us.
For us, the biggest thing is trust. That's what we provide.
We need leaders in India that can help take India being a global superpower.
We've got a fantastic jury and we've left all decisions to the wisdom of the jury.
Who will earn India's top business honors? Find out at the NDTV Profit Business Leadership Awards.
Literally go from the man on the outside looking in now to the man on the inside looking out.
I think that was one of my biggest drivers to become an astronaut.
Iron Man, Kokoro, how does that prepare the body for something with no finish line?
I would say it prepares the mind more than it prepares the body. I live right next to NDTV in Greater Kailash in New Delhi.
What would the young man in India say if he could see you right now?
I'll be up there soon with you.
Well, some big breaking news coming in at this hour. Let's take you through it. Now, the financial capital of Mumbai is now bracing for more rain. That's right, the IMD has sounded an orange alert in Mumbai. Overnight showers have taken place, but there has not been any major waterlogging that has been reported so far. Road and railway services and air services remain unhampered as Mumbai sees a fresh spell of rain. The IMD has also sounded the orange alert in the financial capital. We're also being told that there were overnight showers in Mumbai, but no cases of waterlogging have been reported so far. Road and rail services as well as air services remain unhampered in the financial capital. Well, my colleagues Abhishek and Teshri join us on the broadcast. Abhishek, coming to you first, help us understand what exactly is it looking like in Mumbai today?
Definitely, orange alert has been predicted by the IMD department today,
All right, it seems as though we're having some problem connecting with my colleague there. My colleague Teshri is also with us on the broadcast. Teshri, the rain in the past couple of days have not just, exposed in some ways what the monsoon has in store for the financial capital, but also the kind of civic mess that it's created. Help us understand what exactly is it looking like in the financial capital early this morning.
Well, absolutely. We have been seeing that how in the past few days the financial capital, that is Mumbai, in fact, has been facing a lot of problem in terms of the monsoon is concerned. We have been seeing that how back to back the lack of administration and the kind of promises that were made by the administration that are completely exposing. In fact, we saw that how in the past few weeks there have been incidents reported of trees falling. There have been incidents reported about the potholes not being managed. There have been incidents reported about buildings being collapsed. So such kind of incidents, in fact, highlights not just the lack of administration but also the negligence. But currently talking about, I'm reporting from Nasik, and here from yesterday at 8:30 p.m. to 2:30 a.m. the rainfall that has been recorded is 21 millimeter, and it is also expected that the heavy downpours are going to continue in Nasik and in Trambakeshwar and Igatpuri area as well. We would just like to show you the visuals of this highway from where we are reporting right now. However, there has been no waterlogging reported in the area from where we are reporting right now.
Breaking updates as far as Karur stampede case is concerned, a top court has now wrapped DMK. Supreme Court in fact questions DMK's Vijay visit plea. Remember, the DMK had a petition before the Supreme Court questioning why Vijay has been visiting several of the witnesses in connection to Karur stampede, and that perhaps TVK would be influencing the witnesses. But now the Supreme Court says they cannot dictate what a Chief Minister should do. DMK sought to stop on these visits by Chief Minister to meet Karur stampede victim families. However, now the Supreme Court has wrapped the DMK over this petition that has been filed. We have with us Nupur as well as Sam joining us. Nupur, to you first. This is, of course, a big development there. This plea was filed by the DMK, I believe, and they had questioned DMK's, I beg your pardon, TVK's Vijay, Chief Minister Vijay, visiting several of these victim family members and said that they may be influencing witnesses. But now the top court intervening and questioning DMK over this petition, and that, they cannot dictate what a Chief Minister should do.
Well, Radhika, the Supreme Court today has in fact slammed the DMK for trying to use court as a political forum to achieve their political motives. Now the court also reminded the DMK that even if some of the ministers are accused, The Chief Minister, Vijay himself, is not an accused in that case. He never was. He is not till now. And also, the court reminded that that the court cannot be asked to regulate visits of a sitting Chief Minister or speeches of a free speech, the right to free speech of a sitting Chief Minister. And in fact, the court took a very dim view of this entire petition application that has been moved by the DMK. And there was also, remember, yesterday there was a plea for urgent hearing. The court urgently listed, but today, after giving a patient hearing to DMK, the court found that the plea was not even worthy to entertain. In fact, it suggested the councils to withdraw the plea. The DMK ultimately withdrew this plea. However, the court has in fact slammed this entire petition by DMK and asked that how can they expect the court to regulate and dictate what a sitting Chief Minister should be doing.
Right, Nupur, let me also take this question to Sam, who's joining us from Chennai. Sam, this was obviously a big blow to DMK. They had filed this plea before the Supreme Court and also sought urgent hearing. Now the court slamming the DMK and not really entertaining this kind of a plea. So perhaps a victory for the TVK government there. A partial victory.
Certainly, Radhika, a shot in the arm for the ruling TVK and a severe setback for the key opposition, the DMK, that had gone to the court asking for restrictions on the movement of Chief Minister Vijay with respect to his proposed visit to Karur on the 10th and also restricting their speeches with regard to the TVK rally stampede in Karur in September last year that killed 41 people. The DMK attempted to stop the visit of Chief Minister Vijay, his first visit as Chief Minister, and his proposed meeting with the family members of the victims in Karur. And the trouble began after PWD Minister Adar Varjana, at a political meeting at the party headquarters, said there is an unsettled score to be settled over the Karur stampede tragedy. And then a case that was booked against the former minister from the DMK, Senthil Balaji, strengthened speculation that perhaps the TVK was trying to arrest Senthil Balaji before the proposed visit by the Chief Minister to Karur. It was in this context they had moved the court, and now the court has clearly ruled that they cannot dictate what the Chief Minister ought to speak. He is not an accused in this case, and ultimately the case has been dismissed as withdrawn. Now, the decks are clear in that sense for Vijay to visit Karur, and all eyes would be on what exactly he would do besides meeting the family members of those who died, who he had met only in Chennai, bringing them after the terrible tragedy and meeting them at a star hotel outside the city. There is speculation that he could offer some of them at least jobs for who are eligible, but that's in the realm of speculation now. But this meeting will be very keenly watched as Vijay, as Chief Minister, is now visiting Karur. Besides announcing welfare programs for the district, he would also be meeting personally these families. In fact, at that time, there were allegations that it was a failure and a series of violations by the TVK at that point in time that led to the stampede that killed 41 people. And at that time, the TVK had demanded an independent probe, following which the court ordered a CBI probe, and the CBI had summoned at that time Vijay twice to Delhi for interrogation. The case is still being investigated by the CBI. It's in this context this particular order becomes very, very important.
Right. Right, so even as the case is being investigated by the CBI, now Supreme Court really dismissing that plea by the DMK. Thank you for those details, both Nupur and Sam. Let's shift our focus to more updates coming in from the state of Tamil Nadu. A political row has erupted in the state of Tamil Nadu over a video of Minister Kirtana interacting with government school students. Kirtana has hit back at DMK and said that she herself is a student of government school and her medium was Tamil. She even clarified that she was not mocking students and the video was not recorded by her. Earlier, Kirtana was seen asking the students questions in English, to which the minister claims that she was unable to answer it. Kirtana said the exchange highlights the poor learning standards in government schools. The DMK accused Kirtana of humiliating students instead of encouraging them. DMK also accused TVK of making reels for political mileage.
இவங்கள்ட்ட நான் டைரக்டா ஒரு கேள்வி கேட்கிறேன். அவங்களால சிம்பிளான இதுதான், அவங்க அப்பா என்ன பண்றாங்கன்னு நம்ம கேட்கலாம். அதுவுமே ஆன்சர் பண்ண முடியும். ரைட்டா சொல்லுடா, தெரிஞ்சதை சொல்லு. கேட்கறாங்க. நீங்க ஒரு கான்வர்சேஷன் இங்கிலீஷ்ல. கிளியரான சென்டென்ஸ் கேட்டா சொல்லலாம் இல்லடா. What is your father? My father is father என்ன பண்றாங்க?
What is your father's profession?
Profession. இது நீங்க லாஸ்ட் பெஞ்ச்ல இருக்கீங்க.
I don't know what is the intention, because it is our own town and she wanted to go and meet. So because like anything from the MLA fund and anything they wanted to utilize within the schools and etc. But the CM office has given a clear instruction, like unnecessarily like we should not go to including all the party calendars and disturb or do unnecessary reviews with the unwanted departments. That has been already given. But she has gone to in her own hometown, gone to a school within her own hometown, because like you see, being a MLA, she wanted to utilize her MLA fund, etc. So that is fine, but definitely CM office has already given instruction to all our ministers, MLAs and the party calendars.
Moving on to some developments from Punjab. Infighting within the Punjab Congress intensified and is now out in the open. The rift intensifies after former Chief Minister Charanjit Singh Channi shared a photograph with the leaders who were part of this meeting. Reacting to this, Punjab Congress Chief Raja Waring said that everyone has the right to hold meeting and Congress leaders in Punjab are united. Although leader of opposition Pratap Singh Bajwa denied Waring's claims and said that there is dissatisfaction among leaders after reshuffle in Punjab Congress Committee. He also urged leaders to be united and assured that the issue will be resolved within 10 days.
देखो बार बार तुसी एक ही गल नूं, मैं बहुत वारी एक गल कहती, हर व्यक्ति नूं हक है, अगर कोई 4 व्यक्ति इकट्ठे होंदे किते या 10 व्यक्ति इकट्ठे होंदे है, अपनी कोई मीटिंग करदे आ तां इहदे च कोई गलत गल नहीं है। दूसरी गल, ये आम आदमी पार्टी नहीं है, ये विचारधारा दी पार्टी है। कांग्रेस पार्टी का एक भी व्यक्ति, एक भी बशिंदा पार्टी छड़ के नहीं गया है। इत्थे वो पार्टियां ने, आम आदमी पार्टी जिन्हां दे 6-6 राज्य सभा मैंबर चले गए ने।
There is a bit of dissatisfaction among some of the leaders. They were expecting something else, and something else came out of whatever has happened. I was asked to step aside in favor of Captain Amarinder Singh. I did that because I felt we had lost twice in a row. 2007 to 12 and 12 to 17, we were out of par. I felt if our differences still existed, Congress will not stand a chance the third term too. So I stepped aside and Captain came in and the Congress came in. I appeal to my brothers, my colleagues is, for God's sake, we need to save the state, we need to save the party. And whatever the party high commanders said, if there are minor differences, we'll get them ironed out. It's nothing it's not something which cannot be sorted out. So my plea and I urge all my colleagues to let's get together. See, I am the senior most congressman in this state. I am the senior most.
कांग्रेस हाई कमांड पंजाब ਦੇ ਪ੍ਰਤੀ ਬਹੁਤ ਗੰਭੀਰ ਹੈ ਔਰ ਜਿਹੜੀ ਬੀਜੇਪੀ ਔਰ ਬੀਜੇਪੀ ਦੀ ਵੀ ਟੀਮ ਹੈ ਉਹ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਨੂੰ ਬਹੁਤ ਵੱਡਾ ਨੁਕਸਾਨ ਕਰ ਰਹੀ ਹੈ। ਇਸ ਕਰਕੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਇਹ ਇੰਟਰਨਲ ਜਿਹੜੀਆਂ ਮੀਟਿੰਗਸ, ਕਿਉਂਕਿ ਇਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਆਪਾਂ ਕਹੀਏ ਕੋਈ ਧੜੇ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਹੈ, ਕੋਈ ਧੜੇ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਹੈ, ਇਹ ਤਾਂ ਪਿਓਰਲੀ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਦੀ ਔਰ ਕਾਂਗਰਸ ਦੀ ਗੱਲ ਹੈ ਔਰ ਅਸੀਂ ਉਹਦੇ ਲਈ ਹਮੇਸ਼ਾ ਕੰਮ ਕਰਦੇ ਹਾਂ ਔਰ ਕੰਮ ਕਰਦੇ ਰਹਿਣਾ। ਸੋ ਇਸ ਕਰਕੇ ਇਹ ਬੇਸਿਕਲੀ ਜੇ ਕਿਤੇ ਇਹ ਦਿਖਾਇਆ ਜਾਂਦਾ ਹੈਗਾ ਕਿ ਹਾਂ ਵੀ ਪਤਾ ਨਹੀਂ ਇਹਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਕੀ ਧੜੇ ਆ, ਸਿਰਫ ਕਾਂਗਰਸ ਇੱਕ ਧੜਾ ਆ ਔਰ ਪੰਜਾਬ ਇੱਕ ਸਟੇਟ ਹੈ। ਮੈਨੂੰ ਨਹੀਂ ਪਤਾ, ਇਹ ਤਾਂ ਚੰਨੀ ਜੀ ਨੂੰ ਤੁਸੀਂ ਪੁੱਛ ਸਕਦੇ ਆ, ਪਰ ਮੈਨੂੰ ਇਦਾਂ ਦੀ ਕੋਈ ਗੱਲ ਨਹੀਂ ਲੱਗਦੀ। ਥੋੜੀ ਬਹੁਤੀ ਕੋਈ ਮਨਮਟਾਵ ਜੇ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਵੀ ਆ, ਸੋ ਮੇਰਾ ਖਿਆਲ ਹੈ ਕਿ ਇੱਕ ਪਰਿਵਾਰ ਦੇ ਵਿੱਚ ਜੇ ਹੁੰਦਾ ਤੇ ਅਸੀਂ ਬਹਿ ਕੇ ਉਹਨੂੰ ਹਮੇਸ਼ਾ ਸੋਲਵ ਕਰਨ ਦੀ ਕੋਸ਼ਿਸ਼ ਕਰਦੇ ਆ।
Ali Khamenei's coffin, draped in the Iranian flag and topped with a black turban, was placed alongside coffins of 4 relatives who were also killed in the February strikes. Among them was an infant granddaughter. My colleague Nazir is reporting from Ground Zero. Take a look at this report.
Well, this historic funeral redefines Iran and reimagines Iran. It also reimagines the institution of Ayatollah. And it also shows how, despite wars and all the adversities, challenges, how Iran has managed to be one, its people. And here, millions of people are participating in the funeral, in the procession of Ayatollah Sayyid Ali Khamenei. This is the track which is carrying the coffin of Ayatollah Sayyid Ali Khamenei. Yesterday, his Janaza Namaz funeral prayers were held at Musalla, Grand Musalla. Today, it is the procession and millions of people. No one can actually count how many. Actually, the Ayatollah Khamenei, he has redefined Iran. He has given it military, he has given it a society, he has given it a religious identity. They are so proud of, and that unites them. At the time when they faced the onslaught, on February 28, when Ayatollah Sayyid Ali Khamenei was killed, it appeared perhaps everything is finishing. Iran is finished. But 4 months on, we have seen things have changed, and Iran is actually reimagining itself, asserting its authority in the Middle East, and effectively controlling Hormuz. So this funeral procession and the journey between Ayatollah Khamenei's death and his funeral procession redefines Iran, also defines Iran. And Iran is clearly showing it through the participation of millions here in Tehran and other parts of Iran, but also the way representatives from more than 100 countries came to Tehran and paid homage to Ayatollah Sayyid Ali Khamenei.
3 days of public mourning in Tehran for its slain supreme leader ended with a major political spectacle the men now in charge wanted the world to see. Thousands of mourners gathered in the capital for day-long ceremony. His coffin was transported through the capital as part of 6 days of official mourning ceremonies. The events will conclude with Khamenei's burial in his hometown of Mashhad on Thursday.
Mourning turned to fury on the streets of Tehran on Monday as Iran staged the largest day yet of a 6-day state funeral for its slain supreme leader, Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. Weeping crowds packed Islamic Revolution Square and lined the procession route as truck carried Khamenei's flag-draped coffin alongside those of family members killed in the February 28 airstrike that ignited the war with Israel and the United States.
که میخوایم نشون بدیم خونش راهش ادامه داره و همه این مردم تک تک این مردم با مشت گره کرده راهش رو ادامه میدن و انتقامش رو هم به زودی حتما از آمریکا و اسرائیل خواهیم گرفت.
Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian was seen at the funeral procession for late Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei on Monday. Anger at Washington was also on open display. Banners threatening President Trump, an effigy of him being hanged along the procession route, and chants of death to America and death to Israel echoing through the square.
اسرائیل و آمریکا هر کسی که کوچکترین چشمی به این کشور داره بدانه که ما از بچه تا پیرمرد تا سالمند همه پای این نظام هستیم. نمیتونه نگاه چپ به این کشور بکنه. ما تا پای جانمون تا آخرین قطره خونمون برای این کشور هستیم و میجنگیم و نمیذاریم کوچکتر یک وجب از این خاک کم بشه.
The procession will continue to Qom on Tuesday, then travel to Najaf and Karbala in Iraq, before Khamenei is laid to rest on Thursday in his hometown of Mashhad. Bureau Report, NDTV World.
Moving on, one of football's greatest careers has ended with the one trophy that always eluded Cristiano Ronaldo. Portugal's World Cup dream is over after heartbreaking 1-0 round of 16 defeat to Spain, bringing the curtains down on Ronaldo's final appearance at football's biggest stage. Take a look at this special report.
As the final whistle echoed around Dallas, Cristiano Ronaldo stood motionless before breaking down. His World Cup journey ended in the cruelest fashion, with Mikel Merino's injury time winner sending Spain into the quarterfinals.
Bueno, fue un partido muy equilibrado, podía dar para cualquier uno, en mi opinión. España ha tenido esa puntita de suerte, marcar ahí ya en los momentos finales, pero es el fútbol. Yo creo que en el general fue un partido bien disputado.
The numbers leave behind a legacy few will ever match. 5 Ballon d'Ors, 5 Champions League titles, a European champion with Portugal, a world record 976 career goals, the only player to score at 6 different FIFA World Cups. Yet the World Cup remained out of his reach. Portugal came closest in 2006, reaching the semi-finals in Ronaldo's first tournament. 20 years later, his final World Cup ends in the round of 16. Ronaldo had already confirmed that this would be his last World Cup. After the defeat, there was no regret, only acceptance.
Ha dado todo, pues ha dado mi mejor y salgo de conciencia tranquila. No, este es el fútbol, esta es la vida de un futbolista. A veces se gana, a veces se pierde. Y hay que seguir. La verdad que fue mi último mundial.
The debate over Ronaldo's place in Portugal's starting 11 has followed him through his final tournaments. He remains men's football's all-time leading scorer with 146 goals, but questions over his influence have grown louder. Portugal coach Roberto Martinez never shared those doubts.
When you are a team that you need a goal, you cannot take Cristiano off.
Against Spain, Ronaldo managed just 12 touches in the first half, the fewest of any Portuguese outfield player. Frustration was visible, chances were scarce, and the goal never came. Then came the final whistle, one last walk, one final ovation. As Cristiano Ronaldo disappeared down the tunnel with tears in his eyes, football bid farewell to one of its greatest World Cup stories, even if it never got the ending he wanted. Rika Roy for NDTV.
That's all we have on this bulletin. Vedika Sood will join you on the other side. Stay tuned.
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
Literally go from the man on the outside looking in now to the man on the inside looking out.
I think that was one of my biggest drivers to become an astronaut.
Ironman, Kokoro, how does that prepare the body for something with no finish line?
I would say it prepares the mind more than it prepares the body. I live right next to NDTV in Greater Kailash in New Delhi.
What would the young man in India say if he could see you right now?
I'll be up there soon with you.
India Inc.'s most respected names chose India Inc.'s best and brightest.
These kind of awards and jury lineup, you are truly giving it the right weightage.
I think it's heartening to see talent that there is across India Inc.
We should be awarding companies and individuals who have focused not only on growth but also on bringing good governance.
Be part of jury and vote on the people, the men, the women, the companies in India who have the right stuff is a great opportunity for us.
For us, the biggest thing is trust. That's what we provide.
We need leaders in India that can help take India being a global superpower.
We've got a fantastic jury, and we've left all decisions to the wisdom of the jury.
Who will earn India's top business honors? Find out at the NDTV Profit Business Leadership Awards.
Literally go from the man on the outside looking in now to the man on the inside looking out.
I think that was one of my biggest drivers to become an astronaut.
Ironman, Kokoro, how does that prepare the body for something with no finish line?
I would say it prepares the mind more than it prepares the body. I live right next to NDTV in Greater Kailash in New Delhi.
What would the young man in India say if he could see you right now?
I'll be up there soon with you.
Well, recent big breaking news coming in at this hour. Let's take you through it. Now, the financial capital of Mumbai is now bracing for more rain. That's right, the IMD has sounded an orange alert in Mumbai. Overnight showers have taken place, but there has not been any major waterlogging that isn't reported so far. Road and railway services and air services remain unhampered as Mumbai sees a fresh spell of rain. The IMD has also sounded the orange alert in the financial capital. We're also being told that there were overnight showers in Mumbai, but no cases of waterlogging have been reported so far. Road and rail services as well as air services remain unhampered in the financial capital. Well, my colleagues Abhishek and Tejshri join us on the broadcast. Abhishek, coming to you first, help us understand what exactly is it looking like in Mumbai today?
Definitely, orange alert has been predicted by the IMD department.
All right, it seems as though we're having some problem connecting with my colleague there. My colleague Tejshri is also with us on the broadcast. Tejshri, the rain in the past couple of days have not just, exposed in some ways what the monsoon has in store for the financial capital, but also the kind of civic mess that it's created. Help us understand what exactly is it looking like in the financial capital early this morning.
Well, absolutely. We have been seeing that how in the past few days the financial capital, that is Mumbai, in fact, has been facing a lot of problem in terms of the monsoon is concerned. We have been seeing that how back to back the lack of administration and the kind of promises that were made by the administration that are completely exposing. In fact, we saw that how in the past few weeks there have been incidents reported of trees falling. There have been incidents reported about the potholes not being managed. There have been incidents reported about buildings being collapsed. So such kind of incidents, in fact, highlights not just the lack of administration but also the negligence. But currently talking about, I'm reporting from Nasik, and here from yesterday at 8:30 p.m. to 2:30 a.m. the rainfall that has been recorded is 21 millimeter, and it is also expected that the heavy downpours are going to continue in Nasik and in Trambakeshwar and Igatpuri area as well. We would just like to show you the visuals of this highway from where we are reporting right now. However, there has been no waterlogging reported in the area from where we are reporting right now. But yes, the entire area is on a red alert, as our colleague Abhishek was also rightly mentioning about how the red alert has been issued in several areas. And in fact, we will also be moving towards Trambakeshwar, which is just few kilometers away from here, which is said to be the most affected areas if the heavy downpour continues in this region. But also now let us talk about the financial capital, Mumbai, where we have been witnessing the civic apathy, people losing their lives, and the roads have been flooded. There has been waterlogging at all the places. Remember, this is not for the first time that the BMC is under question. There have been several instances when BMC has been questioned a number of times when monsoon knocks Mumbai. But remember that there has been no improvement so far. We report same stories. Deeper deaths have been reported. There have been incidents of a building collapse, waterlogging, but there seems
You're watching Breaking Ground. I'm Vedika Sood. Mumbai is underwater. At least 10 rain-related deaths have been reported in the past week. 10 deaths in the last 7 days. Fresh weather warnings, civic teams on high alert. The mayor of Mumbai has been out on inspection. She has reviewed preparedness and visited flood-hit areas. But almost every official engagement has also found its way onto Instagram, packaged as a polished reel. And that raises a larger question. In the middle of a civic crisis, why does every moment need to become social media content? Why not simply focus on the job at hand? Do citizens really need cinematic proof that their elected representatives are working, or do they simply need the work to get done? This afternoon we ask, when a city is battling floods and lives are being lost, should the priority be managing the crisis or managing the message? And that's my message to the mayor of Mumbai. A quick check on the headlines at this hour. Major boost to India-Indonesia defense ties. Indonesia is set to expand its arsenal with Indian capabilities, including Astra air-to-air missiles and additional BrahMos missile systems. Prime Minister Modi conferred Indonesia's top honor. Supreme Court setback for the DMK. Top court dismisses DMK's plea against Vijay's Karur visit. Supreme Court says DMK is using the judicial forum for political gains. Mumbai reels under deadly monsoons. 10 deaths in just 7 days in Mumbai. Questions arise over BMC's preparedness. Mayor faces heat for making reels as rain batters Mumbai. It's Congress versus Congress. That is the face-off that is erupting in this power struggle ahead of the 2027 polls. Warring leadership under challenge. The camp raises dissent. Shocking twist to the Ketan murder probe. CIA studied Sonam Raghuvanshi's case details, analyzed police action and evidence, learned from previous investigation gaps. And Ronaldo's final World Cup ended with a Spanish sting in the tail. An emotional Ronaldo says, "It's sad to leave the World Cup. I gave my best." Our top focus, the Supreme Court has come down strongly on the DMK over its plea seeking restrictions on Tamil Nadu Chief Minister Joseph Vijay's proposed visit to families affected by the Karur stampede tragedy. Hearing the matter, the top court questioned why it should intervene in a political issue, asking whether the Supreme Court was expected to dictate what a Chief Minister can or cannot do. The bench also objected to the DMK's request to regulate Vijay's speeches and public visits, saying political differences cannot be settled through judicial intervention. The court further noted that Chief Minister Vijay is not an accused in the Karur stampede case, which is already being investigated by the CBI. Following the sharp remarks from the bench, the DMK sought permission to withdraw its plea, which the court has allowed. I have Nupur joining me live from outside the Supreme Court. I also have Sam Daniel joining me live from Chennai. First, let's go to Nupur, who's standing outside India's top court. Nupur, the observations have handed a setback to the DMK's attempt to prevent Vijay from visiting Karur. But keeping that aside, first I want to understand from you, what were those strong observations made by India's top court in this case?
Well, Vedika, today the Supreme Court made sharp questions over DMK's attempt to use a judicial forum for politics. The Supreme Court Justice K.V. Vishwanathan made scathing observation and asked whether the DMK wants the Supreme Court to regulate a sitting chief minister's visit. The top court took a strong objection to the prayers and the contentions made by the DMK, and in fact, it went one step ahead in reminding the DMK council that CM Vijay is not an accused in this case, and their prayers saying that his visit to the to Karur and to meet the victim families should be stopped is a demand which cannot be entertained, and it thus suggested DMK to withdraw this, or the court will dismiss it as it is. So the DMK ultimately agreed to withdraw this petition from the Supreme Court, and it was thus dismissed as withdrawn. However, the top court has taken a very dim view of this entire petition moved by the DMK, saying that already the top court has ordered a CBI probe. Now, why does it want the Supreme Court to interfere in speeches being made by political rivals, pointing out that even DMK is making speeches regarding this. Then how can they ask the Supreme Court to intervene at such level?
No, do stay with me. I have Sam Daniel also with me. Embarrassment for the DMK, Sam. They had to withdraw their plea.
It is a huge embarrassment for the key opposition, Vedika, because the strategy and the attempt by the key opposition, the DMK, was in a bid to stop Vijay from visiting Karur, his first visit as Chief Minister, and meeting families of the 41 people, including children, who died there. Earlier, he had met before elections, and at that time, he had brought them to a hotel outside Chennai. And the trouble began after PWD Minister Adhav Arjuna had, in a public meeting, said that there is an unsettled score over the Karur stampede tragedy. And around the same time, a case was also filed against Karur-based DMK MLA and former Minister Senthil Balaji, who from day one, the TVK had accused him of having engineered this particular stampede that killed 41 people. And it's in that context the DMK felt that perhaps Chief Minister Vijay could make damaging remarks on the DMK whenever he makes that public speech in Karur. And the attempt was to cite the ongoing CBI probe over the Karur stampede tragedy and how the remarks by ministers against the DMK could, in a sense, intervene with the investigation. It's in this regard the court has today made it very clear that Vijay, the Chief Minister, is not an accused in this case, and the court cannot be expected to dictate what the Chief Minister can or cannot speak. The larger picture, now the decks are clear for Chief Minister Vijay to visit Karur on the 10th of this month, that's the coming Friday, and there is speculation that he could even announce a special employment package for many of the eligible people from these affected families. Of course, this at the moment is in the realm of speculation, so all eyes would be on what exactly Mr. Vijay would do when he visits Karur on Friday.
And any word from the DMK yet, Sam?
We are trying to reach out, no formal statement yet, no even off-the-record remarks, but we can expect a quick response very soon from the DMK.
All right, so the big takeaway from that is that the Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, his visit to Karur is certain. There is no setback in terms of him visiting. The setback is for the DMK. No official word from the DMK yet. NDTV will be reaching out to both parties for a comment. There's some news coming in. All right, the centre has sought to allay concerns over reports of a possible shift to E25 fuel, clarifying that no decision has been taken to increase ethanol blending beyond the current E20 level. Government sources say any move towards E25 will only be considered after rigorous scientific testing and technical validation and not on the basis of speculation. Officials have also stressed that there is absolutely no need for consumers to worry about E20 petrol, pointing out that it has been in use for over 2.5 years. Following extensive studies and testing, the clarification comes amid reports suggesting a higher ethanol blending target, with the government maintaining that any future decision will be guided solely by scientific evidence and vehicle compatibility assessments. I have Aishwarya joining me live. Aishwarya, this is an attempt by the government to allay any speculation, any fears at this point.
Well, certainly the government has categorically dismissed all those reports that the government is working on plans to bring E25 petrol in the market, with top government sources informing NDTV that there has been no decision on blending ethanol beyond the existing E20 levels, and any beyond step will be taken and decided on the basis of scientific validation only. Remember, it is the government sources who also stated that these reports are absolutely quote-unquote baseless and ill-informed, as it has been stated that only such action will be taken after there would be scientific process that that government will be approaching. The government sources also revealing to NDTV that the government has taken a cautious approach to the implementation of its ethanol blending program and has proceeded to step by step, following through testing and consultations with automobile and all marketing companies as well. So government clearly rejecting that there is no such decision that has been taken or any plan to bring E25 petrol in the market as of now.
Thanks for joining me live there. From the battlefield to the export market, India's defence capabilities are finding new ground. A major highlight of Prime Minister Modi's Jakarta visit is Indonesia's growing interest in India's missile systems. The BrahMos missile partnership with Indonesia is set to enter a new phase. Indonesia is looking to expand its BrahMos inventory, with India expected to provide additional missile batteries as part of the deepening defence cooperation. India's Astra missile is also set to make its mark beyond Indian skies. Indonesia is set to import the indigenous air-to-air missile, further strengthening defence ties between the two nations. And it's just not defence. Indonesia is also set to receive support in developing India-inspired Indonesia-specific EVMs, a reflection of the growing global recognition of India's election management model. Prime Minister Narendra Modi was conferred Indonesia's High Civilian Award, adding another prestigious international honour to his list of global recognitions.
इंडोनेशिया का सर्वोच्च सम्मान दिया गया है। ये सम्मान कोटि कोटि भारतवासियों का है। इंडोनेशिया के लोगों की भावनाओं का है। भारत और इंडोनेशिया के ऐतिहासिक और आत्मीय संबंधों का है। मैं प्रेसिडेंट प्रबोवो जी, इंडोनेशिया की सरकार और यहां की जनता का हृदय से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। आज से भारत इंडोनेशिया साझेदारी का एक सुनहरा अध्याय शुरू होगा और इस सुनहरे अध्याय का बहुत बड़ा सकारात्मक प्रभाव 21वीं सदी की दुनिया पर होगा, पूरी मानवता पर होगा। फ्रेंड्स, हमारे देशों के बीच बढ़ता विश्वास हमारी रक्षा, सुरक्षा और मैरीटाइम सहयोग को मजबूत कर रहा है। आज हमने डिफेंस एक्सचेंज, डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट और इंडस्ट्रियल सहयोग बढ़ाने पर सहमति बनाई। अब हम दोनों देशों के कोस्ट गार्ड हिंद महासागर में मैरीटाइम सेफ्टी और सिक्योरिटी के लिए मिलकर काम करेंगे। हमें बहुत खुशी है कि भारत की यूपीआई इंडोनेशिया के पेमेंट सिस्टम के साथ इंटीग्रेट होने जा रही है। इससे ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस और ईज ऑफ ट्रैवल दोनों को ही बल मिलेगा।
Joining me live, I have Vishnu Som. Vishnu, is this a significant part then of India's expanding strategic footprint in the Indo-Pacific? Let's just talk through the big takeaways from the discussion between the two leaders.
No, so it's a very important strategic relationship. It spans many areas. There's an economic equation between the two countries. There's a diplomatic engagement, a cultural exchange. The UPI backbone which India enjoys is something which Indonesia may be involved in, etc., etc. But to me, the exciting part of what's been announced today is additional batteries of the BrahMos missile, which is a made-in-India anti-ship missile. It can also be used to hit targets on the ground. And very significantly, the first, a process which will or should lead to the first ever export of the Astra air-to-air missile. This would be used on Indonesia's Sukhoi 30. We in India also use the Sukhoi 30 aircraft. So there is an agreement to sort of pursue the sale of the Astra air-to-air missile Mark 1 for Indonesia. So all in all, this is important because it comes at a time when we've seen China really step up its economic and military engagement in the areas. In these areas, in the ASEAN region, India, of course, has the far look east, act east policy. And therefore, as part of that, the sale of weaponry, and that's really taking place now, is significant.
Vishnu, thanks for joining me live. A quick recap. One of the key defense systems drawing international attention is India's indigenous Astra missile. We're going to take you through some of the details there. It's India's first homegrown beyond visual range air-to-air missile designed to engage enemy targets at long distances. Before that, let's just take you through the big outcomes here. India to support development of Indonesia-specific EVMs, a very important factor there. Indonesia is also endorsing India's election management model, which makes it go global now. Indonesia to import India's Astra air-to-air missiles, like I just mentioned. These are long-distance missiles. The missile can strike targets more than 100 kilometers away. Operation Sindoor boasts interest in the Indian defense systems because this missile was used in Operation Sindoor as well. Indonesia is also expanding its BrahMos missile inventory, and India is helping with that. India to provide the additional BrahMos batteries to Indonesia, and that's how we're going to be helping with it. So these are some of the big outcomes, big takeaways that you see. India to invest in steel, nickel and rare earth, magnet manufacturing in Indonesia. All of these are part of the big takeaways, the big outcomes that you see. I have Aditya Rajkol now joining me live from the newsroom at this hour. Aditya, let's just look at this, let's just take a step back and look at this in terms of even the top honor that the Prime Minister has received in Indonesia and the way forward. Is this also an Act East policy of India that only gets stronger?
Well, that's right, Vedika. There is a wholesome approach to this relationship, and it has been going from strength to strength over the years. Ever since 2018 comprehensive partnership announcement, this is the first bilateral visit of Prime Minister Modi to Indonesia, even though the two leaders have met on several occasions on the sidelines of multilaterals, as well as, Prime Minister Modi's fourth visit this time happening to Indonesia. It's very much critical. Many would assume that this is a small country, a small visit, but certainly there are strategic contours to it, and strategically when it comes to maritime security, when it comes to building on the technology, trade and defense partnership, it's a huge development and an announcement that was made. NDTV's news break has been in fact confirmed yesterday. India's ambassador to Jakarta, Sandeep Chakravarti, had told NDTV what we'll witness today will be BrahMos Plus. That indicated clearly that it's not only the BrahMos that is being spoken about, the additional batteries that are being announced now, but also Astra MKI-1, which is an air-to-air missile indigenously built by the DRDO in India. So a huge victory for the Indian defense industry as well, with the Astra now being sold to Indonesia. Apart from that, there are several other key components of this relationship. UPI, which has been a successful model of India, being reflected and implemented and integrated now in Indonesia. The talks were in advanced stage and now will be the crucial phase of the implementation. Apart from that, strategically important co-development of the Sabang port that will happen, which is very important in terms of the Strait of Malacca, where they have both reaffirmed a free and open navigation to the across Indo-Pacific is very much critical at a time when we have seen blockage and disruptions at the Strait of Hormuz. Apart from that, critical minerals also a very significant outcome of this relationship, where rare earths, permanent magnets, nickel, coal are the areas where India would be investing in. Apart from that, there are other crucial sectors also where both these leaders have agreed upon and announced, but defense remains the critical component, especially India's Operation Sindoor, which was very successful against Pakistan, and that's why countries like Philippines, Vietnam and now Indonesia, buying not just BrahMos but Astra as well.
All right, Aditya and Vishnu, thanks for joining me live on that big developing story. We, of course, will be tracking the Prime Minister's movements while he's on this three-nation tour. Now, moving on, there is an update coming in. The controversy surrounding the film Satluj continues to grow, with government sources indicating that the movie's content will now be examined by an interdepartmental committee. Sources say this is an existing committee that reviews content-related complaints concerning films and OTT platforms. According to sources, the committee will assess the content of Satluj and submit its recommendations to the centre. Government sources further indicate that matters related to OTT content and films are routinely referred to this committee, with action taken in several cases following intervention by the Information and Broadcasting Ministry. I have Akhilesh joining me live. Akhilesh, just take us through the process of this screening that is now to take place. We know it has to go to an interdepartmental committee. What is this process?
Well, as per the IT Act Section 69A, it empowers the central government to impose restrictions on any platform, especially the intermediary for telecast or broadcast of any material through the OTT, and that's why the central government has taken action in this matter in the film Satluj, which was released on Z5 OTT platform, and now it has been withdrawn from that platform. And as per the procedure, interdepartmental committee which already exists. That committee will look into the content of the movie and they will examine. And after that, they will make further
Moment, because I have the writer of the movie Satluj with me, Mr. Bhatt, joining me on the phone line. Mr. Bhatt, thank you for speaking to NDTV. Your first response to what has happened within 48 hours of your movie releasing, there was a ban on the OTT platform. Is this something that you were expecting?
Frankly, I was not expecting that, and I was particularly heartbroken once I got the news. My friend Pratik Gandhi, who is a famous actor, he was searching for the film on Z5. He called me that, where is it? Am I getting the spelling wrong? Okay, and I said, no, it is there. And then I searched and I figured out that it is no longer there. Okay, so it was particularly heartbreaking for me.
Have details coming in that this movie, the content of it, will be assessed by an interdepartmental team. What is your response to that?
No, I am very positive. See, this movie is very thorough. You had Supreme Court advocate, senior advocate Rajwinder Singh Bass there, who fought the case of Shri Jaswant Singh Khalna. Okay, so he was our primary source of the documents regarding the judicial history, which is addressed in this film. It is all proven in the court that Shri Jaswant Singh Khalna, he was killed, and the people who were found guilty for that, they were punished also, and all the proceedings and the statements are already out there. So it is the legal history of this country, and I think it's a story of humanity. It's a story of peace getting restored in a region which has been volatile for a very long time. Okay, so I think the committee will give a favorable output, and it's restored very soon.
Mr. Bhatt, have you officially been told, you or your team, why this movie has been banned?
No.
And what is the conversation that the OTT platforms
all these are just speculations that there are a lot of speculations floating around on social media and all, but there has been no official word by any official who is from CBFC or some other government body. So we are not aware of any such thing, and if there is any such thing, any such issue found by anyone in any part of the film, okay, there can be a very healthy conversation about it, because as I said, I firmly believe it's a film about peace, it's a film about humanity, it's a film about a common man, a bank employee who showed tremendous valor. He had 2 children, he had his family, he had his wife, and still he fought for others, putting his life in danger. And eventually he got killed. His body was never found. Okay, so it is his story. So I don't see any problem in retelling of this story.
Mr. Bhatt, if the concern of the government here is national security, that anti-India...
See, I'm telling you, nobody has officially said that.
Let me just complete my question, sir. If that is the concern that the government has, what is your response to it, sir? Do you see any anti-India narrative elements in your movie?
So I specifically told you that it is very, very, very exactly opposite of what you just said. Okay. If at all, it is a very, very nationalistic movie. It shows how judiciary won in the end. It shows how the police police prevailed in the end. They restored the faith in the entire machinery, okay, of people, and how they regained their faith in Punjab. It shows all the national institution in a very great light. Okay, it should not be construed in any other manner. Okay, and that's why I am quite positive that whoever is reviewing this film, okay, will see that what we are trying to do. Okay, and it should get restored. very.
Mr. Bhatt, if you can hear me, two very quick questions for you. Mr. Diljit Dosanjh has been on social media. He has been commenting on the ban of the film. He said, I was expecting that to happen on Monday. Instead, it happened on Sunday evening. Has he been in touch with your team? Have there been any conversations around the ban?
No, see, he's in a different country. I'm here in Mumbai, so we are all busy with our, ongoing projects. So there has not been any communication between us, but we are all connected through social media, and we have been sharing the reaction and the reviews that the film is receiving, and overwhelmingly positive and emotional reaction to that this film is very positive for us.
All right, and my last question to you. The movie was on the OTT platform for about 48 hours. What has the initial response been from viewers to the movie?
See, 99% of viewers' first reaction was that why was it stopped for such a long that we didn't find anything wrong or controversial about it. Okay, so that's why I'm quite positive even now that it will get restored very soon, because whoever has seen the movie has seen that it is a story of peace and humanity. Okay, it's a story of a man who showed tremendous courage and who was eventually, he sacrificed himself for others. Okay, and they have liked the movie. Everyone has liked the movie, as you can see on internet. There are great reviews by all, publications, magazines, newspapers, everyone. Okay, YouTube channels. So I think, the reaction has been very, very overwhelming for us.
Mr. Bhatt, thank you so much for speaking to us here on NDTV, taking time out and being absolutely honest with your response there. That was Mr. Bhatt, who is writer of the movie Satluj. Infighting within the Punjab Congress intensified and is now out in the open. The rift intensified after former Chief Minister Charanjit Singh Channi shared a photograph with leaders who were part of his meeting. Reacting to this, Punjab Congress Chief Raja Waring said that everyone has the right to hold meetings and Congress leaders in Punjab are united. Although Leader of Opposition Pratap Singh Bajwa has denied Waring's claim and said that there is dissatisfaction among leaders after the reshuffle in the Punjab Congress Committee. He also urged leaders to be united and assured the issue will be resolved within the next 10 days.
देखो बार बार तुसी एक ही गल नूं हुण मैं बहुत वारी एक गल कहती हर व्यक्ति नूं हक है अगर कोई 4 व्यक्ति इकट्ठे हुंदे किते या 10 व्यक्ति इकट्ठे हुंदे है अपनी कोई मीटिंग करदे आ तां इहदे च कोई गलत गल नहीं है दूसरी गल ये आम आदमी पार्टी नहीं है ये विचारधारा दी पार्टी है कांग्रेस पार्टी दा एक भी व्यक्ति एक भी बशिंदा पार्टी छड़ के नहीं गया है इत्थे वो पार्टियां ने आम आदमी पार्टी जिन्हां दे 6-6 राज्य सभा मैंबर चले गए ने
there is a bit of dissatisfaction among some of the leaders. They were expecting something else and something else came out of whatever has happened. I was asked to step aside in favor of Captain Amarinder Singh. I did that because I felt we had lost twice in a row. 2007 to 12 and 12 to 17, we were out of power. I felt if our differences still existed, Congress will not stand a chance the third term too. So I stepped aside and Captain came in and the Congress came in. I appeal to my brothers, my colleagues is, for God's sake, we need to save the state, we need to save the party. And whatever the party high commanders said, if there are minor differences, we'll get them ironed out. It's nothing it's not something which cannot be sorted out. So my plea and I urge all my colleagues to let's get together. See, I am the senior most congressman in the state. I am the senior most.
In news just coming in, a landslide has been reported in Wayanad after incessant rain in the area since last night. 2 people have been rescued and search teams are looking for more people. The mishap occurred near a tunnel construction area. NDRF teams are going to be arriving shortly Fortunately, we're hearing no homes have been damaged. Construction workers were at the spot, and initial reports suggest no damage has been done to the homes in the area where the landslide has occurred. Remember, there is an ongoing construction site where this landslide has taken place. These are the visuals we're getting you of that landslide that has taken place. Ashwin now joins me live. Ashwin, the details. We see dramatic footage there of the landslide taking place near construction area. Rescue operations still on?
Yes, Vedika, in fact, this occurred at around 11:30. That is just 1 hour before. In fact, there has been reports of incessant rain in Wayanad district, especially in northern part of Kerala, especially in Wayanad, for the last 12 hours. And this particular incident of the landslide has occurred in a place where there is this tunnel that is being developed, which is trying to connect Kozhikode district to Wayanad district. It is in this tunnel where, adjacent to this construction area, where this huge landslide has occurred. 2 people, as per our local reports, reporter and the stringer has said 2 people have been rescued so far, but they believe many construction workers who are migrant workers are suspicious. They are under this debris. The chief minister has also given an official information that NDRF team from Meenangadi, which is 20 kilometers away from the spot, has already been dispatched. 2 of the ministers, Siddiq as well as Anil, 2 ministers have also been told to take care of this incident, to monitor the situation personally. They have been sent to Wayanad as quickly as possible. The chief minister has also put up a message stating that he will also directly noting any the rescue operations and rehabilitation effort. But what we know, Vedika, so far is that this is primarily a construction area. The visuals that we have got clearly shows this entire landslide that is occurring, and you can clearly see at least a dozen number of people running away from it, and clearly you can see in the short video that few people are getting stuck under the debris also. So certainly there is likelihood that more people are under this debris. What we know so far, only 2 people have been rescued, but incessant rain in Wayanad continues. As we speak, also it is continuously raining in Wayanad. Heavy rain continues to batter Wayanad. Needs to be seen whether there are more casualties in the coming hours.
And this is a vulnerable area when it comes to landslides, Ashwin. We remember 2024. We know of these landslides also engulfing lives. Tell us more about the vulnerabilities across this area.
Vedika, this incident has occurred yet again in Mepadi Panchayat. Now, Mepadi is the area where, from Mepadi, if you go a few kilometers down, around 5 to 6 kilometers is where Churalmala, where the last incident of landslide occurred, which had killed more than 300 people, reportedly, and many of them are missing. So certainly, it is in this area. It's a very, very critical area, very geographically also very fragile area, and that is where this tunnel construction is also ongoing, which has been started by the previous government. In fact, when the current government, chief minister, who was then leader of opposition, had stated that this construction in a fragile ecologically fragile area is also poised to create risk, environmental hazard. It needs to be seen how the current chief minister, V.D. Satheeshan, will handle this crisis, because clearly this has occurred in a spot where there is a national highway construction that is going on. A huge tunnel is being built in this entire area. Whether it is a reason for this, the reason for this entire landslide is because of the tunnel that is being built, or is it some other reason that needs to be ascertained. But one thing is true, that this has been an ecologically fragile area. Mepadi Panchayat, especially in Wayanad, where this incident occurred, we have seen recurrent landslides. Even when you date back to 20 years ago, there has been several small landslides. Churalmala was also one of the incidents where this landslide has occurred in 2024, as you earlier pointed out. But certainly, it needs to be seen with more seriousness, because the way construction and development can go hand in hand with keeping in mind the ecological sensitivities of the area is something that the state government as well as the union government will have to consider going forward. But what we know so far is that the migrant workers who have been working primarily in this construction of this tunnel is affected right now. So we can also see in these visuals which we have given where some people have been rescued, they have been taken out. A team has been sent, multiple fire units from Calcutta has also been sent to this particular site. It needs to be seen whether this will become a bigger casualty. Numbers are yet to be ascertained. The collector has also been told to report to the Chief Minister every 1 hour about the incidences and what is the rehabilitation and the rescue effort that is ongoing. NDRF team is also being dispatched. More details are awaited.
So the fear then is, Ashwin, that it's the construction workers who could be buried under the debris. Do we know how many construction workers were at the site?
We are trying to get that information, but what we know so far from our local sources is that there were at least 50 to 60 workers in that spot who were working there. It needs to be seen whether the affected area of this particular, we could see this particular river which had swollen up and it had fallen on to these workers. We could clearly see in that video. Certainly there could be more casualties. The number is not yet ascertained. The official numbers are not yet out. But what we know so far is that the Chief Minister's latest information is that that he has given the charge to the collector. 2 ministers have also been put in place. More details are awaited. What we know is that we are just getting more information. There was a rainfall of 265 mm in the last 24 hours, and that has caused this kind of a situation. Although the construction work had stopped yesterday, people who were there moving around in the site has got affected. So there was a clear warning that all workers needs to be moved out from this particular area. So there were some workers who had not paid heed to this particular warning, and it is that because of which the number of casualties could be less. But saying that, the numbers, certainly the visuals definitely look very concerning. It needs to be ascertained by the collector how many people have been under this debris and how many people are stuck in the debris in Wayanad.
That in itself is worrying, isn't it, that there was a warning issued. Despite that, you had construction workers in the area where this was a highly vulnerable area. The landslide itself that we're seeing on our screen, extremely strong, coming down onto the road. You can see vehicles there, you can see people running away from the area. The assumption would be that the people living in the homes around have been moved out from there for the time being. But like I said, extremely concerning that there was a warning that was issued prior to this landslide, but you still have people stuck under the debris.
Absolutely. There was this, in fact, it has been incessantly raining in Wayanad since the last 24 hours. As per the reports, 265 mm of rainwater is received. So there has been a warning that was put across to all the critically fragile areas in Wayanad and this particular construction area. But in this visual, you can see at least a dozen workers running away from this particular spot. Certainly, this warning that has been given has not been heeded by these individuals, saying that the Agriculture Minister T.M. Siddique, who is also hailing from Wayanad, has been put in charge, and he will also be meeting the media soon to give a complete update on the casualties and what is the action that the government is planning to do. What we are getting from from official sources is that T. Siddique will be meeting the media in some time now, and it has been ascertained that where this incident has occurred is near the tunnel, where the tunnel construction which has been going on. Remember, this is a tunnel construction that has been ongoing, and several environmental organizations has been talking about it, critical about it, saying that this is an ecologically fragile area. In fact, the tunnel plan is also to go under some of these mountains, which had earlier caused the landslides in this area. So certainly, these were some of the apprehensions that have been put forward by the green groups, but the construction was ongoing. But at the same time, what we know so far is that clear danger was raised by the authorities, by the contractors, and the construction had stopped stop for the last 24 hours. Multiple places in Wayanad there has been rain, especially in this ecologically fragile area. And now what we know so far is that the Minister, T.M. Siddique, will be calling a media meet very soon. He will be giving the actual numbers, but we have to wait for those numbers. But certainly concerning in a place like Wayanad, which is largely dependent on tourists, the income, and in agriculture, the last and coffee plantations. This is one area where large number of tourists, especially from the bordering state of Karnataka, a lot of Bangaloreans frequent to Wayanad, and always we have seen that whenever such disaster happened, we name it that the entire Wayanad is affected. It is not so. It is one small pocket of Wayanad, the Mepadi Panchayat, where this incident has occurred, and the work is ongoing in that particular area. And what we know that it is in a construction site where the tunnel construction is going on. There are no residents in that area, and that is where this mishap has occurred. It needs to be seen how many workers are under the debris, and the state of the rescue efforts that has been ongoing since the last many hours. What we know is this incident occurred at around 11:30 a.m. today, and the incident has been caught on tape as we have accessed that particular tape, and we need to get the actual number from the collector as well as from the district administration on what are the rescue efforts that will be put in the coming hours.
Ashwin, we're going to stay on these visuals that we've got from Wayanad. I just want to quickly read out the Kerala Chief Minister's office issuing a statement here saying, in the wake of the Wayanad landslide, Chief Minister V.D. Satheeshan held an emergency meeting with Wayanad Minister T. Siddique and directed him to coordinate the rescue operations. The Chief Minister also instructed Revenue Minister and the Agricultural Minister to proceed to Wayanad immediately. So you have the Chief Minister there taking stock of the situation, Ashwin, but at a time like this, one can't help but remember what happened back in the 2024 devastating Wayanad disaster, the landslides that took place then. And the concern is the ongoing construction, the tunnels that are being constructed even less than 2 years after that incident, which goes on to make the ecological area even more fragile.
We have got a latest update, Vedika. This is coming from the Kerala State Disaster Management Authority. This was issued after 12 p.m. Just 40 minutes ago. And what they have stated is that there is 5 hit by the debris and hospitalized. No casualty reported. That's a breaking that has been given by the Kerala State Disaster Management Authority. No casualty reported. 5 hit by the debris are hospitalized. Rainfall in the area was 265 mm in the last 24 hours. Work was stopped from yesterday. People who were moving around the site has got hit by the landslide is what the Kerala State Disaster Management Authority has given. And they have said that Wayanad Kalladi Tunnel face work site, the debris accumulated due to excavation and slide down and it has blocked the road also is what the official version that is coming in. Official version now stating there is no casualty, but needs to be seen whether this will be updated in the time to come. Vedika.
Thanks for joining us live. The incident there on your screens, the Wayanad landslide that took place at about 11:30 this morning. The news coming in is that there are no casualties that are being reported, and 5 people have been rushed to hospital at this point. There was a tunnel that was under construction near the landslide area. From Mumbai to Himachal Pradesh and from Jammu and Kashmir to Odisha, relentless rainfall has disrupted daily life, claiming lives and straining transport networks. The devastating effect of the monsoon season is being felt by Mumbaikars on a daily basis, but perhaps more so over the civic mess in the city, which has seen over 13 deaths in a week. Amid heavy downpour, a concrete slab collapsed in Mumbai's Borivali, while another tree collapsed, injuring a pregnant woman in Andheri. The toll of tree collapses in the city has now been at an alarming rate, with over 1,100 trees collapsing in 6 days, amounting to nearly 29% more than the year 2025. So there you can see the biggest concern as of now are the fragile trees. Over 1,100 trees collapsing in just 6 days, amounting to nearly 29% more than 2025, claiming young lives in the city of Mumbai at a time when Mumbai is known to experience heavy rains. There you can see a car that has come under a tree that had collapsed. You've had young children also die. You had young Rihan who succumbed to his injuries after he was crushed under the pressure of a tree on a bus. And these are the visuals that we have for you. Extremely concerning at this point, with Mumbai experiencing heavy rainfall. Today there is an orange alert after 3 days of red alerts. A bit of reprieve for Mumbai, but other areas like Nasik continue to have the red alert on heavy rainfall being experienced from the region. At a time like this, you also have the Mumbai mayor, Ms. Tavre, who's going out and assessing the damage, assessing the issues on the ground, but at the same time also making reels of her surveying and of her assessments, both inside office and outside, leading to questions on the priorities at this point when it comes to the mayor of Mumbai. On that note, we step into a short break. News and updates will continue on the other side. Stay tuned to Breaking Ground.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी
माँ भी हमेशा पीमाक मस्टर्ड ऑयल में ही खाना बनाती थी
कुछ तो बात है इस दिल में
PMARC, the mustard specialist since 1933.
बरसों से सरसों
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा
सबका राजा आरती और मसाला।
Literally go from the man on the outside looking in now to the man on the inside looking out.
I think that was one of my biggest drivers to become an astronaut.
Iron Man, Kokoro, how does that prepare the body for something with no finish line?
I would say it prepares the mind more than it prepares the body. I live right next to NDTV in Greater Kailash in New Delhi.
What would the young man in India say if he could see you right now?
I'll be up there soon with you.
Our pure Shahi Paneer Masala. Delicious, healthy, every day. India Inc.'s most respected names chose India Inc.'s best and brightest.
These kind of awards and jury lineup, you are truly giving it the right weightage.
I think it's heartening to see talent that there is across India Inc.
We should be awarding companies and individuals who have focused not only on growth but also on bringing good governance.
This is India, who have the right stuff, is a great opportunity for us.
For us, the biggest thing is trust. That's what we provide.
We need leaders in India that can help take India being a global superpower.
We've got a fantastic jury and we've left all decisions to the wisdom of the jury.
Who will earn India's top business honors? Find out at the NDTV Profit Business Leadership Awards.
मीठा या नमकीन चाहे जैसे खाओ 100% सूजी से बनी आर प्योर वर्मिसेली स्वादिष्ट सेहतमंद हर रोज।
आपका पार्सल फिर से हमारे घर पे आया है।
कुछ तो बात है इस दिल में।
माँ भी हमेशा पीमाक मस्टर्ड ऑयल में ही खाना बनाती थी। ये आपके लिए।
कुछ तो बात है इस दिल में।
PMARC, the mustard specialist since 1933.
बरसों से सरसों
Literally go from the man on the outside looking in now to the man on the inside looking out.
I think that was one of my biggest drivers to become an astronaut.
Iron Man, Kokoro, how does that prepare the body for something with no finish line?
I would say it prepares the mind more than it prepares the body. I live right next to NDTV in Greater Kailash in New Delhi.
What would the young man in India say if he could see you right now?
I'll be up there soon with you.
Well, some big breaking news coming in at this hour. Let's take you through it. Now, the financial capital of Mumbai is now bracing for more rain. That's right, the IMD has sounded an orange alert in Mumbai. Overnight showers have taken place, but there has not been any major waterlogging that has been reported so far. Road and railway services and air services remain unhampered as Mumbai sees a fresh spell of rain. The IMD has also sounded the orange alert in the financial capital. We're also being told that there were overnight showers in Mumbai, but no cases of waterlogging have been reported so far. Road and rail services as well as air services remain unhampered in the financial capital. Well, my colleagues Abhishek and Teshri join us on the broadcast. Abhishek, coming to you first, help us understand what exactly is it looking like in Mumbai today?
Definitely, orange alert is being predicted by the IMD department today.
All right, it seems as though we're having some problem connecting with my colleague there. My colleague Teshri is also with us on the broadcast. Teshri, the rain in the past couple of days have not just, exposed in some ways what the monsoon has in store for the financial capital, but also the kind of civic mess that it's created. Help us understand what exactly is it looking like in the financial capital early this morning.
Welcome back. One of football's greatest careers has ended without the one trophy that always eluded Ronaldo. Portugal's World Cup dream is over after a heartbreaking 1-0 round of 16 defeat to Spain, bringing the curtain down on Ronaldo's final appearance at football's biggest stage.
As the final whistle echoed around Dallas, Cristiano Ronaldo stood motionless before breaking down. His World Cup journey ended in the cruelest fashion, with Mikel Merino's injury time winner sending Spain into the quarterfinals.
Bueno, fue un partido muy equilibrado, podía dar para cualquier uno, en mi opinión. España ha tenido esa puntita de suerte, marcar ahí ya en los momentos finales, pero es el fútbol. Yo creo que en el general fue un partido bien disputado.
The numbers leave behind a legacy few will ever match. 5 Ballon d'Ors, 5 Champions League titles, a European champion with Portugal, a world record 976 career goals, the only player to score at 6 different FIFA World Cups. Yet the World Cup remained out of his reach. Portugal came closest in 2006, reaching the semi-finals in Ronaldo's first tournament. 20 years later, his final World Cup ends in the round of 16. Ronaldo had already confirmed that this would be his last World Cup. After the defeat, there was no regret, only acceptance.
Ha dado todo, pues ha dado mi mejor y salgo de conciencia tranquila. No, este es el fútbol, esta es la vida de un futbolista. A veces se gana, a veces se pierde y hay que seguir. La verdad que fue mi último mundial.
The debate over Ronaldo's place in Portugal's starting 11 has followed him through his final tournaments. He remains men's football's all-time leading scorer with 146 goals, but questions over his influence have grown louder. Portugal coach Roberto Martinez never shared those doubts.
When you are a team that you need a goal, you cannot take Cristiano off.
Against Spain, Ronaldo managed just 12 touches in the first half, the fewest of any Portuguese outfield player. Frustration was visible, chances were scarce, and the goal never came. Then came the final whistle, one last walk, one final ovation. As Cristiano Ronaldo disappeared down the tunnel with tears in his eyes, football bid farewell to one of its greatest World Cup stories, even if it never got the ending he wanted. Rika Roy for NDTV.
Simply a short break. Once we return, we will bring you some sensational details and revelations in the Ketan Agarwal murder case. In moments from now, stay tuned to NDTV.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार विमल बोलो जुबान केसरी।
माँ भी हमेशा पी मार्क मस्टर्ड ऑयल में ही खाना बनाती थी।
कुछ तो बात है इस दिल में। P-Mark, the mustard specialist since 1933.
बरसों से सरसों
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा
सबका राजा और प्योर मसाला।
Literally go from the man on the outside looking in now to the man on the inside looking out.
I think that was one of my biggest drivers to become an astronaut.
Iron Man, Kokoro, how does that prepare the body for something with no finish line?
I would say it prepares the mind more than it prepares the body. I live right next to NDTV in Greater Kailash in New Delhi.
What would the young man in India say if he could see you right now?
I'll be up there soon with you.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
India Inc.'s most respected names chose India Inc.'s best and brightest.
These kind of awards and jury lineup, you are truly giving it the right weightage.
I think it's heartening to see talent that there is across India Inc.
We should be awarding companies and individuals who have focused not only on growth but also on bringing good governance.
Be part of jury and vote on the people, the men, the women, the companies in India who have the right stuff is a great opportunity for us.
For us, the biggest thing is trust. That's what we provide.
We need leaders in India that can help take India being a global superpower.
We've got a fantastic jury and we've left all decisions to the wisdom of the jury.
Who will earn India's top business honors? Find out at the NDTV Profit Business Leadership Awards.
मीठा या नमकीन चाहे जैसे खाओ, 100% सूजी से बनी आर प्योर वर्मिसली, स्वादिष्ट सेहतमंद हर रोज।
आपका पार्सल फिर से हमारे घर पे आया है।
कुछ तो बात है इस दिल में।
माँ भी हमेशा पी मार्क मस्टर्ड ऑयल में ही खाना बनाती थी। ये आपके लिए।
कुछ तो बात है इस दिल में।
P-Mark, the mustard specialist since 1933.
बरसों से सरसों
Literally go from the man on the outside looking in now to the man on the inside looking out.
I think that was one of my biggest drivers to become an astronaut.
Iron Man, Kokoro, how does that prepare the body for something with no finish line?
I would say it prepares the mind more than it prepares the body. I live right next to NDTV in Greater Kailash in New Delhi.
What would the young man in India say if he could see you right now?
I'll be up there soon with you.
Well, some big breaking news coming in at this hour. Let's take you through it. Now, the financial capital of Mumbai is now bracing for more rain. That's right, the IMD has sounded an orange alert in Mumbai. Overnight showers have taken place, but there has not been any major waterlogging that has been reported so far. Road and railway services and air services remain unhampered as Mumbai sees a fresh spell of rain. The IMD has also sounded the orange alert in the financial capital. We're also being told that there were overnight showers in Mumbai, but no cases of waterlogging have been reported so far. Road and rail services as well as air services remain unhampered in the financial capital. Well, my colleagues Abhishek and Tejshri join us on the broadcast. Abhishek, coming to you first, help us understand what exactly is it looking like in Mumbai today?
Definitely, orange alert has been predicted by the IMD department.
All right, it seems as though we're having some problem connecting with my colleague there. My colleague Tejshri is also with us on the broadcast. Tejshri, the rain in the past couple of days have not just, exposed in some ways what the monsoon has in store for the financial capital, but also the kind of civic mess that it's created. Help us understand what exactly is it looking.
Ground of Vedika Sood. Before we bring you the headlines at 1 p.m., here's a quick update. We will bring to you at the top of the show a sensational revelation in the Ketan Agarwal murder case. A quick check on the headlines at the start. Shocking twist to the Ketan murder probe. CIA studied Sonam Raghuvanshi's case details, analyzed police action and evidence, learned from previous investigation gaps, avoided repeating Sonam's mistakes. Setback for DMK. Top court dismisses DMK's plea against Vijay's Karur visit. Supreme Court says DMK is using the judicial forum for political gains. DMK had sought a halt on Vijay's Karur visit. The probe in the Ram Mandir theft intensifies. Sources say accused Avinash used stolen funds for personal use. 19 lakh rupees spent on family and friends. 16 lakh rupees used for brother's wedding. Tragedy strikes Wayanad again. Dramatic shots of Wayanad landslide. 5 people injured. Rescue operations underway. No casualties reported. Trouble mounts for Diljit Dosanjh's movie Satluj. Sources say interdepartmental panel to review movie. Panel to recommend further action. The writer of the movie speaks to NDTV. Major boost to India-Indonesia defense ties. Indonesia is set to expand its arsenal with Indian capabilities, including Astra air-to-air missiles and additional BrahMos missile systems. Prime Minister Modi conferred Indonesia's top honor. And Ronaldo's final World Cup ended with a Spanish sting in the tail. An emotional Ronaldo says, "It's sad to leave the World Cup. I gave my best." A sensational new twist has emerged in the Ketan Agarwal murder case. Sources say investigators examining a second mobile phone allegedly linked to Sia have uncovered crucial information that has opened up a new line of inquiry. According to sources, Sia and co-accused Chetan had secretly married nearly 4 months ago. Investigators believe the alleged marriage took place even after Sia's engagement to Ketan, raising fresh questions about the relationship dynamics at the center of this case. Sources further claim that significant disclosures have surfaced through leaked chats exchanged between Sia and Chetan. These conversations are now being closely scrutinized by investigators as they piece together the events leading up to Ketan Agarwal's murder. Sujata joining me live. She's been tracking all the developments in this case. Sujata, the big twist in the case is that Sia and Chetan were married about 4 months back, which means they were married after the engagement of Sia and Chetan and Ketan.
Well, certainly, and as per what sources have told us so far, we know that Sia and Chetan, who already were trying to make plans to either elope or to stay with each other, has now come to light that there was already a secret marriage that had happened around 4 months ago from the date of the murder. Now, if the investigators are able to prove this in court, this is going to be one of a massive development in the case, as it somewhere proves the motive of the couple to kill Ketan so that their way becomes clear to get married to each other, which is Sia and Chetan. Now, what we know so far is that the police is trying to investigate with the help of the chats that they have recovered and also a second mobile phone of Sia Goyal, which they found in her bedroom, which was hidden. And in those mobile phones, there were several of these photographs, which, as per sources, which contain that Sia and Chetan are standing together with wearing garlands. If that is true, then this is going to be a crucial evidence evidence, a substantial evidence, of course, for the police to take the matter further. And also they're trying to figure out any procedural irregularities that were followed during the registration of this marriage. And as per the Special Marriage Act, if there is a certificate that the couple had obtained, and if yes, then which were those two people who had signed it? Were they their college friends or anybody else from their family is also the point of investigation for the police. So this is going to be a crucial angle of investigation for the Pune rural and the Lonavala rural police, which they are trying to investigate. And also Sia and Chetan will now be questioned based on their judicial custody in a similar direction to figure out whether was there a secret marriage that was registered, and did these angles and did this marriage lead and triggered Sia and Chetan both to kill Ketan just so that they could get married, and also that this marriage was hidden from their family members and it was decided by both of them to inform their families only after Ketan is moved out of the way. So somewhere a planned conspiracy, a multi-layered planning here was done, and if yes, then police is trying to take the investigation in that way direction to ensure that and to figure out whether was Ketan really murdered by Sia and Chetan in the case. Back to you.
Questions to you, Sujata. The first, of course, the digital communication now unraveling so much. This is a new twist that they were allegedly married 4 months ago, which means there could be more proof and evidence that will emerge on the motive and planning behind the crime that the police is trying to seek at this point. The larger question also, did both the families not know at all about this alleged marriage between the two? That is a question that perhaps only the family members can answer at this point, but something really to think about.
Well, two important crucial questions that both, in fact, all the families who are concerned, who are related to both Sia and Chetan. In fact, Ketan's family too is questioning the same, because we know that in the initial evidence that the police has recovered, the most important ones were the technical evidences that the police had gathered. There were WhatsApp chats, there were Instagram messages, and there were other digital records that were destroyed by both the accused after the murder was committed on the 18th of June. Now, in those evidence, the planning and the meeting part was clear and it could be seen, but in another device that has been taken up into custody by the police, it can be seen that both it is proved through those records that Sia and Chetan had married just 4 months before June 18, somewhere around the period when Sia and Ketan, both of them too, got engaged. And simultaneously, like Sia's family, her brother Sahil, and as well as Chetan's family too, have been clarifying since the start in their media interactions that they were unaware of the relationship. However, both the families are involved in the same business, in the same nature of business, and both of the families are connected and they were into business transactions. So if the family claiming that they were literally unaware of such persons existing, like Sia's family about Chetan and Chetan's family about Sia, raises suspicion over what they're saying really does, is that true or not, and henceforth the police is trying to record statements of both. However, Sia's family has been very clear since day one that Sia was willing to marry Ketan. However, what Ketan had informed to his family, and that has been mentioned as an important point in the FIR too, that Ketan somewhere had raised suspicion over Sia's behavior in the last few months, especially after the engagement happened. So that is the period, as per sources, that both of the accused, they got married, and soon after the engagement with Ketan, Sia somewhere started behaving explicitly rude to him, and that is when he alerted his family. The family too was raised these concerns with Sia's family. However, they absorbed that with time that would too pass. But however, they were unaware that Sia would be planning something so grave about her husband to be, which is Ketan. And now that we know that Ketan's family too has been demanding justice, saying that Sia's role in this entire murder is grave and that she should be punished to the extent that it could get. Back to you.
Jata, thanks for joining us live on that big development here on NDTV in the Ketan murder investigation. Now, investigators claim that the accused Sia allegedly studied the high-profile Sonam Raghuvanshi murder case in detail before the crime. According to the investigators, police believe she closely followed how the Sonam case unfolded, examined the mistakes that allegedly exposed the accused, and tried to avoid making similar errors. Sources say investigators suspect Sia researched crime patterns, analyzed how digital evidence and location data were used by the police, and allegedly planned stronger alibis to evade suspicion. Police are also examining whether she attempted to minimize her digital footprint and conceal evidence after the crime. So investigators probing the Ketan Agarwal murder case have uncovered what they describe as a chilling layer to the conspiracy. Sources indicate that the accused Sia closely followed details of the high-profile Sonam Raghuvanshi case and allegedly treated it as a reference point while planning the crime. According to sources, investigators believe Sia studied the mistakes that allegedly exposed Sonam and tried to ensure that those errors were not repeated. Police suspect the accused researched crime patterns, examined investigative methods, and attempted to build stronger alibis to avoid detection. Sources further suggest that the accused analyzed how evidence was gathered in previous cases, paid close attention to digital footprints, and allegedly took steps to conceal potential evidence trails. Investigators are now examining whether online research, digital activity, and communication records played a role in planning the murder. If these findings are corroborated, investigators say it could point to a calculated effort to learn from earlier criminal cases and evade scrutiny. The focus now remains on establishing how much premeditation was involved and what digital evidence can reveal about this alleged conspiracy. Saurabh Gupta joining me live. I think that's the point here, Saurabh. How much digital evidence can be collected at this point to crack this case?
Well, there is the recovery of a second phone, a device, and that's something that the police say will also provide further clues. Now, this is crucial because remember, this was a device that the police didn't have in their custody. They could not, of course, gather any evidence from this device. It was only found or recovered on the day they brought Sia Goel back to her home, and that's why this piece of evidence is crucial. Now, a lot of the evidence and a lot of the things that we are talking about now are connected to this particular recovery, and therefore a lot of it will take time to be corroborated, will take time to be backed up by witness statements, etc. But at this point, it's still a matter of investigation. Obviously, the police will make discoveries, but whether those discoveries can be backed up by evidence or whether they go into a charge sheet or not is still a matter of consideration, and therefore at this point, the investigation continues. The police say they are looking at all angles, and of course, certain revelations are being made. But again, like I said, that has to be backed up by more evidence.
All right. Thanks for joining me live there, Saurabh. We have some news coming in. Yogi Adityanath, the Chief Minister of Uttar Pradesh, has attacked the Congress as well as the Samajwadi Party. The UP Chief Minister has launched a sharp attack on both parties and the Aam Aadmi Party, accusing them of misleading people on issues of faith and culture. Yogi Adityanath claimed that the Congress once questioned the existence of Lord Ram and Lord Krishna while taking a swipe at the Samajwadi Party, saying it changes its stand like a chameleon. The UP Chief Minister also alleged that the SP government had ordered firing on Ram devotees in the past and questioned the party's commitment to matters of faith.
भारत की सनातन आस्था पर प्रहार करने की कितनी शरारतें हो रही हैं, किस प्रकार की बयानबाजी की जा रही है। याद करिए, जो कांग्रेस कहती थी कि राम हुए ही नहीं, जो कांग्रेस कहती थी कि कृष्ण हुए ही नहीं, अयोध्या में जो कांग्रेस, जो समाजवादी पार्टी बाबरी ढांचे का समर्थन करके उसके लिए घड़ियाली आंसू बहा रही थी, आज वही कांग्रेस और समाजवादी पार्टी गिरगिट की तरह कैसे रंग बदली है, अब आप देख रहे होंगे। अब कह रहे हैं अयोध्या में आस्था के साथ खिलवाड़ हो रहा है। अरे आस्था के साथ कौन खिलवाड़ हो रहा है तो बताओ पहले। और तुम्हारी आस्था कब से अयोध्या पे हो गई है? ये राम भक्त बोले कि हमारी आस्था अयोध्या पर है, इनको बोलने का अधिकार है। इन्होंने, इनके पूर्वजों ने अयोध्या के लिए लड़ाई लड़ी है, ये बोल सकते हैं, लेकिन कांग्रेस को बोलने का कोई अधिकार नहीं है। जो कांग्रेस राम के अस्तित्व को नकारती थी, जो समाजवादी पार्टी राम भक्तों पर गोली चलाती थी, वे आस्था की कौन सी बात कर रहे हैं? जो धार्मिक हिंदू विरासत से जुड़े हुए धार्मिक स्थलों के पुनरुद्धार का पैसा कब्रिस्तान की बाउंड्री वाल पर खर्च कर देते थे, वे लोग कौन सी आस्था की बात कर रहे हैं।
Ranveer now joins me live. Ranveer, you have Yogi Adityanath there attacking opposition parties in his state. His remarks come amid an intensifying political battle ahead of key electoral contests, with again religion and identity once again emerging as major flashpoints in this political discourse.
UP election is scheduled within 6 months, and we can say that Ram Temple issue is now a political issue because opposition is targeting Bharatiya Janata Party, while Bharatiya Janata Party is trying to establish that the opposition is anti-Ram. They denied the identity of Lord Ram. CM Yogi Adityanath is continuously targeting opposition, especially Samajwadi Party and Congress, and said that when Congress was in power, then during the hearing in Supreme Court, Congress said that there was no Ram. He also tries to target Samajwadi Party over the firing incidents in Ayodhya on the car sevaks, and that's why BJP now, due to the allegations over theft in the donation fund inside Ram Temple, is now trying to establish that only those who believe in Ram, only those who is devotee of Lord Ram can raise question over these allegations. But how can Congress and Samajwadi Party can raise Congress, because they do not accept the identity of Lord Ram. They do not accept that Lord Ram was existed in Ayodhya. So that's why now it's a political issue, and obviously this donation fund scam is going to be a political issue in the UP Assembly election, and that's why from 19th of June, when CM Yogi Adityanath was in Ayodhya, he replied on all allegations over donation scam, and now every day when CM gives a speech in any district, he tries to target opposition over the allegations. And also Samajwadi Party chief Akhilesh Yadav, he is trying to attack Bharatiya Janata Party because he is trying to say to establish that the trust was working under the influence of UP government, which is led by Yogi Adityanath and BJP's government. So that's why this issue is now a political issue.
Do stay with me. We have more related news coming in. The update coming in is that fresh revelations have emerged in the Ram Temple donation theft case. According to sources, accused Avinash Shukla has told investigators that a significant portion of the allegedly stolen donation money was spent on family members, on friends, and on personal expenses. Sources say nearly 19 lakh rupees was spent on family and friends. Of this, about 6 lakh rupees was allegedly used for his brother's wedding, while another 5 lakh rupees to 6 lakh rupees was given to a different brother. I have Ranveer joining me once again on the story. Ranveer, key revelations here when it comes to the man who is now singing inside custody, which is Avinash.
Yes, the SIT report clearly said that out of 6 people were involved in theft, while 2 are involved in conspiracy. And out of those 6, one is Avinash Shukla. As per sources, he revealed in front of police that he spent some money on his girlfriend. He had given a costly mobile phone to his girlfriend, and also the acceptance of donation theft from the Ram Temple. So all accused, they are under a scanner. Obviously, they are in jail, and police is now trying to take police remand so that more interrogation can be done. And we can also say that the SIT, in its preliminary report, clearly said that there was some lacuna in the following the SOPs for the collection and counting of that donation received at the Ram Temple. So SIT as well as Ayodhya police both are investigating, and after the investigation till now, some big revelations are there, and one of this is Avinash Shukla, one of the accused who is in jail. Police established that he spent money on his girlfriend as well as to increase his family's wealth as well.
All right, more news coming in. This has to do with the Ram Mandir issue. What we're now being told is sources indicate that the special investigation team, the SIT, will not only examine the alleged donation theft case, but will also scrutinize the expenses incurred by the Ram Mandir Trust over the last 2.5 years. According to sources, a detailed accounting of nearly 125 crore rupees spent by the trust will be carried out. Ranveer is back with us. Ranveer, this means that the expenditure linked to major religious and public events, including the Grand Pran Pratishtha ceremony, will also be under the scanner.
Yes, SIT's preliminary report reveals that total money which was received by the trust on record, which was deposited in the banks, in different banks. 3 banks are there. One is State Bank of India, which is under scanner due to this case. And SIT is now trying to prove that the white money which was deposited in the bank was spent on several different occasions, especially the consecration ceremony held on 22nd of January 2024, and also the flag hosting ceremony and the event during Mahakumbh, because a huge footfall was seen in Ayodhya during Mahakumbh. So all these different occasions when Ram Temple Trust organized some events, they spent more than 100 crore rupees in it. So SIT is trying to establish that is there any embezzlement in the contracts given to various people for organizing such events. So this is also under scanner, and SIT is trying to establish that how during the Mahakumbh, during the consecration ceremony, as well as during the flag hosting ceremony, when different occasions was organized inside the Ram Temple premises by the trust, is there any kind of embezzlement? Is there any kind of fund scam? Is there? So SIT is also trying to establish that, and if it will be revealed, then some more names can be added in the list of the SIT report.
All right, thanks for joining me live on this big development that has taken place in terms of the investigations in the Ram Mandir donation route. In unfortunate news coming in, 2 people have been killed in the Wayanad landslide. Initially, we had reported that the injured had been taken to hospital, but now official news coming in that 2 people have been killed in that Wayanad landslide. We had the video of that landslide on air for you. We bring it to you once again, where you can see the damage that the landslide has done after incessant rain hit the area. A major landslide struck Kerala's Wayanad district early this morning at about, in fact, later this morning at about 11:30, after the region witnessed continuous heavy rainfall since Monday night, triggering a rescue operation amid fears that several people could have been trapped beneath the debris. The landslide occurred near Meenakshi Bridge, close to the site of an ongoing tunnel road project connecting Malappuram and Wayanad districts. Deepak joins me on the phone line. Deepak, unfortunate news coming in. Till now, we knew that there were people injured and they'd been rushed to hospital, but now the confirmation coming in of 2 people dying due to that landslide.
Well, yes, unfortunate, Vedika, and this is an area that is landslide prone. And I have myself, of course, been there in multiple instances where there have been landslides, and in more cases than not, you've had situations where people have been trapped. Last time, we should all remember that the number, of course, was so massive that it, rocked the entire nation and raised several questions. But this was a site where a tunnel was being constructed, like you said. Workers were also asked to stay off the construction site, not to carry on any work, is also what I'm picking up, because, there was also prediction of heavy rainfall. In the last 24 hours, there was a heavy shower, which led to the area. 2 people at this point in time, sources in the district collector's office are confirming that 2 are dead. More importantly, there was a supervisor who had a register which maintained the list of all the people who are working on the construction site. They're unable to trace him. They believe he's stuck under the debris. And also, the list of people, who are working there was also with him. That list is also right now not available with the officials, which that's the reason they're finding it extremely difficult to assess how many people are safe. But they suspect that there are at least 10 people who are stuck under the debris. Not many residential houses in and around this region, but Mepadi as an area and a terrain in itself, is a valley sort of a terrain. There are a lot of hill ranges around, and this is a landslide prone area, but quite an unfortunate news once again coming to the fore. It usually happens that in these last few years. There are landslides here, and this is yet another instance now that is coming to the question. Infrastructural projects being undertaken at areas like these.
Is that this is an already ecologically fragile area, Deepak, given what we saw back in 2024? Deepak, do stay with me. We have Minister Siddiqui from Kerala on the phone line with us. Mr. Siddiqui, thank you so much for speaking to us here on NDTV. What is the situation on the ground? We believe that you will also be heading to Wayanad.
Yeah, I am along with the Revenue Minister on the way to Wayanad, and the district collector is also at the location where it happened. The fire units already reached there and started the excavation. The NDRF team comprising of 30 persons from Wayanad district already reached there and started their mission. And additional deployment of 30%, another unit of NDRF from Kozhikode is also on the way and will reach there within a short while.
Can you tell us about the casualties, the injuries? We believe 2 people have died. It's an unfortunate incident, of course, but if you can give us more details on how many injured, how many more people are feared under the debris there?
Actually, 6 persons reached their Wings College Hospital. 6 persons, they all are stable. Kiran Kumar, Dilip of 19 years, Suraj Yadav, Sanjay Kapoor, Rajanish and Tanmay Ghosh. These 6 persons is stable and no worry of these cases. And 1 body is recovered now. If there is the excavation process by the NDRF along with other persons is going on, and all the machineries which were there, the JCB, the excavators and Hitachi, all is there, and additional equipments also directed to reach there very immediately.
Mr. Siddiqui, before I let you go, the larger worry here, sir, is that we've seen devastating landslides back in 2024. Despite that, construction continues in this very ecologically fragile area. There has to be introspection at some point over this, sir.
Actually, this is not a natural landslide. It's a man-made slide happened due to the huge dumping of soil and mud, and that's why it happened so. It is not a natural disaster or natural landslide happened. It is a man-made one.
It is because of the construction in the area, the vulnerabilities of the area. So this should be a concern.
Yes. We have already given direction. The government has convened a meeting, and before that also and after the meeting, conveyed the concerned authorities to shift the soil which were dumped at there. This is an alarming one, and they didn't. It is a serious thing actually, and it is a ecologically sensitive area also, and but the past government has decided to do the things, and the present situation we will examine.
Siddiqui, Agriculture Minister of Kerala, thank you so much for speaking to us here on NDTV. Well, heavy rains continue to lash parts of Maharashtra, triggering flooding, landslides and rising water levels across several districts. In Nasik, the IMD has issued a red alert as the Godavari River flows in spate, forcing police to evacuate devotees from the ghats. Pune witnessed landslides with roads, bridges and vehicles affected. Palghar saw similar scenes. Flood waters entered roads, shops and homes, leaving commuters suffering. Also, there have been heavy inflows with waterfalls roaring. Meanwhile, waterlogging disrupted normal life in several districts, including Vasai and Virar. Nasik is bracing for extreme rainfall as the city faces a cloudburst alert with a forecast of up to 300 millimeters of rain. Authorities have announced the closure of schools and colleges as a precautionary measure. Private companies have also been advised to allow employees to work from home amid concerns over waterlogging, traffic disruptions and public safety. Emergency teams remain on alert as the city prepares for heavy downpour. My colleague Tejshri brings you this report.
Well, this is not some river from where I'm reporting right now, but that's the highway that connects Nashik to Trumpkeshwar, and these are the pictures, these are the visuals that you can see on your television screens right now of Nashik-Trumpkeshwar highway, of the waterlogging, and it clearly also highlights the current concerning situation in Nashik and Trumpkeshwar as well. The situation remains to be very critical for the next few hours because already it's been more than 4 to 5 hours. The red alert continues, the downpour continues, and for the next 4 to 5 hours, the situation is going to be the same. In the visuals also you can see that what kind of waterlogging is witnessed in this entire area, and now the high speed winds are also being witnessed over here. And in fact, in the visuals also you can see that the commuters are facing huge trouble to cross the roads as well. And this is a similar kind of situation that we have been witnessing, in every part. And there are high winds that are being witnessed over here in this part. And not just this, but the entire area here in Trumpkeshwar remains to be like this as well. And if we talk about the red alert, then red alert has been issued, yes. And of course, the IMD has stated that for the next 24 hours, the situation is continuously very much tense, because in all likelihood the rainfall could be 300 millimeter. And in fact, the Chief Minister of Maharashtra, Devendra Fadnavis, has also in fact stated that in the coming time or in the given situation there could be cloudburst as well. So remains to be seen that what happens. And in the visuals as well you can see that how the roads are, how the condition is, and how the downpour continuously is happening over here. And the high-speed winds over here are also escalating the ongoing situation. We'll be bringing you all the ground reports from Trumpkeshwar and Nashik so as to understand about how the situation here is on the ground.
The Supreme Court has refused to entertain the DMK government's plea seeking restrictions on Chief Minister of Tamil Nadu, Vijay, in connection with the Karur stampede case. During the hearing, the apex court made strong observations questioning whether it should dictate how a Chief Minister functions. While a CBI probe is already underway, the court noted that Chief Minister Vijay is not an accused in the case and said it cannot pass such directions merely on apprehensions. It also remarked that the judicial forum should not be used for political purposes. The DMK had objected to Vijay meeting the families of the stampede victims, alleging that such interactions could influence witnesses.
When the three-member committee is empowered with all aspects, including with regard to the matters incidental, ancillary, so the Supreme Court, after these directions were pointed out, Supreme Court felt that you have an appropriate remedy to work out before the appropriate authority. Apart from that, Mr. R.S. Bharati has already pointed out in his petition that he is going to move a contempt petition for the speeches of Thiru Adhavarjana, the Honourable Minister. So the Supreme Court pointed out it. So therefore, under these circumstances, the DMK has withdrawn the petition. One, to move the committee. Number two is to pursue the contempt remedy.
From the battlefield to the export market, India's defence capabilities are finding new ground. A major highlight of Prime Minister Modi's Indonesia visit is the country's growing interest in India's missile systems. The BrahMos missile partnership with Indonesia is set to enter a new phase. Indonesia is looking to also expand its BrahMos inventory, with India expected to provide additional missile batteries as part of the deepening defence cooperation. India's Astra missile is also set to make its mark beyond Indian skies. Indonesia is set to import the indigenous air-to-air missile, further strengthening defence ties between the two nations. And it's just not defence. Indonesia is also set to receive support in developing India-inspired Indonesia-specific EVMs, a reflection of the growing global recognition of India's election management model. Prime Minister Narendra Modi was conferred Indonesia's High Civilian Award, adding another prestigious international honor to his list of global recognitions.
इंडोनेशिया का सर्वोच्च सम्मान दिया गया है। ये सम्मान कोटि कोटि भारतवासियों का है। इंडोनेशिया के लोगों की भावनाओं का है। भारत और इंडोनेशिया के ऐतिहासिक और आत्मीय संबंधों का है। मैं प्रेसिडेंट प्रबोवो जी, इंडोनेशिया की सरकार और यहां की जनता का हृदय से आभार व्यक्त करता हूं। आज से भारत इंडोनेशिया साझेदारी का एक सुनहरा अध्याय शुरू होगा और इस सुनहरे अध्याय का बहुत बड़ा सकारात्मक प्रभाव 21वीं सदी की दुनिया पर होगा, पूरी मानवता पर होगा। फ्रेंड्स, हमारे देशों के बीच बढ़ता विश्वास हमारी रक्षा, सुरक्षा और मैरीटाइम सहयोग को मजबूत कर रहा है। आज हमने डिफेंस एक्सचेंज, डिजास्टर मैनेजमेंट और इंडस्ट्रियल सहयोग बढ़ाने पर सहमति बनाई। अब हम दोनों देशों के कोस्ट गार्ड हिंद महासागर में मैरीटाइम सेफ्टी और सिक्योरिटी के लिए मिलकर काम करेंगे। हमें बहुत खुशी है कि भारत की यूपीआई इंडोनेशिया के पेमेंट सिस्टम के साथ इंटीग्रेट होने जा रही है। इससे ईज ऑफ डूइंग बिजनेस और ईज ऑफ ट्रैवल दोनों को ही बल मिलेगा।
On that note, we step into a short break. News and updates will continue on the other side. Stay tuned.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे, दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे। केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ।
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
माँ भी हमेशा पीमाक मस्टर्ड ऑयल में ही खाना बनाती थी।
कुछ तो बात है इस दिल में। Primark, the mustard specialist since 1933.
बरसों से सरसों,
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मामा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
सबका राजा और मसाला।
Literally go from the man on the outside looking in now to the man on the inside looking out.
I think that was one of my biggest drivers to become an astronaut.
Iron Man, Kokoro, how does that prepare the body for something with no finish line?
I would say it prepares the mind more than it prepares the body. I live right next to NDTV in Greater Kailash in New Delhi.
What would the young man in India say if he could see you right now?
I'll be up there soon with you.
आर प्योर शाही पनीर मसाला, डिलीशियस, हेल्दी एवरी डे।
India Inc.'s most respected names chose India Inc.'s best and brightest.
These kind of awards and jury lineup, you are truly giving it the right weightage.
I think it's heartening to see talent that there is across India Inc.
We should be awarding companies and individuals who have focused not only on growth but also on bringing good governance.
Be part of jury and vote on the people, the men, the women, the companies in India who have the right stuff is a great opportunity for us.
For us, the biggest thing is trust. That's what we provide.
We need leaders in India that can help take India being a global superpower.
We've got a fantastic jury and we've left all decisions to the wisdom of the jury.
Who will earn India's top business honors? Find out at the NDTV Profit Business Leadership Awards.
मीठा या नमकीन, चाहे जैसे खाओ, 100% सूजी से बनी आर प्योर वर्मिसेली स्वादिष्ट सेहतमंद हर रोज।
आपका पार्सल फिर से हमारे घर पे आया है।
कुछ तो बात है इस दिल में।
माँ भी हमेशा पीमाक मस्टर्ड ऑयल में ही खाना बनाती थी। ये आपके लिए।
कुछ तो बात है इस दिल में। Primark, the mustard specialist since 1933.
बरसों से सरसों।
Literally go from the man on the outside looking in now to the man on the inside looking out.
I think that was one of my biggest drivers to become an astronaut.
Iron Man, Kokoro, how does that prepare the body for something with no finish line?
I would say it prepares the mind more than it prepares the body. I live right next to NDTV in Greater Kailash in New Delhi.
What would the young man in India say if he could see you right now?
I'll be up there soon with you.
Well, some big breaking news coming in at this hour. Let's take you through it. Now, the financial capital of Mumbai is now bracing for more rain. That's right, the IMD has sounded an orange alert in Mumbai. Overnight showers have taken place, but there has not been any major waterlogging that has been reported so far. Road and railway services and air services remain unhampered as Mumbai sees a fresh spell of rain. The IMD has also sounded the orange alert in the financial capital. We're also being told that there were overnight showers in Mumbai, but no cases of waterlogging have been reported so far. Road and rail services as well as air services remain unhampered in the financial capital. Well, my colleagues Abhishek and Teshri join us on the broadcast. Abhishek, coming to you first, help us understand what exactly is it looking like in Mumbai today?
Orange alert has been predicted by the IMD department today.
All right, it seems as though we're having some problem connecting with my colleague there. My colleague Teshri is also with us on the broadcast. You know, Teshri, the rain in the past couple of days have not just, exposed in some ways what the monsoon has in store for the financial capital, but also the kind of civic mess that it's created. Help us understand what exactly is it looking like in the financial capital early this morning.
Well, absolutely. We have been seeing that how in the past few days the financial capital, that is Mumbai, in fact, has been facing a lot of problem in terms of the monsoon is concerned. We have been seeing that how back to back the lack of administration and the kind of promises that were made by the administration that are completely exposing. In fact, we saw that how in the past few weeks there have been incidents reported of trees falling. There have been incidents reported about the potholes not being managed. There have been incidents reported about buildings being collapsed. So such kind of incidents, in fact, highlights not just the lack of administration but also the negligence. But currently talking about, I'm reporting from Nasik, and here from yesterday at 8:30 p.m. to 2:30 a.m. the rainfall that has been recorded is 21 millimeter, and it is also expected that the heavy downpours are going to continue in Nasik and in Trambakeshwar and Igatpuri area as well. We would just like to show you the visuals of this highway from where we are reporting right now. However, there has been no waterlogging reported in the area from where we are reporting right now. But yes, the entire area is on a red alert, as our colleague Abhishek was also rightly mentioning about how the red alert has been issued in several areas. And in fact, we will also be moving towards Trambakeshwar, which is just few kilometers away from here, which is said to be the most affected areas if the heavy downpour continues in this region. But also now let us talk about the financial capital, Mumbai, where we have been witnessing the civic apathy, people losing their lives, and the roads have been flooded. There has been waterlogging at all the places. Remember, this is not for the first time that the BMC is under question. There have been several instances when BMC has been questioned a number of times when monsoon knocks Mumbai. But remember that there has been no improvement so far. We report same stories. Deeper deaths have been reported. There have been incidents of a building collapse, waterlogging, but there seems to be no improvement. And it is a high time that the accountability needs questions. To be fixed.
Iran Iran's former supreme leader Ali Khamenei's coffin, draped in the Iranian flag and topped with a black turban, was placed alongside the coffins of 4 relatives who were also killed in the February strikes. Among them was an infant granddaughter. My colleague Nasir is reporting from the ground. He brings you this update.
Well, this historic funeral redefines Iran and reimagines Iran. It also reimagines the institution of Ayatollah. And it also shows how, despite wars and all the adversities, challenges, how Iran has managed to be one, its people. And here, millions of people are participating in the funeral, in the procession of Ayatollah Sayyid Ali Khamenei. This is the truck which is carrying the coffin of Ayatollah Sayyid Ali Khamenei. Yesterday his Janaza Namaz funeral prayers were held at Musalla Grand Musalla. Today it is the procession and millions of people. No one can actually count how many. Actually, the Ayatollah Khamenei, he has redefined Iran. He has given it military, he has given it a society, he has given it a religious identity. They are so proud of, and that unites them. At the time when they faced the onslaught on February 28, when Ayatollah Sayyid Ali Khamenei was killed, it appeared perhaps everything is finishing. Iran is finished. But 4 months on, we have seen things have changed, and Iran is actually reimagining itself, asserting its authority in the Middle East, and effectively controlling Hormuz. So this funeral procession and the journey between Ayatollah Khamenei's death and his funeral procession redefines Iran, or defines Iran. And Iran is clearly showing it through the participation of millions here in Tehran and other parts of Iran, but also the way representatives from more than 100 countries came to Tehran and paid homage to Ayatollah Sayyid Ali Khamenei.
3 days of public mourning in Tehran for its slain supreme leader ended with a major political spectacle. The men now in charge wanted the world to see thousands of mourners gathered in the capital for the days-long ceremony. His coffin was transported through the capital as part of the 6 days of official mourning and the ceremonies that continue. The events will conclude with Khamenei's burial in his hometown of Mashhad Thursday.
Mourning turned to fury on the streets of Tehran on Monday as Iran staged the largest day yet of a 6-day state funeral for its slain supreme leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei. Weeping crowds packed Islamic Revolution Square and lined the procession route as truck carried Khamenei's flag-draped coffin alongside those of family members killed in the February 28 airstrike that ignited the war with Israel and the United States.
که میخوایم نشون بدیم خونش راهش ادامه داره و همه این مردم تک این مردم با مشت گره کرده راهش رو ادامه میدن و انتقامش رو هم به زودی حتما از آمریکا و اسرائیل خواهیم گرفت.
Iranian President Masoud Pezeshkian was seen at the funeral procession for late Supreme Leader Ayatollah Ali Khamenei on Monday. Anger at Washington was also on open display. Banners threatening President Trump, an effigy of him being hanged along the procession route, and chants of death to America and death to Israel echoing through the square.
اسرائیل و آمریکا هر کسی که کوچکترین چشمی به این کشور داره بدانه که ما از بچه تا پیرمرد تا سالمند همه پای این نظام هستیم. نمیتونه نگاه چپ به این کشور بکنه. ما تا پای جانمون تا آخرین قطره خونمون برای این کشور هستیم و میجنگیم و نمیذاریم کوچکترین یک وجب از این خاک کم بشه.
The procession will continue to Qom on Tuesday, then travel to Najaf and Karbala in Iraq, before Khamenei is laid to rest on Thursday in his hometown of Mashhad. Bureau Report, NDTV World.
The coveted Paris Couture Week has begun in the fashion capital, where Rahul Mishra showcased his collection Devi. On day one, the presentation was inspired by ancient sculptures of Indian goddesses. My colleague Mayank brings you this report.
Octopus tentacles, goddesses from Ajanta cave to Monsoon garden. The most prestigious and decorated fashion week of all, Paris Haute Couture Week takes off in the French capital. Indian designer Rahul Mishra became the highlight of day one at Paris Couture Week as he brought literal goddesses onto the French runway. Inspired by the figurines of Ajanta caves to sculptures of Michelangelo, the Delhi-based designer transformed models into real-life walking idols. Adorned with jewels, sari drapes and garlands, Mishra served a slice of Indian mythology and history.
I think today we presented this collection Devi, which somehow almost is like a time travel, because we took some of the motifs from some of the statues which are 3,000 years old. Look at them today, how they look on the global women. So this was it was a beautiful experiment in that way, and also inspiration which started from sculpture, then think what thought of sculptor, then after that, women with a power become saviors.
In attendance was his long-time admirer Cardi B, who one of the pieces from the collection, a grey sculptural dress with cords carved as the stone statues of ancient goddesses. The Girl and House's ambassador Priyanka Chopra was front row with Nick Jonas' Dior show, wearing an orange and red floral dress. The show took place in a garden-like set with heritage styles reimagined as modern silhouettes. For the modern style, creative director Jonathan Anderson was inspired by works of American sculptor and visual artist Linda Bengis, who explores knots and molds in ways you can never imagine. Luxury houses like Schiaparelli and Iris Van Harpen played with fabric, textures and movement, even science. Sea creatures going glam at Schiaparelli to fluid drapes and energy particles at Iris Van Harpen. There was no room for simplicity. Global stars flocked to the City of Lights for this ultimate celebration of style and unbound creativity. The week-long fashion extravaganza sets the tone for the upcoming award season to your one-of-a-kind celebrity red carpet looks. Mayank Chaudhary, NDTV.
That's a wrap on this bulletin. Thank you for watching. Up next, Southern View with my colleagues down south. Stay tuned.
केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ रे दिल झूमे देखो मतवारा हुआ रे केसरिया से मन जोगी हुआ
हर पल मनाओ केसरी त्योहार। विमल, बोलो जुबान केसरी।
माँ भी हमेशा पीमाक मस्टर्ड ऑयल में ही खाना बनाती थी।
कुछ तो बात है इस दिल में। Primark, the mustard specialist since 1933.
सरसों से सरसों
थोड़े में ज्यादा स्वाद, यही तो है इसकी खास बात। वाओ मम्मा, क्या स्वाद है। अरे मेरे राजा,
सबका राजा और प्योर मसाला।